for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it, nothing but to do it. Here we go. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. We gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. Go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power? So turn on the switch anytime that they want. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know we don't. I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. Hold up. They know we done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. All like that. I'm ready to go for the win. We're ready. Tell them let's do it again.
Let's go, baby.
Let's do it again. You know what we did. Do it again. Another one. Let's win. You know what we doing. I like that. Tell them let's do it again.
Nice! Okay. I got my chain back! I got my chain back!
No Nezzo this time, baby.
I got my chain back!
Major 2 is here. 10 teams have made it to Birmingham. Only one team will take home the Major 2 trophy.
The pressure is on. Brennan and Exton are firing.
Crip, how does he get perfect game of search and destroy? Miami get another one on the board, and Falcons can't breathe off the respawn.
Yeah, 23, 24, 25, and 26 for Traits, 9 in a row.
2v1. Lux is going for it. Lux! Oh my good God!
Neptune is final. Take it over in a massive moment.
Lux dead! He's able to hold it! Joe deceives! A quad feed for the young man.
He's got the read, and he's able to do it easy. Ice is up with a clutch.
He's in! He's pushed him off the... Oh! It's an unbelievable play!
Hello, one and all, and welcome to DreamHack Birmingham. Major 2 is live and underway in the second largest city in the UK. We have an amazing crowd. The bars have been filled with an incredible fan base, and the chants have already started here in the venue. We're live at a DreamHack where all the greatest games on the planet are under one roof, and we may have the best title yet with the best tournament underway. 10 teams made it out to Birmingham. We will be sending 2 home here on our opening day. Welcome in, everybody, and make some noise, UK. We've got the greatest fans from around the world all here to watch Call of Duty Black Ops 7. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. This is Miles, the Ross Boss, our special guest, and you know our regulars. We got Nameless and Rosalie. I want to start with you, Rosalie. when we first saw Birmingham on the schedule,
Right.
we weren't super excited. But
Right.
once we got here, it sunk in instantly. We know why we're here. This is going to be a great show.
Absolutely. This is my first time in the UK actually for an event, and I'm so excited. You can already hear the chants in the background, and that's what I've been looking forward to.
Nameless, last time we were in Birmingham, you were a player. How does it feel to be on the mic for this one?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, you know, the last Birmingham was a special event. It was the EU versus NA final. The crowd definitely delivered. And, you know, right now, as people are loading in, I think we're going to get a repeat. We're going to have a lit crowd this weekend.
And you said it. Your boys are here, Miles.
Oh, my
They
boy,
have been loud.
the crowd has been unbelievable. You lot have already turned up more than most of the audiences we've had throughout the year. But it has been a very, very good time to be back. And the energy in the arena, the energy in the crowd outside, the energy in the queue outside as well has been so good. So thank you all for coming. It is going to be one hell of a weekend.
Audio Wizard, if you can, let me hear my co-casters. In the meantime, let's take a look at this schedule. We have 2 streams live here in Birmingham in Alpha and Bravo channel, and we have 4 matches on each. Elimination round 1 will close out our day. But along the way, we've got some great ones. Gentlemates play the Royal Ravens on the main stage, followed by Thieves and Faze. And Optic, our #1 seed, will take on the winner of Toronto or Vancouver. And on that other station, we can see potentially Miami taking on the legs of this first match's winner.
Yeah, I mean, you know, all these teams, they went through a gauntlet to get here. I mean, we've had everybody play everyone for the first time. So all these teams, they're battle tested, they're ready. If you made it to Birmingham, there's something special about you.
Allie, there is one team that you just never failed to choose in our predictions. They go by the name of the Gentlemates, and they won our first major. Let's take a look back at what happened at the start of the season.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I mean, we got gifted all the way to a Game 7 in Paris Gentlemates. It was the search and destroys that made the biggest difference, right? And for them, it was based off of a lot of clutches. We got the 1v3 from Neptune, then the 1v2, and that's even just to get to the grand final. And S&D hasn't been the same for them, so their backs are a little bit against the wall right now. They're going to have to show us something special.
Yeah, you know, for the Gentlemates, it's been a really tough stage, as Allie talked about. 4 and 7, they were able to, you know, get in by the skin of their teeth in that 10th spot, and they have a matchup versus one of the teams that they actually beat throughout this split in Carolina, so they're comfortable there. Pressure on both sides, but you heard the crowd. There's a lot of OG Royal Ravens fans that are supporting the Ravens here. Obviously, they were, you know, the London squad, so they're going to have the crowd potentially against them. It's going to be a UK versus the French, but it's going to be an awesome battle, that's for sure.
We got to take a look at our numbers. You said the Ravens fans are out here in full force. Before going to Carolina, they started here in the UK, and the Royal Ravens jerseys are out in full force. We take a look at their numbers, though. 6 and 5 was quite incredible after seeing the slow start. On the other side, Gentlemates 4 and 7 has to be the story of Major 2. How do you go from the best team in the game to barely making it to Birmingham?
Well, you'd have to ask Optic about that sort of scenario, I think, in years prior. But, I mean, right now for the Gentlemates, they've shown us the goods when we needed it the most. It was the last few weeks of play. It was what got them to this qualification point, and at the very least, to the play-in. So congratulations to them on that front. I think right now, Search and Destroy could be a lot better. The respawns have fallen off. They used to be one of the strongest hardpoint teams in the world. Overload, never been that impressive, but there's an opportunity here to absolutely turn it around. A win against the Ravens would be massive, because the Heretics are obviously a top contender in this tournament.
It's a brand new format here at Major 2. We have 10 teams playing, but 2 of them will not make it into the bracket. It'll be Koi or Surge, and Royal Ravens or Gentlemates powering through to the next round. If you're Koi or Surge, though, what do you get if you win? A match against the best team in the game. Optic Texas has been rolling through the competition, and our first time ever, every team played every team in the qualifiers. The only squad in the 11 fights to take down Optic were the Falcons, and even that was a great match.
Yeah, even that was an awesome match. You know, Falcons are looking to do something special here. They've been getting better over the course of the last few weeks, but in that matchup, we did see Optic finally fall, right? So there is some things you can exploit against them. Map pool-wise, it's just really difficult because they're so well-rounded in all the game modes. And you're talking about the best search team that we have in the game, you know, arguably the best overload team that we have in the game as well. And, you know, in this particular split, Hook has an argument to be MVP. Dashy's been arguably one of the best search players that we have in the world. So, you know, the 2 guys that you would consider X Factors have been on another level, which has made them that much harder to beat.
Allie, every time we go to an event, Optic are the fan favorites. They have the crowd on their side, but as soon as we showed the Optic logo on this main screen, the crowd started booing.
first ever, by the way.
This is going to be wild to see how they handle the pressure and what the Gentlemates are able to do with their fans at their back.
Yeah, we're in different territory, right? We're all the way over the pond, and we're going to be looking at teams more like Gentlemates that have bigger fan bases. And Miles, I can see the evil, devious smirk all over your face happening over there.
I've been talking to a lot of the British fans since we got here, and there's a lot of Optic fans in this box. I'm telling you, folks, there is a ton of them. We'll see them play a little bit later today.
They're just not as loud.
Let's
Not
take a
yet.
look here
They're
at
in
our
contention.
schedule on Alpha. We'll be kicking things off with the Royal Ravens versus Gentlemates. Thieves versus Faze could be the best match of the day, and then Optic takes on the winner of our Bravo Stream match between Toronto and Vancouver. Reminder, open up 2 tabs and lock in because the matches begin right now as we talk Carolina. Royal Ravens, a 6-5 record after playing all 11 teams. Ali, Exceed has one of the best short-range snipers. What else do you see when you look at this squad?
I just see tenacity. I see a squad that is able to take a lot of these top teams to the distance. The biggest question mark right now, obviously, is the fact that last time that they were on land, they fell incredibly short after a really dominant stage and being one of the best overload teams in the game, which should be their edge. The good thing for Carolina is this is a very 50-50 matchup for them. Statistically wise, they even out really well with Gentlemates and even maybe have an edge in the search and destroy in the consistency compared to what Gentlemates has been showing us during stage 2.
Yeah, they built themselves a bag. You know, when you talk about map set, it's expanded.
Yeah.
And the individuals on this team, Miles, I think have gotten so much better. Lurks looks like a star in this league. I'm extremely bullish on him as a player. Exceeds like top 5 in search KD, so sliding in exactly where he needs to be. And Craze has had some strides forward as well.
But all the pieces are there. Everything looks like it's up on the uptrend there for the Ravens. The biggest concern I have, those last major piss poor on land. Like, really did not come out, did not do anything at all.
Yeah.
They have to find success here because otherwise it's the same result again.
The Ravens never have a fan base cheering them on at live events. Here they do. We'll see what they can do going up against the Paris Gentlemates. Ali, let's talk about your favorite squad and what we have seen from them. Why are Paris in a slump online but looking clean on land?
Well, for them, I mean, obviously, I think some momentum from the crowd is going to be a little helpful. We like to talk about the 5th man, the green wall. Gentlemates has one of their own in the green suits. But for the side of Gentlemates, the pieces are all there, right? Like, we saw that during Major number 1, the clutch factor especially, and they've kind of lost that. They only had, like, 2 clutches during this split, and everybody, when it comes to respawn and hardpoint, is kind of caught up, right? Map 1 was their bread and butter, and they went to lose, like, 8 in a row. And I have an insane take of, I think Dan needs to start getting back in the hill, and I think he's going to hate that. But during this split, during stage 2, he has like 100 seconds to like 90s in average. So it's like a 10-second differential. But what that means is Envoy's been playing a lot more objective during these hard points, and their respawn hasn't been great. So maybe they tried to make some changes that aren't paying off. So maybe kind of revert back to the way you were during stage 1.
You know what happens when you start getting slammed in hardpoint individually, Ali? You start getting your ass in the hill. And Envoy's, he hasn't had the greatest stage. Now, we know they've dealt with some, personal adversity throughout this split, still managed to find a way to Birmingham, but you need him. And also Sib. People haven't called Sib out that much throughout this split. Both of them are actually bottom 15 overall KD. He's been way too streaky. So I think if those 2 guys get back to land form of Major 1, they have a great chance.
Ali, as we take a look here at the Gentlemates run through Major 1, I want to know, where do you think they could have bottomed out? Because they definitely hit their absolute ceiling, clutching up against Faze in those search and destroy rounds, and then of course against Optic in the best.
That's where they could have bottomed out, was versus Faze. You get that clutch out of Neptune, you don't get around 11, you don't get the opportunity, right? And then it's Faze in the finals. So S&D is where they can really get caught here. And off of Ant's point, Sib has lost like 2 times the amount of first bloods compared to the rest of his team. So that needs to be a focus. Either don't take that opening fight or hit your snipes, brother, because you're going to need it during this event.
Let's take a look at Major 1 moments, Miles. For anyone who missed the first land of this season, it got rowdy.
Oh, it was a saucy one in Dallas for sure. I mean, an incredible result here. Faze Vegas had a lovely run, but they were cut short by one of the most impressive 1v3s we've seen thus far. I mean, this game, Black Ops 7 has treated us as highlight moments. Wall jumping has really changed the game. It's not quite a jetpack game, but it has added this extra layer of intensity. And we have seen it. Players like Shotzi having a wicked time. Neptune was the man. Not to mention Overload. Overload in a place like this is gonna feed families. I cannot wait. This was the play though, Neptune, really. The most incredible moment And again, a moment for a player like that who had a tough run through that Cold War season. We first saw him in the LAN.
Yeah.
It was a tough year, man. He had quite Trim on his team alongside Clay at times. It was a tough squad to beat. But Neptune has come out of that an absolute gem.
I think G2 is a great story in Texas. You saw the rookie Mamba getting fired up after their win. Miami going up against Toronto sent Koi packing with one of their worst finishes in Call of Duty history. And then, of course, you saw the championship Sunday. Paris Gentlemates versus Optic. We were treated to one of the best of sevens in Call of Duty history.
Yeah, I mean, that was my takeaway from Major 1 was just the gameplay was awesome. Every match was sick, especially Sunday. I mean, you think about some of the maps and clutches that we had, it's going to be hard to beat. But I got high hopes for Birmingham.
Let's talk maps and modes, Ali. We've got some favorites in our first best of 5. And if you're an exposure fan, well, you're getting a triple dose in every single game mode. Is this good news for Carolina or Paris?
I don't hate it for Carolina. It's just you're leaning a lot on your exposures in this map set, meaning I'm expecting them to try and win 1, 3, and 5. I think we might end up going to the distance. It's unfortunate because they have to veto that Colossus. Remember, they're 0-9. They can't win it on Hardpoint, so they're forced to kind of pre-ban that and allows Gentlemates a lot of control over the way these shake out.
Yeah, the control's interesting. I mean, we've got that. It's a bit of a palate cleanser, that Colossus right in between the double exposures. And then I feel like the chances of just going 4 or 5, Ali, feel quite high.
You avoided Scar. That's something that Carolina has looked pretty good on for Hardpoint. How do you feel the teams match up on Den if we go to a game 4?
Yeah, I mean, well, as of late, I mean, looking at it, Gentlemates have played a lot of dens, 7 of them. You know, if you're talking about Carolina, only 1, they did win, so that definitely favors the Gentlemates. But looking at this, I think 3 and 5, if you're Carolina, is where you have an advantage. So if it does go game 5, they're feeling pretty comfortable.
And Ant, let's start here with Carolina. If they want to cause the upset today, is there a player that needs to step up their game on land?
Yes, 100%. It's the AR duo, Exceed and Nero. Both of them have to perform. When we got to Major 1, they were coming off of like 5 straight wins. Exceed was balling. Their overload was unstoppable. All of that went out the window. The ARs got smoked. So they're the 2 guys that you need to see something from today for them to have a good chance in this series. If we get the Carolina we've got the last couple of weeks, I have them winning this series. They are extremely well-rounded. They're hard out, and map set-wise, they're tough to go against for the Gentlemen.
It's kind of the same angle that we took in Major 1, where like Carolina was unbelievable. So yeah, coming into LAN, it was like they play the way they played online, then yes, they should win the series. It's the same story. I mean, that's the problem though, is this is gonna be the first time as well that Gentlemates have majority of this crowd cheering on for them. So you also have to take that momentum into effect.
Well, you've also got, this is the LAN debut of Lurks. This is the online team we've seen, which is so great. Now we're in a big old room with a lot of screaming fans. It changes the experience for our players in a big way. This is where we test the resolve of this player who we're touting as a future superstar.
Oh, yeah.
We are putting him under the microscope. We are putting him on the spotlight. We are going deep where we probably shouldn't be. It is a very, very important matchup for the Ravens.
Where do you have Lurks in your SMG power rankings right now?
Yeah, I'm more bullish on him than probably the rest of the world, but I think he's a top 8 SMG in the world for sure.
That's solid.
I think
he's played incredibly well.
He's been unbelievable. And, you know, they're hoping if you're a Carolina fan, he could showcase that. They're going to need it for sure because we know what Neptune is capable of on the other side of that stage.
Producer, if you need me to move on, just let me know. In the meantime, I want to chew on this Paris side because 4 in 7 is a terrible finish after knowing you're going to play every team in the league. You were the favorites in 10 of those fights.
Yeah, they started off 3-0, by the way.
Exactly. The start was so strong. So again, that tells me that the team is still there. They're just hidden beneath this really, really difficult run they're in. And I think, again, the moment we had 2 weeks ago, they find a bit of success. They're back in the winner's spotlight for a moment. I think that is enough to show me that this team is still the squad that won Major 1. They're just a little behind right now.
Do we think that the Cloud9 loss we can attribute this slump to? Because since that game,
it was a whole collection, right? Because they had that Cloud9 loss, and then they had a week off of scrims because of the Snaky situation. So it was like things just kept stacking for this team, right? Search and Destroy was already struggling, so they're still doing bad in that. So it's definitely a stack of a couple of things that are putting them in the slump.
Miles, can we find out who the crowd thinks is going to win this? Could you stand up and maybe get these guys excited?
Hello,
let's go, Sage Host.
All right, let's hold on. I'm gonna do this. Brum, how we doing? It's been a minute. How are we feeling?
Hello, Birmingham.
I know we've got the Gentlemates fans here. How are you doing?
Oh, I heard a little boo. I heard a little boo in there.
I've got a sneaky suspicion that the spirit of London lives on. Any Ravens fans? It might just be because they're playing the Gentlemates, but we'll find out as the tournament goes on. Well, that's a good rowdy crowd.
Are you saying the UK lads don't love the French fans?
We've got a lot of history. There's a lot of love, but there's a lot of history. Ali, that's
Crowd,
something
what does
to,
he mean by that?
That's something to ask Claude.
We want to remind you all that we have 2 streams open over on Bravo. The first match of the day is kicking off between Toronto and Vancouver, and this is your play-in round. Reminder, you win this, you join the other 6 teams that are waiting in that winner's bracket.
Yeah, you know, you got to expect Boy to win that. They did just come off of a match versus Optic. It wasn't that pretty, but yes, you want to get in that bracket, give yourself that extra life. And, you know, for these teams that have been struggling all split long, doesn't matter. You win your play-in, you're just like the rest of the squads we have.
Yeah.
You make that, you get to double elimination bracket, you dodge the bullet that might be that play-in. But I mean, playing Optic's not easy, and Heretics as well. This is 2 very, very tough matches.
Yeah,
What do you
Heretics are my team to watch in this tournament. Ali, a lot of people are already expecting a Gentlemates Heretics rematch. As you take a look at some of the big dogs in this fight, why are Miami coming in as our number 2 seed?
I mean, it's a tough reward, too, if you win that play-in. But because they're pace, right? They're one of the best teams in the game right now for a reason. They just have all the pieces that you need to be good at this game. They have the insane sniper and super. He's going to make search and destroy so much easier for us as teams. You have one of the best ARs in Rancor, who's always going to be giving you that 1.1, that 1.2 pressure.
Yeah.
And then you look at Trakes and Metals. Metals has hit a whole new level of consistency, which is what we were asking of him last year as one of the main SMGs. And then you're looking at Trakes core onto this roster. He's been unbelievable. He's popping you 2s and 3s when you need it. He is incredible across all game modes. They just have a really solid core and foundation that other teams are really struggling to keep up with.
Metals, the veteran, is leading the way on the comps, but Trakes has been so impressive in his rookie season. Remember, he is from South America. The rest of his team playing from Spain.
Yeah.
He looks like he's fitting in like glue.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's probably leading the Rookie of the Year conversation.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's part of what makes them so hard to play with, right, or play against, right? Because he's so fast-paced, he's in your face, and they, in Search and Destroy, never play the same way. It's a nightmare. It's nightmare fuel to game plan against. So, Miami, this might be their best opportunity to make a run and get a championship. Given the state of the league right now, they have to seize this opportunity.
One of 2 squads to finish 7-4. The other one was LA Thieves. Does a Beezy's crew have a chance of making it to Championship Sunday this time
If they
around?
played like they did in their last match, if you get that at BZ and Hydra, absolutely, they rejoin the conversation of making it to a Sunday.
Nameless, anyone on that leaderboard that was on the right side of the screen that you think could potentially cause problems for our favorites?
Yeah, I think whoever wins this Gentlemates in Carolina matchup, you know, looking at both of these teams, it's like, you know they can be dangerous on any given day. They'll be coming off of a huge win. Like, remember, there's storylines for both sides. The Gentlemates underperforming, and then the onliner thing for Carolina.
Yeah.
Whoever wins that up against Miami, could be a tough matchup.
You never know, man. You never know. The one thing we do know, though, is Super is a problem. Like, when you talk about why the success, why the magic, why the good run, it is because of that guy, man. He's been
100%.
unbelievable. I think Metals is still, Ali, for me, he's still a little bit of a question mark. He's either the greatest player I've ever seen,
That's valid.
or he's totally fine. He's all right.
What's great is he can, like, step back, and it'll be Trakes that steps up in that situation, right?
Yeah.
Well, if Trakes is playing really well, Metals will go back and do his kind of role-filling play style, which I think is what makes them so annoying, because you don't know which one you have to be careful of.
There's a reason Super and Rencor are 1-2 overall this split statistically, right? And
they've been crushing.
They're both really good, but their teammates are also doing a lot for them, and Metals is that guy.
Let's take a look back at what happened last time we were here in Birmingham. Which players were still competing? Well, there's a few of them. TJ Haley got third
some old
place on
guys.
Rise Nation, the top of them all. You see Insight was playing for Team
BZ, that's
Triple
awesome.
A.
64.
And then
28.
Dashy, the oldest man in the league, finished top 28 on Team
Wait, these are
Complexity way back
insane.
then.
Wow, you just made me feel so old. You said he's the oldest player in the league, and this was my last event.
Hey, shout out to LG, though. Windows Slacked, Octane, JCap, and John.
That's my goat,
They
TJ
beat
Holly right
Splice, I
there.
think, in the finals. It was a really
Yeah, it
good
was
match.
Splice. Yep.
Hook was playing for
UNA.
Envy, and Optic is technically Envy. So is Hook still on his old team?
Yeah, I guess so.
Pretty cool stuff here. I have a challenge for everybody. Every time you hear the word 100%, have a sip of your Monster. Every time you hear time and time again, have a sip of your Monster. And Miles Ross, please kick us off with the first Scuff, pick 'em.
Well, it's tough. I'm thinking I'm going perfect on the day. And honestly, the way things are shaking up, there's something in the air right now. I might be going with the Ravens.
He's feeling the birds.
I'm feeling the birds in the first match.
I am not feeling the birds because they got beat by Vancouver on land at Major 1. It is different
That was a long
when
time
you
ago,
play in person.
That was a long
And
time ago.
in person, the Gentlemates won a land. I'm going Gentlemates open up the day.
It is
like
different.
that.
It is different in person your first time around. This is the second shot at it. I got the Ravens taking this one. The state of the Gentlemates is concerning. I think Ravens win this one 3-2.
It is concerning, but the last time we were on land, they won, and that's the point Chris Puckett just made, my incredible host. It's my goat. I'm going Gentlemates, of course.
We're split 2-2. Crowd, let us know, who do you have in this fight as we send it down to one of the greats in the industry, the lovely Frankie Ward.
Yeah, Frankie.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Birmingham, how are we doing? Ooh. Birmingham. No, I love you, Babs. That felt a little bit lukewarm. Birmingham, how are we doing? It's a good start. I'm liking it. The seats aren't even full yet, and already you are beautifully loud. And I know things are about to get louder because we're about to lose one of our teams, Birmingham, and I know you're baying for their blood. Our first team shocked the CDL by taking Major 1 by force, but since then, things haven't quite gone their way. Could this be the start of a miracle run? Birmingham, keep that noise going. It's the Paris Gentlemates!
It has been a tough run for the Paris Gentlemates after Major number 1, but listen, you need pressure to become diamonds. You need pressure to get better. And for the Paris Gentlemates and the talent on this roster, it is all business as they take the stage. And there is no better time than in the UK for them to start making their big turnaround. I have no doubt the Paris Gentlemates will show us something special here on this stage.
All right, guys, please give your appreciation for your players. Avai, Neptune, Sip, and Ghosty. Their opponents, well, they're looking to put the ghost of Texas to rest here in Birmingham. It's not been a bad start to their campaign, but one mistake today will mean an early exit. Please welcome the Carolina Royal Ravens.
You just heard the thunderous crowd get loud supporting the Royal Ravens. Listen, these guys at Major 1, they bombed out. And there's been a narrative behind them that they cannot perform on land. Well, they've taken great strides in the online stage. And when the pressure's been the highest in the Game 5s this stage, they have been unbeaten. They might need another Game 5 in order to take down the champs. But to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Okay, Birmingham, please show some appreciation for Lux, Graves, Exceed, and Nero. Come on, Birmingham. Keep that energy up, please, Birmingham. These two teams are fighting for survival in this competition. For one of them, it will be the last time you see them. So please give them everything as they get into the game. And we head over to Maven and Merc.
Hello, everybody. It's been a minute, huh? You know, Joe and I were joking. Listen, we were here 8 years ago during the World War II season. It was only Joe and I second event casting together.
It's been a long time.
Which already makes me feel old. You know, we were actually at Nando's getting some food, and Dashy and Hook were there. We were chatting with them. I was like, bro, how many players outside of you guys were even there? And we came up with TJ. Then I had to hit up Easy Mac to find who else. It was Insight and Abizi. That is 5 out of our current 48 players that were competing back then.
Yeah, I mean, and Insight was like just into it, right? He had like a top 64. So, yeah, it's been a very long time, but we are very happy to be back.
No, it's going to be incredible. Place is already packed, and we have sensational matches to come at you. Format a little bit different for this particular qualifying stage into Major 2. We have 2 play-in matches to lead into our double elimination bracket of 8 teams. This will be our first play-in match, an elimination match. One team gets into the bracket, one team goes home. Joe, what are we looking at to kick us off?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the desk kind of hit it, right? But a big surprise, Paris is here. A struggling stage, 1 win out of their last 8 matches. I think there are some good signs, though. They've been getting deeper in the series. They've gone Game 5 with Faze, with Thieves. So it's been getting better, but the question is around the search and destroy. And then the other side of the stage, yeah, as good as you've looked online, it does not matter.
No,
on land, you were awful last major. It has to be better.
I think I said that literally at the very start of this qualifier. It's like, I don't give a shit about anything that this Ravens team does this qualifier. Nothing's going to matter until land. They have to prove they can do it here. They can look as good as they want online. Not going to matter to me. It's not. So, yes, we'll see if they can perform. And then on the other side, like, yeah, there's been listen, they played down to their competition at times for Paris. They played up to it. We know, based on a tweet coming out from their organization, a couple players were dealing with personal matters as well. There was the week that they got blacklisted in scrims. There's been some stuff going on in that camp, but the fact is, you won Major 1. Can you get back to form?
Yeah, I mean, listen, they have the trust in one another, right? That's it. We do not have many championship squads left, right? Like, you have Optic, you have Paris. Everybody else broke up from the last couple of years. So you won a championship, you're going to believe in one another. They feel like they're on land, back to business.
We'll see if they can click like they did to get that Major 1 W. And for the other side, with Brian Saint and the boys, for these Ravens, can they perform on land? I got to think, you know, listen, you were a guy that always, you loved land. You love to get there, you know, chat, yell across stage, get people's heads. But it's got to be tough as a young player, where some of these guys are, when you come in and have a poor start to land. It's just Hurley got to beat. You got to think it's in the back of their minds to some degree.
Yeah, and I think the tough part is they haven't had the easiest draws, right? When it comes to their matchups, they've had tough matchups, and now you're playing in a single elim pretty much versus your Major 1 champions.
Easy matchups right now.
No, there isn't, but this is probably not what you expected to be playing in the play-in. Very close to getting into that top 6. So, yeah, I mean, it is tough. It's going to be a bit of a mental fight for them, and yeah, a tough match.
You see Envoy on your screen, a guy that's been under the microscope a bit as of late. It's funny because I think it was like 3 weeks ago, a month ago, where I said, like, listen, I was really happy for Envoy. He had been playing really well. He'd been playing consistent, something we hadn't seen. They win Major 1, and I'm really happy for the guy because he's a guy that's got a lot of criticism. Flash forward to now, it's like, here we go again.
Yeah, I mean, just sort of your typical, just a lot of criticism, and just quickly we forget a couple of weeks ago that he won a land. Now listen, I think there is criticism. It's fair, but I mean, to drop the guys, it's pretty crazy. The guy is a proven champion. He's won it. He won multiple tournaments last year. Already has one this year. So let's slow it down.
To me, a little bit of this is just, I don't want to make excuses for him exactly. It's just how he plays. He can be an unselfish player. He can try to set his teammates up. He can play around the objective. My thought is, like, when he is on a team that is like playing well as a unit, they're finding success, he's going to be great. When they are struggling, he's the one that's going to get hit the hardest sometimes.
When it's chaotic, it's not going to be great.
Yeah. System type player that's hoping they can get back to the basics. We're going to start things off on Exposure. First match of the day. We have 2 streams coming at you all day long. It's going to be a fight to see who's on top. If you followed the qualifier, listen, we know Optic's good, and we don't know a goddamn thing. It feels like about the rest of the pack. Here we go, Birmingham. Let's have some fun. Locked and loaded. Match number 1. Ravens, Gentlemates, kick us off. Faze getting right into the fray here early. You know the nuclear missile he's able to be. The guy can absolutely light it up, and he's doing it right now as he pops 3 as he gets going early.
And
that's what Ant talked about, right? A lot of focus on the ARs for these two guys to get it together and did not have a great major one. We know the sort of player that Nero can be. Where the subs, I mean, that has been sort of your soul of this squad. I mean, Exceed's been great in Surge, but you look at Trays and Lurks and just the impact that they have on this map. But Paris fighting back, we're going to rotate towards that P2 where you're going to have a 2-on-2. Sib's going to find one. You're hoping to get this straight on the Lurks, and you do.
I know Paris hasn't necessarily been Paris, but they've started to show glimpses of it maybe over the past couple of weeks. Who do you think is the biggest threat to the Ravens side when you're talking about Paris and the talent they have?
I mean, it's going to be Neptune, right? Just what he can do. And by the way, the last couple of Game 5s, some of the bigger matchups, he has been back. He's been around like a 1.1 to a 1.2. So individually, it feels like he's locked in.
Sib trying to push out and get any kind of space they can for the upcoming Hardpoint, but they've got Royal Ravens right where they want them for now. Pinned out top left, getting all this time. It could not look better for this Paris side. The Ravens have only found 8 points so far through the 2 Hardpoints. We're going at 15 seconds remaining on this. They are bottled up, getting shut down. Everybody negative currently. A talent and slaying diff right now, but Lurks, man, the guy you expect or hope to find the openers for this team to get them to find success is found 3. To at least get them forward, maybe allow them to apply a little pressure here as 3's about to pop.
Yeah, you don't want to hit the panic button yet, but not the start that you wanted. But this is where things could get ugly towards this P3. Josie, he's already rotated. You had the spawns for P2, and you hold off that first wave. But we know this is a massive money hill. This could easily be a 100-point game after this. Again, we talk about just sort of that mental battle for Carolina, not how you wanted to start map 1, but can you find a break? Able to take down 2, down in Neptune, and Josie, that is going to be 3. Last one, make it 4. They find the break.
They needed the break desperately with 30 seconds remaining, because, yeah, you got to think those thoughts about, are we going to show up on land, creep in more and more as you get buried into a hole.
Yeah, it's just tough when you're talking to your teammates. All right, guys, we got shit on map 1. Let's lock in for map 2. Like, yeah, that combo over and over again, it's not easy.
The tough part, though, I mean, behind Envoys, too, you've been able to contest a lot of this. It hasn't led to a ton of time for Royal Ravens. Now you're going to hopefully be able to pin them in the back. This is going to work out well for Paris. I thought with 30 seconds for Ravens, it's a decent break. You'll take the back spawn. But that only turns into about 15 seconds.
Yeah, not great. Again, just, you're not rotated now. You have to break this setup here from Paris. It looks like you're going to go solar side. Neptune's going to be the first one here, and he just finds so much info, plus a kill, going to back away and play his life. You love to see this. And it's this disciplined play that sometimes can get away from the Gentlemates. They love to ego chow.
No, 100%. Like, those kills from Neptune, though, the big ones in this title we've talked about a lot. Like, you have that rotation, you have your player forward that's going to lie down, pick a spot, have to guarantee one, and Neptune's able to do just that. Alleviate some of the pressure early. And now sets up Sib to nearly pop a triple, but Envoy's got his cross, and this is locked down Hardpoint. 80-point advantage. This is what we have expected to see from this Paris team. This is what we know they're capable of. It's a great start, and well, you know, frying right now, Dylan Envoy.
I mean, this is just sort of what we expected them throughout stage 1. Coming out in map 1s, just out-rotating you, playing disciplined Call of Duty.
They're the best map 1 team throughout qualifier.
Yeah, and I mean, you're seeing it right here. So a 100-point lead, but finally, if you are Carolina, if you are the Ravens, you have a chance to get back into the game. Don't think you have a Hellstorm, so maybe one little positive there, but Envoy again opens things up for a break attempt.
Well, if we're searching for silver linings through our first set of Hardpoints, probably not the best side for Carolina Royal Ravens, but yeah, the chance to answer, and they have to answer. They need time, and they need time desperately. Neptune trying to break it up. They're able to deal with him. Pushing out the opposite side will be Lurks, and now some great time earned for Royal Ravens. You get the rest of this, you're back within 40 to 50, and you're in a decent spot to make a rally. Fact is, you had to have that and get blown out.
Yeah, you needed a response, and you're getting it. And as you said, just everybody starting to slay now, 8 in a row as a squad. Got 3 players on the streak, and this is the guy we've been talking about. Not doing with the sub right now on this P5. Has the M15 out. 6 in a row, and now trying to find that Hellstorm, and the shots on point, the movement on point. This young man going off.
Yeah, Lurks, the definition of twisted, is getting going mid-game. We'll see how far he can carry this 7 spree. Can he get the Hellstorm? Not going to happen. He's going to fall a little bit short. He's going to basically chow out to 3 mid-map. Doesn't get set up for an easy one. It's a volley of kills for Paris. But now, indoor second set of rotations, you're down 50. You're feeling all right, your Ravens. The fact is, you got slammed up the gate. You're very little to talk about positively. But this young man in Lurks, you can see why Nameless, maybe say top 8 as an SMG player. It's not the sub out, but he is demolishing Paris currently.
Then a big set right before that hill popped. You had a nice setup for Paris. They get into that P1, but a team kill comes through. Lurks is then able to find that double. So Sim's gonna fight back to try to get some of this scrap time. He's gonna rotate. And that was, the key throughout that first set is how late they were on a lot of these rotations, and they're late again.
I'm fired up. I'm already dripping sweat, by the way. This is gonna be a fun weekend. I think I went for a light jog. Woo! Well, maybe it's just the gameplay from Lurks. It's getting me all hot and heavy, Joe. But the next P2 coming through. This is where Paris really dominated through the first set of rotations. This into the first half of the P3. Right now, though, it's Ravens inside. They're trying to answer back. That deficit continues to shrink. Faze struggling. You'd like to see him turn it around, but the rest of the squad has started to pick it up. He's at least able to turn that into one. A one-on-one's gonna go down near the point. Nero can't walk away with that. That'll be Paris in a similar situation the first time through. Got right side spawns. Well, I take it back. There's a split.
Yeah, I mean, Envoy was so far pushed up. I don't know if you're going to read this. If you're Josie, you had that safe spawn. So Nero, a chance to play hero, to set them up for this P3 and get them into some of this time, plus flip this spawn. So a little bit of luck on their side.
I was just about to highlight how perfect it was for Paris again. Nero pops in. That a luck, or is that a misplay there from Paris?
I think it was just like how far their players were up pushed, but I don't think as soon as Gochi spawns there, he's probably not thinking someone's going to spawn behind me. So maybe a bit of both.
Bit of both, bit of both. Okay, well, now just 12 points separating the squads, and another P3 is going to be here. Keep an eye on that number 3 mid-map, who has a chance to break up this opening push with a gunfight win. Faze is able to do that. Started slow with 9 and 18, now 15 and 20. Lead change. Ravens out in front is Craze comes alive.
Yeah, I mean, I did not think he needed to challenge that second player, but that is how they are feeling right now as they take that lead. Some splits come in again here for Paris, but it is so tough to break this P3, and you can see why. Sim wants to get involved, but he wants to make sure that they have spawns for next, or at least is out to help his teammates, and he's been pretty much out of this. So this has been uncontested for Ravens.
Maybe a little indecisive currently from Paris. They're just going to opt to have to rotate. They had really one crack at that from the back. Now they got to go. Sim is going to drop. They know Exceed is here ahead on rotation.
And I mean, we talked about just sort of the disciplined gameplay for Paris and how good it looked since that P5. I mean, they have, what, 20 points since that time?
It went from choke slam to reverse choke slam. Like, this is dominant out of Royal Ravens. What a run it has been. What a rotation. Here from 3 to 4, they win every fight. An opening pick for Paris might be a threat to get pressure here almost instantly. Still spawning pretty close, though. Ravens are going to try to battle back into this quickly. Massive gunfights going down. Exceed finessing towards the back, but can't take that one.
Yeah, but you go for this, right? If you continue to play this, if you are Ravens, you have a couple of Hellstorms, or at least Lurks has one for this P5. So you can overinvest, continue to go at this if you want to. Now, P5 was so good for them. You can see Nero spawn up. He's going to try to take a long route. But the rest of Ravens, yeah, they're going to go maybe one more time. Do have to be careful of feeding the streak back to Sib. He's going to get on this objective time, start to work for it. Oh, well, it's gone.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Instantly dropped. P5 about to roll. Envoy in position, but again, gunfight seemingly going to the way of Ravens. Envoy at least able to pick up one. Get back to mid-map and try to battle with this team. You're kind of all over the place if you're Royal Ravens right now. You have like a triangle trap coming in. They win all those fights, and that couldn't be more perfect. You now have right side spawns. You've won everything around the point. You can win it here with the time remaining.
Yeah, Lurks is in the Hellstorm, so he's going to delay this push. You're going to have maybe one more go at this. This is going to slow down the clock, or slow down the play for Ravens. 20 seconds to take map 1.
What, you've been outscored like 200 to 30?
It's a lot to a little.
Something in that ballpark. Just incredible turnaround here for Royal Ravens. From no lifeline to an electric bolt as they start to take over. 12 points just needed for them to close out this map 1 dub. And what a map 1 win this could be for a team that struggled on land in Major 1.
No, yeah, I mean, that's it, right? Just throughout that first set, you're like, uh-oh, here we go again. But if they can close this out, but sometimes closing out exposure is not easy. So you're gonna have 5 seconds here. You would love that scrap time, but then through the middle of the map, Ravens are able to find the initial gunfights.
Some big gunfight wins.
So before dead.
Feed all blue. Royal Ravens in control with 10 to go for the W. Nero Exceed have a lockdown mid-map. One final push gonna come in for Gentlemen. They gotta get in, they gotta break, but the line is holding for now. The line will hold, the map is done. Ravens down 100 to blowing them out. What a turnaround.
building up that self-confidence. And I mean, listen, a great start for Gentlemaids, but to me, if there's like a key moment, obviously alert's going off, but sort of that skirmish around P2. Around P2 is so important, and yeah, that spawn out leads to them having spawns for P3. That is just where the momentum shifted.
What a shift it was. Incredible stuff there. And now, where we talked a lot about how, you know, if you came in and lost this map on, if you're Royal Ravens, it's just going to compound the stress of your failures on land. Now it's the opposite. Like, Gentlemaids are thinking, hey, maybe we've improved coming into this event. Now all those faults you've had in the lead up, trickling down your mind.
Yeah, media pressure for Paris, right? Right back to, I guess, sort of Sunday of Major 1. But we know these guys could do it. But yeah, if there are just sort of, I don't know, second guessing themselves, how they want to play, sort of what's going on.
It's got to be happening.
It's coming back.
Immediately. And this is a team, you know, listen, it had a lot of personality. It did. You've got a lot of interesting personality on the side of Paris, and it might have been one of those things, like when things are going well, when you're winning, it's easy to deal with that. As things have sort of unraveled over Major 2, it's just hard reeling it back in for this squad. The best map 1 team throughout Qualifier 1 and Major 1 dropped the map 1 after going up, what was that, 120 to 20, somewhere in that realm?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see it.
Yeah.
We'll pay attention to it towards the end of these replays. But yeah, I mean, this was the start we saw for Paris, just 3-4 hills in a row, but this was the turnaround towards this P5. And then, yeah, they got up to 127 towards the end of this, but you started to get back into the game a little bit. Lurk started to go crazy.
So they outscored like 210 to 50, 210 to 40. Yeah.
That is one way to win.
And yeah, you were highlighting, you know, good rotations, good disciplined play out of Paris. Why did that completely flip on its head?
Well, because they flipped the map. I mean, as simple as it is, I think they just made a mistake at that P2. And then you just kind of saw like how tough it is to break P3. And there was that second guessing in the middle of the map. How do we want to play this? Sims rotating all the way through. Then they lose that rotation. It just kind of spiraled from there.
The wheels came off, and things went crazy for the Paris side. A quick look through the game 1. The map flow and how it went down. What a turnaround. So, yeah, at one point, 127 to 25, so 100-point advantage. That was an absolutely insane turnaround from Royal Ravens. A team that had to be feeling the pressure early due to the, well, not able to win a map in Major 1. Well, at least that monkey's off your back. Came in, got a map win.
Yeah, you can see 129 to 183 on that second P3. So a 54-point swing as they won that rotation, put them in the lead. Gave Lurks a hellstorm to work with off that objective time, and they close out this map 1, as you said.
Well, look at how this best of 5 is going to play out. Colossus, Search and Destroy, upcoming. As we'll continue on through this, and now it gets a little bit scary. You know, not that Ravens have been like the best search team in the league, but Paris have not been good.
Yeah,
what were they, 4-11 over the course of this qualifier? Not good. What's been going wrong for them in Search and Destroy?
And listen, going into Major 1, they were 50-50, yeah. Right? They were a little bit better, but things just started to click on Sunday.
So they see a 2-5 comeback and they'll be fine.
Yeah, maybe you just, well, we always say you can't rely on that. Like, as good as that Sunday was, they had to know, they had to take a step back and be like, all right, we have to be a little bit more disciplined. We can't rely on these comebacks, adjust some things, and that really hasn't happened. If anything, it's been the opposite. It's been undisciplined, throwing away a lot of rounds. Right? I mean, Sim, yes, you love him to ego chow everything, but maybe not all the time. There just has to be this fine balance between playmaking and being dumb.
Well, I think you saw like that Sib in that map, like he was ego chowing everything. Then one time he's like, I need to be the guy to rotate. I need not to. Kind of playing against his instincts sometimes, and things get a little bit awkward. But yeah, maybe a little bit too gentle. As you can see, their S&D over the last 30 days, they are last. A team that relied so heavily on their hardpoint because their overload wasn't, overload was like 50-50 going to Major 1 as well. But we've had some teams like that in the past. Like, I don't know, you think of like, I don't know, way back in the day, like a Luminosity or like even an Optic. Like, they're so good in hardpoint. Like, even like 80% win rate in hardpoint, you can get by with right around 50 of the other modes. If that hardpoint goes away, you're screwed.
Yeah, or you just need a really good day of search, which they had at Major 1.
Yeah.
Which they had at Major 1.
See, this Paris team has been putting in the work. You gotta imagine that's been the focal point for this team coming into this due to how poorly their Search and Destroy has been. Reminder, it's a play-in match. Winner gets into the 8-team double elimination bracket. Loser, adios. Enjoy Birmingham. That'll be the end of your tournament. Round 1 underway.
Yeah, well, this is just, again, that battle between Exceed and Sib. And, well, Envoy, he's going to open things up with a nade. So he's going to find that first blood, gets the second one as well, and these are the kind of rounds we're talking about. You have a two-man advantage. Let's not throw these away. Sib does get picked, but now you're just trying to close this out.
They push it together, they cut him down, give him the ace. Maybe that's what you needed. A little round one dynamite to get started.
Yeah, you thought maybe you'd get Envoy going early in a map, you'd close it out, but that's just happened. It just happened.
That was probably the thing that popped off the page when they were up 100 in the Hardpoint was, all right, Envoy's playing well. That's going to help this team certainly find success. But, okay, Envoy's still dialed, apparently. Because that'll be the round one ace to kick us off from Envoy. And where, what map was it? Where all their heroics went down, or a lot of them?
Colossus, yeah.
There was a lot of Colossus magic. We'll see if they've got some more here to get into the tournament as Paris go up 1-0. Exceed will have the big stick out, watching the B side. Sees a sniff, a whiff of a shoulder there for a moment. But just tucking into tunnel, it looks like Envoy is going to be okay to sit there and chill for a bit. Pressure, obviously, on Royal Ravens with bomb in hand to make a play develop. They're going to try to do this up through top mid. I thought maybe executing on A. Looks like they want to try and isolate Envoy tunnel. You got the information on him via Exceed's angle with the snipe. Envoy not able to get away with his life, and he loved that play out of Ravens.
Yeah, and you kind of tell like Envoy wanted to maybe push Exceed, but he has no help, and then you lose tunnel control. So he's just trying to back up, but the timing on point, and now you're starting to work this bomb plan.
But just a really good info game. Get info, isolate. Perfectly done by Ravens for the first blood. Now just have to hold on to 4v3. Neptune's POV now, as they use utility to try and work up on this. He wants to get dancing. Sib able to get a pick. Neptune damaged into two, but not able to walk away with a kill. We'll see if his teammates clean up the scraps. Not gonna happen. Carolina answered back and even us up.
Yeah, some shaky shots. Also, you missed those nades, right? Neptune, he throws one short. I think if it goes over the statue, he hits one or two players there, and maybe they're able to win this push, but you missed that nade. Yeah, by a yard or so, and that's that. So just so tough to push this, but here's that first blood. Craze, playing with confidence, hunting down Envoy.
So well done. And that's the game of search and destroy. Play for info. Try to give yourself a 2-on-1, 3-on-1 based off that info. Beautifully done there. We'll flip sides and now see Paris try to get work on offense again. Can't rely on an Envoy ace every round.
Maybe.
Or maybe, okay, I lied. Maybe he can rely on it. He continues to dominate around tunnel. That'll be number 5 for Envoy. A second first blood for him. And they've taken a bunch of space here. The 2 players remaining. Just gonna lock it down opposite corners as Sib will hold this. Plan not going in yet. Don't want to give up anything. They want to dodge the nades first and foremost. Nade not gonna connect. Shots are. Envoy's gonna get several in the round, and Paris once again cruise to an offensive round win.
Yeah, these are those first 2 kills just so early. Like, yes, you want that bomb plant, but they're kind of thinking, kind of what we talked about. We've lost some of these rounds this way. Let's just wait this out. At some point, they're going to push. Try to hit a timing with one of us planting that bomb to give themselves a 2 versus 3. So you just take it slow, wait for each other. On point so far on offense.
Yeah, and sometimes it might just be, don't have a trophy. Yeah. Let's get these 2 players to throw their nades before we work the plan or give them a freebie. Beautifully done. Solid stuff from Envoy. Again, he's at 6-1 with a pair of first bloods.
Good nades hitting there, just slowing things down. They see though he's gonna find that first blood, lurks with the second, so it has been all offense throughout this second map so far, and will it stay in that way as Nero snaps onto the second.
All offense. So far, who's gonna get the first stop defensively? Nero. So talented. And they're gonna need that on full display in this particular matchup where there might be a bit of a gap in that regard. Well, not really the story so far.
Yeah, and I think both of these teams, right, I mean, they're so heavy with their snipers, Sib and Exceed, where I think now in the tournament, what you just saw out of Carolina, you can do. You can switch up the pace and go quickly, have Exceed pull out an extra AR, an extra sub, and just go. Maybe catch them off guard. Able to do that in that round. And now continue to play with paces. I thought they were going to push all the way through B. but just gonna get that info and back away.
Well, yeah, I was gonna ask you, like, what do you try to change here for your Ravens, just to try and mix things up defensively? And well, you kind of solved the change up there. No early first blood for Envoy, but Sib's like, that's all right. I'll get it. One of the more prolific snipers in the league, and that team kill comes in from Ravens, from a Simtex, from Faze. So it's like an early 4v2 again for Paris. And well, that's gonna lead to offensive wins, Joe.
Yeah, no, it really is. But honestly, Sib was the only one there. He's just able to find that snipe. He is happy about it. Here's potentially one of these rounds, right? Sib, he gets a little aggressive. He gets caught. Again, you don't hop on the bomb right away. Just waiting for that as Neptune's able to find Craze.
If Craze just paused there on the heady for a second, he might have had a freebie, but just kind of sprinting at it, trying to hope to get a timing, and Neptune wins that fight. Still, all offense. Back and forth, we continue to go. Maybe what adjustments are you hoping for on the other side here? Well, I mean defensively for Paris, obviously.
I honestly really haven't had too many just sort of slow retakes, right? Maybe just defense team has to just back away.
Okay, just try to play the retake, like actually not get that situation down in numbers.
Yeah, right, where you let them plan A and retake that. But yeah, a lot of early picks for these multi-squads.
We'll see what the call will be. But now you mentioned like the snipe play. Like, I mean, that's been one of the big talking points, really, has been like, if there is a sniper gap, like a skill gap between teams, like how do you play it? How do you try to isolate him or take him out of the play? It's just this information game, but finding out the sniper is and trying to avoid it. But people like Super are so good at mixing up spots and keeping you guessing.
Yeah, and some teams are saying, all right, as soon as we find this guy, throw the smoke at him and run at him, right?
Yeah. If they miss a shot, they're toast. Paris trying to get the first defensive round win. Faze maybe seeing a little bit of info there, which is the jump peek from Envoy. Trophy eaten up. I'm not sure if the smoke got through as they're trying to get through on their cross, or if the trophy maybe ate it.
Oh, it's up top mid.
Okay.
So he just threw it to cross towards P1, and here we go. Maybe a slower round out of Paris. Don't get early pick, but you're gonna fly if you're Ravens. Take it to him. But
we're shot all three.
Yeah, he shoots everybody. Great finesse, able to play your life if you are Gentlemates. 2 versus 3 though for Nero and Exceed, but you got a flank in Sim. He's gonna push all the way through towards lobby side, and someone able to win a defensive round.
The war continues. The Paris fans getting fired up. I can't wait for Paris, by the way, the event. Hopefully Gentlemates are playing well.
Let's enjoy this one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I just feel greedy now. We were like no events in Europe. Now we're going to be over here all the time.
Yeah.
Like, all right. I don't like the flight. I don't like the jet lag. But once the event gets rolling, it's got me twisted. Defensive hold comes in, the first stop, and that's going to be the 2-round gap now for Paris. Sib finding some success off the openers with this snipe. Going to give it up for now. You're going to get Envoy out the tunnel. He's been the tunnel reaper on offense. He'll get back into position. Spot similar to what we saw Craze doing on the other side of it. Just your fast omni movement shoulders playing for info.
Now we see this from both sides, right? From Craze and from Envoy. You're just trying to keep them honest towards B. Well, maybe you don't know he's down. He's able to hit the second as well. Exceed one of the best in the league. Well, not able to win a defensive round. Now you're going to get 2 in a row.
And that's a much needed one. Avoid that 5-2 hole. I feel like a lot of times when we're talking about Exceed snipe, it's on Den. He's had so many crazy plays there, but reminding you can get it done on Colossus as well. A little bang bang for your buck as he takes over the round.
And I just don't even know if they see him here, right? I mean, you're playing for info, so he's playing for that jump spot and then just saw Sib cross. Beautiful shots from
Sib's like, don't worry, I got your trade. I lied.
Yeah.
I mean, Sib's tried to trade that all day. Trigger finger a little too fast there for Exceed. I think he took a lot of the flack when they came in and got blanked on land. Got 1 map win. Want to chain this into another. Big 2-0 edge could be everything for this squad, but down around here early. Envoy back to tunnel on the defensive side.
He's the island guy, so just very important for him to stay alive. We've seen him get caught here trying to retreat back to his teammates, but he is in such a spot to help out both bomb sites.
Well, I think the time he got caught, though, you had Exceed, spot him with the snipe, and they made the play around there. I don't know if he gets spotted this time. Sib can't connect on one end of it. Gets eyes on a couple of players. Envoy's got a bit of help here, and they want to play the ISO game. or at least push Envoy up in position, take a one-on-one fight. So beautifully done. I thought was gonna let him slip away one shot, but doesn't happen. Has a round 1 ace, now up to 8 and 4. 3 first bloods for Envoy. Civ, a ton of damage in it, will get traded out. Neptune can't finish that though. Lurks with a huge gunfight win. The movement's disgusting. Exceed gets there with the help. Oh, on Envoy now. Can't close it out. A wild round. 4-4.
And while I was about to talk about the advantages of having tunnel control, Envoy can get there so quickly, but they never had info on where Exceed was. They had nobody P1, and he's just able to come through lobby and turn the tides, finds the pistol kill, and then on top of that, picks up the M15, clutches the 1v1. We are all tied up.
Ooh, I thought Envoy was clutching that for a second.
No,
This
I
guy's
did
about
too.
to be on 11 or 10
I was like,
or
he just
11.
got melted by a pistol, but that was not a pistol.
No, it was not. Well, I thought both players would be softened up a bit too. Like, you saw Neptune got a bunch of damage in. Trying not to get taken out by barrels early. Exceed. He hit 2 snipes to get him around, got 2 icy ones to win that round. Back to where he did the damage with the snipe. Ah, it's a hit marker. But he's gonna hit the second one. Maybe we don't give him angles to snipe us.
Yeah, they just want to get this bomb down and try to avoid him, but he's going to take the fight to them. Civ is able to answer back, so it's a 2 versus 2. Envoy and Civ trying to do what they can.
Envoy quickly trying to work it around the flank. Lurks has got to go the other side. Lurks able to get his kill. It's on Envoy again. He couldn't get there in time to find his pick. Good reposition from Ravens. Or not. The help comes in. 5-4. A round away from tying us up.
And that's one of those rounds. You have a couple of early picks. You have the man advantage. Where does it go wrong? And well, it is that man on your screen, up to 12, doing what he does best. Loses the 1v1 in the last round, but this time able to clutch up and just such discipline, right? Knows Lurks has to push him, stays on the heady, and puts him away.
Yeah, I don't know why I said the help comes in. There's no help. That's just Envoy. That's just Envoy taking over on the map. He's like 2 people in my head, Joe.
He's everywhere.
Yeah, no, he heard the flack he was getting throughout Major 2 qualifying rounds. He is putting on currently. See if they can close it out here, or if we are going the distance. Envoy's been all around ice combined. Envoy and Tunnel. It's okay there so much.
No, he's been controlling the entire game, and
He
that
gets
is
another
why.
one, bro. Another one.
You're just not challenging him, and then he's going to find another first blood. His 4th or 5th. But you're going to take the fight to them into another 2 versus 2. After all the gunfights go down, the snipes go in. You lose yours if you are Paris. Exceed still alive.
He's chasing. Damage in. Can't finish off the kill. He's got help from Lurks. Well, the help's gonna get buried. Ghosty does damage to one, finishes the other. All on Exceed now, 1v2 for the map. Ghosty and Neptune hunting together. Exceed's got the snipe, maybe hit a quick one. Not able to connect. And it's a search and destroy win for this Paris team that struggled. All qualifier 2.
Major 1, it was all about Colossus. Major 2 started off on Colossus, and well, Envoy, he is just the story of the game. Controlled the map so well throughout Tunnel. I mean, had some big clutches, first bloods. He was everything.
Now, he has been everything. You can see he just looked locked, bro. I don't think I've seen a bit of emotion on Envoy currently. And I gotta feel like if I'm the 3 teammates, you know, the quote-unquote 3 superstars, you're telling this team, if I see Envoy put me on his back early, I'm like, brother, I got you. Carry me early in the series, I got you.
That's
you know the
hope.
other 3.
That's hope. He knows
Yeah.
he needs these guys locked in, but the way he is playing so far, doing his thing, 1,600 damage,
Bro.
4 first bloods. He had 3 from Exceed on the other side. But yeah, he was everywhere.
And sometimes with players like Envoy, it's you know, you've heard a guy like Kenny or somebody talking about it, like the team's struggling, you overthink things, you're trying to do too much, you're trying to help other teammates, you're trying to set them up. Sometimes I just want to be that player, like, dude, just do you. Just do you, play around you for a little bit, try to put in work just in the slaying department. And it's probably more than that, but like individually, he's lights out right now.
Yeah, I would say too, even at majors, right? We always talk about prep. That to me just screamed VOD prep. Like
Okay.
they wanted to chow tunnel. He wanted to control that. If we see Exceed B side, the rest of them are going to be over towards Statue. I could find an opening in a first blood there. It felt like he had to read throughout the entire map.
No, it 100% did, but yeah, we're tied up 1-1. Maybe not how we thought the series was going to go, considering the strengths of these 2 squads. What are your thoughts going towards an overload?
I mean, it's an exposure overload. This has been Carolina's best throughout the stage. We're on the other side, like, it's always been 50-50. Can you get on the board if you are Paris?
We'll see if they can do it. Tied up 1-1 before the overload. Puckett, guys, break it down.
I was just checking out the Bravo channel. We have 2 streams going on. Reminder to open up 2 tabs throughout the entirety of this weekend. Miles, we had a great start for the Paris Gentlemates, but then your team, the Carolina Royal Ravens, rolled back in Hardpoint.
Well, it did. Whoa, big highlight plays from Lurks. He stepped up. Great land so far from him. Yeah, that was a nice hard point. It was a big comeback, and again, we saw that game flow. It was a rocket on the comeback, man. They looked superb.
Yeah, it was that, that last rotation. They get the P3. Nero made a couple of good plays, and once you get Lurks to the hill, he's going to start taking over, able to chain that through the rest of the game. So for them, off to a good start. But in that SD, you had a huge opportunity. Envoy calls game absolutely popped off. He was the second worst search player online. That don't matter when he got the lane.
Second worst online, but we are here on land. Let's take a look at Envoy's best moments, including the ace in the opening round.
Well, so the focus, obviously, for Paris Gentlemates was that their S&D has been so bad, right? And specifically, Envoy's been rocking like a 0.8 in that game, though. Not terrible, but not making waves like he did in this map number 2. We saw it in that opening round. He pops 2 bottom middle, already gives them the edge. And the interesting thing about this search and destroy from Paris Gentlemates was not only them winning their attacks when attacks have not been great for them, but they won like 3 of them in a fashion where they were just full send wolf packing running at Royal Ravens. They weren't worried about putting the bomb down. They were just worried about map control. And I feel like that really caught Carolina Royal Ravens off guard. And then it was just Envoy making plays. He was making pinches. He was hitting the open routes. And they just didn't know where he was majority of this map too.
Big deal, Dixon. That's exactly what you want from Envoy. I did not stutter. It's a brilliant match from a player who, I mean, that online qualifier has been tough. And the whole squad, Search and Destroy has been something that they have been close to great on. Online as well. And all the problems we had coming into this online, looked in Search, all cleaned up.
Yeah, I just want to thank the players again for allowing snipers into the game. It is so much more fun when you have Exceed and Sim on both sides of the ball.
100%. I mean, they had some cool sniper battles. You saw Sim. He's never going to back down from a fight, headed out all the way to the very end. But yeah, Exceed had some highlight plays as well. Now, this is where it gets tricky, though, if you are the Gentlemates. You're headed into this exposure overload. It's been up and down. You heard Joe and Clint talking a little bit about it. If they win this map, they probably close this series out in 4.
I completely agree. When we were looking at the maps, Moses said the same thing. I would never want to play Carolina on exposure. I'm shocked so many teams are still letting it through in these series because it feels like the best map for them.
We've got 2 matches live right now. Game 3 will be kicking off on the main stage in just a moment, but right now we are in round 11. Let's go to it. Order on Bravo.
TJ gets it done there for Vancouver.
Vancouver outslayed in the first hardpoint. They still walk away with a comeback dub. It all comes down to this, nameless.
They were down 80-0 map 1, Miles. Came back and won that. So this, for morale, for Toronto in the play-in, is huge.
Oh, man.
TJ 12 and 4
I was going to say that. That's our top 10.
Oh, dear God. The nades over by Pool, and you've got a nice wrap, though, towards A for Koi. This is a lovely opportunity, though. Luna's the only man with eyes on this.
Capsule low-key in a good spot right here, though, because he's in mid. He's kind of the spoiler in the situation.
Yeah,
if he
you
decides
can't
to push pillars, you can't die there, though, Lunars.
Lunars! Oh, Kips. He's just been trapped there by Capsule. No bomb plant just yet. Can Capsule stop this? Can he stop this, though?
One of the issues with Toronto all the time is in post plants they spread way too often. So I'd like to see them stack here.
I think they don't have a choice. This is going to be a quick hit from Surge.
I can't believe Surge just
Joe.
Help Joe.
He gets the trade, and there's
there it is.
Clean it.
Oh, what a legend. Toronto Koi tying up this series at 1-1 as they go into a game 3. Kips, the rookie, making his impact felt in that final round. Joe Tease with a big first kill there, and now we get a chance to see what is going to happen in Game 3's 2 matches, 2 1-1 records. Game 3 Overload is ready now here on the main stage. Casters, back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's awesome. Hopping between both streams. We have so much action going on with the play-ins and getting ready to get into bracket play. What more do you want? Listen, tied up 1-1. We kind of hoped we'd have some banger matches. You think back to Major 1, it was a ton of 3-0s.
Yeah.
I think we had like 1 game 5, like 1 or 2 game 4s, and then we had a banger final, but it was a lot of 3-0s. We had a lot of that at the qualifier, but like it's still overall records were so close. I guess I'm hoping for some just bang outs.
Yeah, I mean, you never know, right? Teams testing map pools.
True.
Yeah, there's just always a lot of that. But yeah, online we had a lot of 3-0, so we'll see. But so far, so good. Both matches up, tied 1 apiece. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people remember Major 1s. They just remember that final going all the way to 7.
No, I think it was an incredible final. But yeah, outside of that, dude, I think there was literally 1 game 5. Like,
well, it was fried to everybody.
People were getting smoked. Players getting back, getting locked, getting loaded. We continue on here shortly. If you're tuning in late, We're tied up 1-1. Your top overload goal scorers, Exceed is there. Listen, he came in and instantly had a massive impact on this team in overload.
And a lot of that was on Scar to start, right? So I think they've obviously adjusted for it. They're 5-1 in exposure throughout Stage 2 qualifiers. They're happy to play this map. So you had sort of options if you were Paris, but allow exposure to go through. It's been one of your go-tos on the year. So it's a bit of a square up, but you were feeling really good if you're a Ravens fan.
Well, I think back to the exposure, like, honestly, early at Major 1. I mean, when you called Neptune God of the Sea, when he's on like a 12 spree, I think it was like a double positive map from Ghosty. Like, that's where they really erupted, where I was like, all right, this team's making a run this tournament. They were just taking over, definitely one that they are very, very comfortable on. And you have the guy that's supposed to be your glue, your jack of all trades, and Envoy taking over right now, kind of a slang and damage standpoint. You got to think he's going to be massive for them, but in overload, you're going to rely on the playmaking ability of Neptune some. Your AR is allowing him to get in position to really be a threat.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if Envoy's sort of winning majority of his one-on-ones the way he seems to be doing, good luck keeping up with him, right? Because what we see on exposure overload is, like, if those subs can get lost in your base, around your P4, inside of your top window, that is when you sort of have like the EMP rotate back and forth, tough to deal with. But that opener, so important, that all eyes kind of are on you. So we'll see if Envoy can keep this up.
Yeah, we had a change, really the major change coming in to major 2 qualifications was really some of the spawn changes in overload. On a map like exposure, they've really set up some quick counters. So we'll keep an eye on the play of teams trying to, well, how they set up the counter if they're going to give them a score, how the team scoring tries to maybe delay to prevent that from happening. It's a very interesting conversation on this map.
Yeah, it's a lot of things you're tracking, right? Just sort of, all right, where's the next EMP spawn?
Yep.
Where are we spawning? All right, so, yeah, it's just a lot of these little intangibles. Do we want to score right away? We'll see what these teams do.
All right, here we go, Birmingham tied up 1-1, and both teams looking for the edge in the swing game. You know how key these fights are. Off the opening break, and it's going to be successful for Royal Ravens. Ghosty will be the last one alive on one front. That kill actually will delay things, though. He needed to come up with one, but not the utility. Going to connect for Royal Ravens, and in behind enemy lines will be narrow. He's able to slip through. Can they get through the score? It's going to be a 2-on-1 here for a moment. Chance to put through one. He's stunned up. He's stunned up again. Finesse at the box. Tries to go through and able to get it in. Exceed your leading score. Puts through another.
And that all starts, though, with Crazy's nade, right? I mean, the fact is he's able to find the first, and then that opens things up for Nero to slip on through. So a great start there for Ravens right from the get-go. It felt like Paris were in an okay spot, but those nades land, and now they got to deal with this man again, finding a triple, another 4 dead. Exceed's already through, and this is what we're talking about. What do you want to do here? You're going to instantly go, but you have Exceed and Crazy in position.
Yeah, these are these key plays where you try not to get countered. You saw everybody off spawn. Gentlemates just push forward. Think about counter. They get slammed. Absolutely dominated. Exceed streak continues. He's on 6 straight. EMP control out of their hands again as Exceed. Hellstorm in his back pocket, only able to get damage in there. Maybe finally a defensive hold for Gentlemates.
And we've seen this before, just sort of like these very fast 60 to 90 second starts in overload, and then things start to slow down. But
they need to. Yeah.
That could have got really ugly because you had streaks on the side of Ravens. Could have maybe gone up 3, maybe closed out a half 4-0 quickly, but they slowed things down, now have an attacking chance.
Yes, absolutely thunderclapped out the game. Paris is turning me, heck, if you could just hold possession the rest of the game, not give up any more scores, you feel successful at this point. But they're going to try and push it forward, not able to come away with anything, but you still have Neptune here. You no longer have Neptune here. Everybody's scrambling back to try to get into the fight from the Paris side as Royal Ravens content to just kind of lock it down for now. They got the early 2-0 edge, but EMP in a dangerous position, and now the pinch is going to come in. Pinch may not matter. It's actually going to allow Envoy to turn his head immediately, get on board, damage into Bull. Envoy's hot hand continues, and there's a score for Paris.
And that's just, you lose the battles on both fronts, right? It's also on the pinch through P4, but then you lose tank control, right? Where you're trying to rotate to, you go to a 4 dead, and they just have so much forward position where they're now within 1. Exceed, he's all the way pushed up, just trying to buy his teammates mid-map control. And well, with his position, with him able to win that gunfight, they're going to have a chance.
Paris, need to come up with some defense here. It's another nade that's going to connect that could be the difference maker. All on Neptune for a moment. He's got a bit of help coming through from Sib. Sib's gonna be cut down. Neptune last man. Able to take down 2. The finesse good enough to buy them some time. The score's not gone in yet, and it will not go through. Royal Ravens silence for now, as Paris trying to push it out.
Yeah, I think a key on that is, right, you're just seeing Paris shoot. Like, everybody is weak. Like, on the Carolina side. The first couple scores just felt like nothing was connecting. But Josie now with 2 in a row, and, well, you force out an early Hellstorm. Still have EMP control, and you're trying to go if you are Josie. Just waste time.
The offset might end up being a great streak, though. Like, that likely might have set up a score. You had a player forward for Paris. Just trying to make sure you don't give anything up, and now you've got EMP control. Just what I mean, maybe it would have been a score, but just to listen, guarantee the defensive stop, change possession. And also, I'll trust whatever Exceed's thinking right now because he's 12-6. He's already put through 1 on the scoreboard. That's going to be 3 dead again for Paris, and that's going to be another score. That ends up being a great streak.
And well, this is kind of what we talk about with sort of like the ball finesse, right? I mean, Sib has to stay around P2 because he thinks they could rotate back towards the top side. All of his teammates down, and he is just left out to dry. A potential counter, but Traze is in a great lurch spot. He's got to find the first.
But his back line's getting destroyed. He's going to pounce out. Whoa. He doesn't get the kill. Exceed is able to get 2. EMP still a threat. Last player going to drop. And that'll be a score for Paris with 40 seconds remaining.
Watch, EMP like went back like 10 yards there as soon as he's able to find that kill. But yeah, it was just in the middle of the air. So yeah, you get another one on the board. You're still in the game. As good as this is looked, if you're Carolina, you're still in it if you're Paris.
You got a chance for more. You just killed 3. That'll be last guy dropped. Everybody else has been coming off a spawn. Neptune just frying you. Back-to-back quick scores for Paris.
Yeah, another chance.
And you sure as hell do. Enough time to pick this up and play behind the OT. Envoy still forward. He's going to buy you 1. Not able to get the second. Big gunfight win by Neptune mid-map. He turns that into 2. If Sib drops, we head to the second half. Let's see if they can take the edge here.
I don't see alive. The fact he's able to stay alive and get 1, that'll start the push here for Paris. Ghostie's gonna get another. It's a 2 versus 1. Nero plays good D.
Yeah, he was mid-reload. I was like, if Sib could win this one-on-one, he might be able to get it through, but mid-reload, no chance for an actual gunfight. Probably just put in shots that the guy Ghosty ended up killing. But still, some great stretches there from Paris, considering we were worried that was going to be a 4-0 half for Ravens in 2 minutes.
I mean, this first 90 seconds or so was, just unbelievable from Carolina as they're able to go up to. But you slow things down, you start to get on the board a bit. If you are Genomates, start to make some big plays. And yeah, I think they're just happy this is 3-2.
I wonder what possession was.
Probably ended around 50-50.
You think so? Yeah, I felt lopsided early, but it probably did end around 50-50. You see the third one there? And then the tying third score. We end up 3-3 going down.
I saw it 3-2.
No, yeah, you said 3-2. I was like, John, I'm pretty sure it was tied. I blacked out. But I always trust you when it comes to stats and numbers, so I waited. 3-3. Yeah, they put it back-to-back real quickly there at the tail end of it. The breakoff was won by Royal Ravens the first half. They turned that into a very quick score. Looks like that's not going to happen, well, quite as successfully here, but they will still have numbers in the EMP control, and Lurks has gotten in behind enemy lines. Great shots in range with the sub. Movement is there to buy time for his teammate to chow with him. Craze is going to go ahead and get through, so that'll be the detonation and an early strike from Ravens again to go out in front.
I mean, you just weren't in position again to play any deep. Like, Lurch just plays bottom side. No one watches that cross, and the MP just follows him, right? So you just have no chance there if you are Paris to play defense off spawn there. So another great start off the break.
Just kind of a hole in a setup that leads to playmaking for Ravens. Sib, beaming though. He'll take down 2, and now he'll be pistol in hand with EMP control and try to chow forward with his teammate. Wants to go quickly before the reinforcements get there, and he gets the score right before it drops. Envoy, the lead blocker, is killing everybody for him. We're tied up as no team can find any kind of major gap in the scoreline.
Oh, God. And here we go. I mean, Neptune, I thought he was just going to stop and kill him off spawn, but he finds all 4, and now you're going to be up 1 if you are Paris.
What in the hell is this stretch? It was 4 for Envoy, and then Neptune takes over. His enemies are just running away at this point. Get out of his way. 20-13, 5 spree for now. Things will slow down for a moment as some key gunfight wins for Royal Ravens out towards mid-map. But as I say that, the next two come through for Paris.
Are we back to Major 1 now? The way this guy is moving and getting lost. Him and Dosey now on the attack.
It was him and Ghosty on attack at Major 1 that led their exposure. Overload, they're doing it again here. Chance for another one. One more player remaining. Can only stop one. Sip's gonna track back. It should be good to put this through. Up 2, 6-4. Lights out gameplay for Paris.
I mean, the other two were in the middle of the map. Like, Carolina did not play defense there. You do have a counter set up. You're not out of it yet. Still a lot of time on the clock. There was a streak on the Neptune, and well, he's gonna call that right away. Not to allow the counter to happen, you would hope.
Got to get there. He's going to use it to take out EMP carrier and Craze. Exceed able to dodge for now. Still a ton of time. This has been a riveting one, honestly. A ton of scoring. 6-4 with 2 to play.
Just so much back and forth.
Yeah.
We're online. We just normally see so many goal line stands. We have had none of that here. And now it's going to be another 4 dead, another attacking chance.
Ravens in trouble. And as they try to get in position, you've got Sip and Ghosty with a bit of a crossfire. Ghosty will chain that into 2. Last guy's looking forward to Exceed, but they're coming from the other end of it. Exceed's got a chance to pop 2 to stop this. Not able to do it. Maybe doesn't think there's one more there. Goes to grab the EMP, and the Neptune wins a one-on-one for the score.
And they just had so much forward position. Exceed has no help off spawn.
He's worried the other way. He's where he's coming panel side.
Yeah, he has no info. He's just trying to get this out, or just hope he can buy some time for his teammates to get there, but cannot do it. So off that Hellstorm, they're able to put another one on the board. We're up to 7.
And the guns just getting so hot. Look at the top right for Paris. It is an all-out team effort. Neptune certainly leading the way, but that's going to flush through another 8-4. Paris lighted up in the second half.
And well, they have arrived. I think you should say it, right? The individual talent has woken up as they just steamrolled them. It was such a good start for Carolina. We're thinking this is going to be an ugly one, but it was not. So why are you playing exposure, right? Well, they just showed you why.
Well, you went up, what? You're up 2-0. Ravens were up 3-1. And then from there, you get outscored 7-1, a 5-1 half from Paris to close that out. No, just sensational. It felt like, yeah, when I guess Carolina got hot, they were able to turn it into like a second score, but not like Paris just did. I mean, that was possession, efficiency, just domination.
Well,
that
they never
second
had
half.
their base control, right? Like the players, it was Ghosty, it was Neptune getting 4 pieces off spawn, and then it was Envoy's turn. And when you're causing those splits, it just makes that first attack that much easier.
And Exceed, who's been terrific for Royal Ravens in that mode, was. Unfortunately, you didn't get much out of the other guys just in the slaying department, and it was so well-rounded. From the Paris side of it, Sib leads with damage, Neptune leads with the playmaking. I mean, that's what we talked about coming into that map. Like, he gets to those positions, and he can just take over and wipe the team by himself, but he did it.
Yeah, I mean, it was just pure chaos, right? As soon as they had base control, Carolina could not control the map at all. There was like one moment in the second half when they slowed things down, but quickly that went away. And well, sometimes it just comes down to simply winning a couple of more gunfights.
Yeah.
A lot more. And you need that so you're not getting pieced up off spawn.
Nah, I mean, it just feels like one of those matchups where if Paris are playing to their capabilities from an individual standpoint, there's a pretty significant gap here in the slaying column, or should be, unless you have Nero turn into God mode where he's the best player on the map, which we know he can be, but like, there should be a margin, a wide margin here in the talent standpoint. You saw it in moments there.
Yeah, here's the insane 4-piece. I thought he was gonna get caught sprinting. I was like, dude, slow down. You guys should go for a second one. But he ends up catching everybody off spawn, knew exactly what he was doing. The onslaught continued. Neptune adds another one to it, then Dosey puts the final number 8 on the board.
And one of the most important things and one of the most difficult things I think in Overload is, yeah, when that chaos starts, when you're coming off spawn and things are frantic, it's like, it's regaining control in those situations. And where I thought like the streak use from Exceed was a good use, it kind of got them back in control. Once they lost control again after that, they never got it back. They never got it back.
No, they never found that one kill, or they did it by themselves. They weren't playing together as a team. To me, that is like comms are a little bit all over the place. And if you're getting pieced up like that, like sometimes it's just like, well, yeah, I just got shit on. Me too.
A frustrating day at the office. Well, after Carolina were able to strike first with a massive 100-point comeback in that map 1, I mean, you play them tough in the map 2. You lose that 6-4. Honestly, you play them tough in that really until the second half, but then you just get gapped. Can you win both Hardpoint? That's going to be, I mean, I never in a million years, if you would have told me, hey, Carolina won this series, they won both Hardpoints, I would have thought you were hammered. So I think it probably ends here, but who the hell knows?
Yeah, that's what the devs talked about. Like, they just felt like if you could get to 5, with how good exposure overload and Surge has been for Carolina, they have a true shot at winning this. You got to the overload tied at 1 apiece. Yep. You're like, all right, you're feeling good. You go up 2-1. That does not happen. They said if you got to a spot where you could win this on Den for Paris, it looks scary. It's looking scary.
It does, yeah. Scary time right now for Carolina. We're able to get the monkey off their back with regards to winning a map on land, but winning a series might still elude them after this tournament. A tough draw. Right in the middle of the pack, but they find themselves in a play-in. Battling against the Major 1 champs, and it has been tough, but it might end here unless you can come away with some hardpoint magic again. Probably don't go down 100 and expect to bring it back on 10, but you're gonna need lurks in takeover mode. You're gonna need Envoy in your screen to slow it down maybe a little bit for Paris.
Yeah, I think for Carolina, like, as good as, you know, Seed was 29 and 20, like, Lurks wasn't that bad. He was like 18 and 23. It's kind of the other two, like Craze and Nero, who can be such, I don't know, confidence players. They were both like neg 10, like 15 and 25 or around there. I think they need strong starts here.
Okay.
As they could be the guys who are opening things up, especially Craze.
We'll see if they can get off to a strong start and try to battle it into a map 5 where they've got a chance of winning that one. But if you're a Paris fan, if you're a Paris player, you're wanting to end it here, get it done on Hardpoint. You're coming off some hot moments for Neptune in that map 3. He's just gonna carry that momentum here and take over on Den. Just a reminder, this is the play-in match to the bracket. You lose, you are done. You win, you get to the double elimination 8-team bracket. Paris just 1 step away now. And the win is in their hands. They've got advantage up 2-1, and they're going to one of their favorites.
Yeah, winner of this plays Miami. I believe that's up next on Bravo. So some great matches all around. Yeah, Faze Thieves on main up next. That is going to be a fun one in this place.
A ton of terrific matches going down today, but right into the fray we get here at mid-map. As Paris take advantage early, and of course it is Envoy. He's been so good throughout this series, and he starts them off with 3. Envoy playing with confidence right now.
Yeah, immediately you see number 6 in Sim. You need this. Someone playing safety net. Don't flip the map accidentally. Allow them to have P2 control. You have to start. You want it. You're getting the early time. Then you can pick up the guys going on the long route. So a perfect start here for Genomates.
The spree finally drops there from Envoy after the 4-0 start, but to pick up the slack. Almost Neptune. We have one more bullet he's able to connect on his Neptune. Craze actually turns that into a second one somehow. As the mid-map skirmishes continue, left side control still will be to Paris. They want to set up for the next hardpoint, but there is a big push through the front for Royal Ravens. Some massive gunfights going down. Sib able to walk away with 2. Envoy gets another, and that's early control here at P2.
Yeah, I mean, they were just kind of laid all over the place, Carolina. Reminds me of this just start of map 1. I just feel like you never really want to be at the front of P2 as soon as it is going to pop. Normally you want to be inside through garage. Nobody goes on a long route down low, and well, you are in hell.
Sib, Envoy combined for 13 and 2, both on 4 sprees currently. And yeah, Royal Ravens, the definition of hell is just running into people pre-aimed on headies, and that's what you've been running into. All the position in the world for this Paris team. Your next chance at a push is going to come through a pick by Lurks on one side and a pick by Craze on the other. They're going to battle back in, but honestly, there's only 15 seconds remaining, so this point it's kind of whatever. You've done the damage if you are Paris. But you kind of lose everybody at a tough time, so you're going to have to fight your way over to 3 as well.
Yeah, the only good thing here for Carolina is you're late on this if you are Paris. 6 and 8, they go at P2. Normally you just rotate through Dojo there, but you decide to hit that scrap time. So there's a chance you can win on both fronts if you are Ravens, get back into the game.
Yeah, I thought like 15 seconds remaining when this first goes in.
I'm not sure.
I thought that just left just enough time for Paris to like rotate, but I was wrong. And now this is set up for a great Royal Ravens hold thus far.
And this is kind of like what we've seen, some of these undisciplined plays from these guys. Not a lot of it throughout map 1, but some here in map 4.
The point guys and Craze and Lurks continue to at least find one from their position, then you set up narrow to get two, and that is the absolute blender there for Paris. You're up, what, 60 to 15? It could have been a relatively easy rotation, or at least a good, like, 3-on-3 fight on rotation. Instead, that turns into a full, almost a full 60 for Ravens. You got to answer back here now for Paris.
And now you got Nero going. He's up to 9, coming off that 5 screen. Yeah, in a good spot here for the P4. You are all here, though, if you're Genomates. You're in a tight setup. Watch number 1 there with Nero. Off spawn, he's going on a long route. You are waiting for him if you are Ravens. Spawns a little bit all over the place. The problem is, though, you're losing gunfights, but some close spawns come in for Ravens, and they have a chance to attack.
But it's going to be chaotic around the point. The skirmishes continue. Last man standing will be Envoy. It's a double from Envoy again. 13 and 7 out of him. Gonna buy his team some time here. A big multi. We'll see how much they can turn this into. Dude, look at him. He is in his bag right now. Dialing back the clock.
And sometimes it's annoying to just say, like, all right, just wait for land, wait for land. He's a vet, but that man has enough land titles to say that he is showing up here today.
No, honestly, they might have got this scrimming on land. He's like, oh yeah, I'm not ass.
Yeah, I remember how to do this.
But playing with some swagger currently, but still a delicate lead, up 40. And well, Paris, as we've seen over these 2 hard points, they might be a misplay away from things really swinging towards Ravens. But through our first half, they will take advantage of it. But work for maybe the P2 to P3. This could be a blowout advantage right now for Paris. But due to that, still relatively tight. We'll see if Ravens can do a better job at 1 and 2 this time through.
Yeah, I mean, you have I was gonna say, a really good setup to earn a lot of time here, but Dosi goes on a long route. Now look at this, right? Your blue arrows are all over the place. What do we want to pick up? Should be a break for Paris, but can you hold on? Answer is no.
I thought for a second Nero was like finessing that perfectly to keep them alive, but as you said, eventual answer, no. So this will be Paris time for now. Number 2 on the route will be Exceed, trying to get through enemy lines. He's gonna get picked up and shut down, and that's gonna get pushed through and flip. He should be flying forward. Paris will try to get there and influence it. Only 1 is going to spawn P2 side. The rest are going to be spawned out. That's gonna be up to Envoy to deal with it. But that's a textbook. Kill everybody, push forward, flip him out. Beautifully done there by Paris.
I mean, what a couple of lives out of Dosi. Big props to him. Maybe he wasn't show up in the scoreboard, but he leads to the break at P1. He's able to find that player going on that pitch and Exceed to break the P1 again and get them to a good spot. But as you said, hold up, because you have control, but you're not blocked in the back. Well, Sim is going to get involved.
A second one to spawn in the back. He's going to get his head peeled. Yo, I said, it looks so good for Paris, and then the next gunfight, or the next wave of fights, like Royal Ravens got every single kill, and suddenly they're in. So I thought this was going to be maybe an 80-plus point advantage for Paris. Not looking that way at all. Craze is on 5 in a row. Maybe had a little bit of a slow series so far in the respawns, but he's starting to feel it. Exceed was putting him on his back maybe the last map. Now it's the rest of the squad picking it up.
And you'll have to see. I mean, Paris
this time
is
they're just going to rotate, looks like, yeah.
Yeah, but you might get it too. We go to Craze's POV. With this objective time, you may get a Hellstorm. It's going to be close. You might need to add 1 more kill. If he can get that, maybe you get a clean break here and open this game up.
Yeah, he's going to need another.
Oh, well, he's dead.
And that conversation, nice setup, Joe, but it quickly is gone. Basically a tie game, but yeah, this time Paris, instead of hitting it 1 more time with a couple of players, they do opt to rotate the P3. We'll see if they find success. I thought Lurks was about to put him in the blender and pop a triple, but after his double, they're able to silence it. So Paris, take a breath.
Problem is, though,
look to build this lead, but spawns are close.
No, I'd say the problem is, though, they pushed through mid, so both sides were open. So you get some splits for Carolina. They spawn up Dojo. So now you have to play to re-break this. I mean, this is good discipline here out of Paris. They kind of read that situation, and now they're just playing for the kills. It's all down to Lurks. He's going to be the final player here. Ghostie's doing what he can, but for P4, you are here if you're Genomates.
I mean, that's another P3 that probably could have gone better for Paris, yeah. But it keeps Ravens in this game. As it'll be just about tied again once this hard point finishes. Racing towards tree, Exceed is chasing, and Exceed's getting punished. Last guy there, though. That'll be Ghosty trying to finesse, so he gets a little bit of help. Not able to do that. Craze is locking onto his forehead. a tree set up early. Now for Ravens, it was chaotic here to start last time through. It's chaotic here to start again as everyone trying to get a foothold inside of the point.
Yeah, but a great breakdown of Ravens just right when they needed to spawn them out. But we talk about that, as you said, it was chaotic. They lose control on the hill is Paris.
Yeah, no one's been able to, like, you know, get a nice setup and push out spawns. Like, it's all been just battling.
I mean, since the clean start, but for Paris, after that, it's just been chaos on the map.
Who will thrive in the chaos? Well, it's been Dylan Envoy. That's been doing it, leading all players currently with 25, damage into 2 there, but not able to come away with either. About 50 more points needed. Paris will move on from the play-in into the double elimination bracket. Spawning out opposite side, or yeah, it's Envoy that's going to be separated from his team with a chance maybe to make a play on the other end of it.
Well, I think they know. They just don't know where he is, right? You saw the players, they spawned P2. They're trying to find that player. They deal with them, and now Paris are in a good spot, setting up this pinch again. But Nero's got to get involved. Well, the timing didn't work out great. There is the third coming in. Sib, the last player alive. That's going to be all 4.
And I like the discipline there from Royal Ravens with Nero on the route. A teammate backing it up immediately. Don't let anything get wonky with spawns.
And we're seeing that a lot more, that push through dojo. And sometimes when you're spawning tree, you pick that up. But when everyone's kind of pushed forward, it's tough to do. But it's been some big praise here for Genomates, maybe doing it again.
Oh, just ripping right now. And that is some dangerous time for Paris. We'll get them just over the 220 mark, putting a lot of pressure to Ravens here. And Ravens, unfortunately, you get the rest of that time, you've got a chance to maybe win it at P2, or at least make a little desperation come out of Paris. Not going to be the case, though. They'll have several opportunities to try and break this early setup from Royal Ravens. We'll see how long Ravens can hold this.
So far, so good.
So far, very good. But the thing is, they cannot win it here.
Yeah, Traze is playing very disciplined, doesn't want that bash spawn in to come in like they did last time. He's locking this down. I mean, you have given them nothing through the front. Finally, Neptune's off spawn's gonna find one. There is an immediate trade. You're hoping Nade's stun starts to connect for the Genomates and it lead to a break, and maybe it starts right now.
Paris have had so many clutch breaks. Another break there, just enough time to get the map victory. So Ravens have got to fly. The problem is you're pinned to the back right now, just trying to get through. For Paris, it's really been about the P2, P3 blunders. We'll see if we have maybe another one with the final 10 seconds. Ravens get through, and what do you opt to do? It looks like a couple are going to rotate. One's going to tuck out mid-map. Hop it off and rotating will be Ravens. You're bunched up and grouped up towards the point. What are you seeing, Joe?
Well, I think Nero just, I feel like he has to play his life there, but he tries to play a little bit of hero ball. They know they have to go. And while Lewis is able to find the double,
Hold up a second.
Involved, and here we go.
Hold up a second.
Yeah, 6 more seconds here for Genomates.
P2 to P3 has been the combo all map long. Paris have not found the success here that they should. It's been all about the Ravens' plays. Praise. Talkton looking to get damage in. He'll get the damage in. Can lurks in the trading both them out. Lurks dials it up for 3 before Neptune gets a multi-kill. But Neptune's ends up being big enough to keep the close ball. Set up Paris. Close out the series. Paris move on to bracket play. Lurks a kill away from maybe not going down differently. But Neptune, he'll get the multi to call game. As this Paris team wins the play-in, and now, all right, see if they can click enough to make a run.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, they're playing right away versus Heritage, right? So they're gonna go right to that Bravo stream, get right back down the board, and that's part of it. Hopefully you can get going on lane. Listen, I think Hardpoint to me, like, it's not what it was throughout Major 1 and Stage 1.
So it feels like, yeah, the overload, well, it looked really good there in that map 3. Well, at times it did look dominant, but it's still probably going to be, like, can they just get some,
and I'm just not sure
some magic and surge?
Everybody else caught up with the Hardpoint, or if they're still making some mistakes.
I feel like that happens every year. Clicks for some teams a little bit quicker. Yeah. People catch up a bit. I think it is a bit on their, a bit on their mistakes. You saw some of those mistakes, but I just don't know if you can rely on them to, like, go through qualifiers losing one Hardpoint. I don't know if they'll be as lights out as they were, bro.
Yeah, I think for Ravens, it's tough. Obviously, a change in format. You're only able to play the 4 maps, and you're done due to the play-in. I think it was better showing though. I think it's just unfortunate that you're playing our Major 1 champs.
It is.
In this format.
And I think the work from home memes, unfortunately, not going to stop yet. But you'll have.
It was better.
Yeah, it was better. You'll have more opportunities this year, hopefully, to turn things around. Well, look at the stats there. You know, Nero starts to have one of his pop-off maps. You saw some incredible gunfight wins from him. Lurks has himself a map, just can't quite have the closeout play. And again, in the respawn, just pretty balanced there out of Paris Gentlemates. You might even, I mean, Slang is, well, I mean, it's basically around even.
Yeah, but I think the story's all about Envoy. It really is.
Yeah,
I mean, he carried them throughout map 2. He was just a force throughout this series.
No, he has been, and I'm happy for him. A guy that, came out playing really lights out this year, but some flack over this qualifier. Back to land, feeling good, and no, I think he's been competing so long. It is partially that, just like, all right, man, I'm back on land. I'd love to hear that, like if he's in the interview, just like, was that the mentality, sort of like back here you play in a scrim on lane, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously he knows he's been through all the ups and downs of a year. It's a very long year.
Yeah.
You probably don't want to struggle this much, but like people saying he should be dropped, they're dumb as hell.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. This team showed that they're capable of Major 1 to get the W. It's going to be a long road to get it done now, but the first step of many is done, and who do we have on the stage? It is Envoy with a monster play-in performance. Frankie, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Captain Envoy. After that first hard point, things started to slip away from you. What do you think went wrong in that first map?
Well, the first hard point, we started amazing and played awful the second half. There's no way else to say it. So a lot of mistakes, didn't get a lot of kills, and yeah, you came back on. So
why do you think you're making those mistakes?
Just getting flustered in the moment, maybe. I feel like the first half was us, and then the second half we just got back into the bad habits that we had during the qualifiers. So it's just about cleaning up on that.
And as captain, what do you do to your teammates when they are making those mistakes?
I mean, we are all like equally accountable. I mean, I think it's just about following the game plan and getting our kills.
Well, the S&D game plan was slightly different, it feels like, to online. Because online, you're not necessarily the player we're looking to put up the kills, at least in Split 2. And yet here, on stage in Birmingham, you were dragging your team over the line. You were an absolute superstar. Tell me about the LAN difference we're seeing with you in S&D.
Yeah, I mean, LAN is always more exciting. I mean, the online matches I've been playing for a long time get quite boring, but that's no excuse. I've been playing poor this qualifier in this stage, but looking to turn it around here.
Yeah, and so for you, what's it like playing in Birmingham? Because you were with us back in 2020 in London. It's been 6 years. What's it like to be here in front of the UK crowd again?
I mean, UK crowd's unbeatable. We got the green suits back here too, so shout out those guys. And yeah, we look forward to playing more here.
Well, you do have a second life in the game at the moment, but how are you feeling about playing against the Miami Heretics?
I feel good. Obviously, they played really well this qualifier, seed 2, so I'm sure it's going to be a tough matchup, but I know we have what it takes.
And do you think it's going to be an upper bracket miracle run, or do you think you're going to have to go down?
One match at a time. I'm not going to jinx anything too early, but we're confident.
All right, well, before I let you go and get ready for your next matchup, why don't you say some words to the lads from Birmingham?
Hey, UK crowd, we want to hear you guys this weekend. I know you guys will show up, but see you guys later.
Thank you so much, Envoy. Let's head back to the deck.
That man is media trained. Great interview as always from Envoy. World champion showcasing his skills on the stage. And that's kind of what caught us off in the green room, was Envoy was leading the way in search and destroy, and you were saying he was the second worst search player in the whole league if you're looking at our online stats.
And this is why I will defend Envoy to the end of the line, man, because this guy will always turn up when you need him most. And, after losing that map 1, we get to that search. It was back and forth battle.
Yeah, it was.
You needed him. He was finding bloods. He was getting away with his life. And that was clearly the battery in their back. They didn't lose a map after that.
Envoy starts off 8-1 in this game. You can see the comeback, though, from the Royal Ravens in the second half. A much tighter fight than we saw back in the previous LAN. So what are we thinking about the Ravens? This is now an 0-3 on-LAN performance from the squad. They're out of the tournament.
They're out of the tournament, but I mean, ultimately, Chris, I liked what I saw. Mostly out of the squad. I mean, a disappointing result, obviously, but at the end of the day, Lurks turned up, had his good moments. Exceed absolutely performed the search and destroy. All the places where it was good for them online, I think it was solid here. I'm not that disappointed. Obviously, it would be nice to see them move on to the tournament more, but hey, that's the way this cookie crumbles.
Yeah, I mean, you got a couple of players who can be a little bit inconsistent. On this map, though, I thought they had it in their hands. We got to the first P4. They could have ran away with the game. but it was just Nero, only him who rotated. So you're still seeing some of the amateur mistakes from this team. Those have to be eradicated, especially when you're in a situation where you're in a play-in or you're starting in loser's bracket. Like, you have to be perfect. They haven't shown me that throughout this season. So still a lot to be desired.
A lot to be desired, but I will say, like, my biggest takeaway was we saw what they did at LAN last time. What are they going to do at LAN this time? You know, and I feel like they did put up a better showing. Obviously, you don't want to go down right away and have that one and done coming all the way to Birmingham, but they made the same mistakes we saw them make online, and I think it's almost a good thing because you didn't get worse getting on LAN. You know, looking forward, like, you can kind of get that mentality now out of your head.
I hear the Gentlemates whistle going out there. Shout out to that very loud fan. Also, shout out to all of our watch parties. We had Broken and Gataga celebrating this moment. It's your scuffed play of the game. Let's take a look at the second half of Overload, because you finished the first half 4-3. Then it is all Gentlemates when we switch sides, Dan.
Yeah, so they got a situation where Neptune was in their top control room. And you know what happens when Neptune gets in your base and you don't send everybody together at once. This is the result. They get spawn blended, and you see, then it's just fill in the gap. Keep getting control of P3, and we're just going to win. So great spawn blender, and we haven't seen too much of that for Paris, Miles.
No, I mean, not since, what, the last major? That was the last time we saw them pop off. And again, lovely hat trick there out of Gofi.
There's the whistle, man. We found him.
We found him. A wonderful performance though from the Gentlemates, and again, I needed that result. When we think about them, you know, the performance of the Ravens, we're going to look back at this and go, but it was the Gentlemates at Major 2. You know, it could have been way worse. They played a tough team.
Allie, final thoughts on this matchup. Did you see enough from Sib? He dropped the lobby high 4,000 plus damage in that game 4.
I think I did see enough from Sib. I think my biggest takeaway for the Gentlemates in the series was the overload. I think that was most impressive to me. I did not expect them to win that exposure versus the Carolina Royal Ravens. So maybe some high hopes for their run here during the rest of the weekend.
Let's take a look at our bracket as we have it updated. Reminder over on Bravo, you have Vancouver and Koi still battling. And as I say, it looks like the Koi final number clicks in 3-1. They will advance to play Optic. Both of our blue teams out already.
Yo, bro, this bracket right now, all these matches are ridiculous. Maybe besides Optic Koi. But yeah, every match should be insane.
When we come back, it could be the best battle of the day. Vegas is going to be facing off against LA Thieves. You're going to see some greats taking the stage when we come back live from Birmingham.
Official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Oh, great, this again. Oh, they're gonna dig this.
Finish the mission.
Hoorah!
Can I get some help?
On the way! Look out, freak bag! It's you and me against the world.
Controlling the show. Blow for blow. You cannot see me. I leave eyes closed.
Koi, but now you're winning rotation over towards P5, and you find kills with it. So you're down 40. This needs to be a good chunk of time in your way.
That Clean X locking things down on the backside of red. Joe just kind of poking out when he sees action in front of him, and he's going to have Capsule lined up for free. Another slow start for Joe, but finding just really successful kills here. Insight still holding onto the plane heady, able to get one. Pistol out, almost finds Squid, but he'll have to hold his position and wait for help.
So far, 30 seconds where Vancouver have yet to even get close towards this P5. They know that they have the rotation that they want for the reset at the P1, and you're not willing to give up all this time. But Koi are lighting up the kill feed. Gwyn is able to give you one, but this is a perfect response here for Koi to take a slight lead going into the reset of Hardpoint.
Yeah, this has been a flawless P5. Vancouver trying to make it messy in the back 10 seconds or so, but Insight's able to find a trade, and that will lead to Toronto at the end of the first set. finding a marginal lead. Big elimination there, though, for Insight. Gets Gwyn out of the time, and Toronto are going to reap the benefit of having mid-map control.
Oh, yeah, this is a scary moment now for Surge because it was a flawless hold at the P5, and then at the ending, in those final 10 seconds, you spawn all of Surge on the backside of green. So you're winning the rotation over towards new. Joe to Steve starting to get hot. Koi just running up that score little by little.
This has been a really successful exchange now for Koi. Vancouver all spawning on the backside of Motel Steps. Looking to just brute force their way in from the front. And there's just too many angles being watched right now. So this is a very costly exchange of kills that Vancouver are going to be a little bit reeling off of. Good follow up there, and that will actually lead to 3 dead. Vancouver stabilizing around through mid-map as Gwyn gets the 3 in a row.
Now you got Gwyn early off the rotation over towards new. This time at the P2, we got trophy systems for a better setup. You just got to hope that they don't choose to check this right corner because you don't finish your gunfight there. Kips gets the better of you, and now Koi have the numbers to fight the early P2.
Yeah, that's a bit of a split decision moment for Vancouver that fortunately TJ bails you out of. Because it looked like Lunar should have been able to help there with Gwyn on this hit through Sat. Not the case. Toronto quickly off the setup, able to get back into the mix, but Gwyn's on the pinch. Lunar's now in the action, and both of them will 2v4 Toronto. Nice recovery moment, and Vancouver have a chance to reclaim the lead.
And TJ Halley comes off spawn, hard blocks towards the back with Gwyn hitting that route, and you still know that all of Koi are trying to break from green. A 5-point difference. Capsule with a great corner here. Finds that opening kill, gives you 1 extra, and now Insight, last man standing. Another wave gets shut down, and Surge take the lead.
Yeah, this is just one of those moments that for Toronto, it feels a little bit mixy. You have to win this battle off from the front, and they're going to be successful in that. Capsule, last one left, but it's Insight's pistol from the high ground. That turns things in favor of Koi. Still holding their lead, but look at Joe. Already on rotation through P3, trying to watch this cutoff for Vancouver, but he only gets 1. And Surge will have a chance to once again just tug a war to their battle over 3.
Yeah, but even though Joe only gets 1, it creates that opening for Kips to take plane heady. Now he gives you 1 extra and also guns TJ out of his socks. So it's going to be Koi in the positions that they want to be over towards the P3, but you don't have the numbers. Insight has to give you a couple extra, can only find 1, and the break is in for Surge.
Yeah, good moment here for Vancouver, and they need it. Nades littering this back wall. Caps holding inside the hardpoint. Gwyn working on a little bit of a pinch through P1. He may need to hit that a little bit faster, but he gets shut down, leaving Capsule by himself. Has a little bit of help from TJ, but he's not fully there yet. He's got to watch the pinch. Caps is going to be overwhelmed inside the hardpoint. Now TJ, nothing there as Kips once again cracks the code with Insight, and Toronto are back in 25 seconds on the hill.
This is the moment right here where Surge need to iron down and figure out their game plan, because if we can jump over the rack side of green, they're going to mow us down with the crossfires. Kleenex trying to hold the OE. You got Joe Deceased hard blocking on the backside of Boo. So the best moment here for Koi so far throughout both of the hard points is right here, right now, with a 30, almost 35-point lead and a rotation over towards new, but they're losing the fights through mid.
Yeah, but it's still a 2v2 in front of this Joe. Gun up, ready for it. Lunars gives away his position at mid shops. Kips trying to follow that up off 4 in a row. Pistol out. Uh-oh, he's got a couple of players in front of him, and he gets caught changing weapons. Insight also drops. Vancouver now with numbers, leaving Joe by himself in and around the hard point. No one going to spawn close, in Vancouver, a quick break over to 4.
Yeah, beautiful break there to just overwhelm them with pressure through the front door, flip the spawns on its head. Now Koi trying to work their way back on in. They do find that opening kill. They do have the pressure around the backside, so Vancouver going to spawn all the way at the P2 area. You need Capsule to bail you out or TJ to give you something. They get nothing, and Koi now locked down the ending of this P4.
And Kleenex with an SMG is going to push out and try to rip apart any Vancouver setups from the front. That's successful. Now he can dance around P1. TJ shuts it down. Joe, he's a timing route to 5. But that gets canceled. 10 seconds of scrap time can be good for Vancouver, who also holds some forward positions at mid to stop Toronto from rotating freely.
And they need to do exactly what Toronto did last time we ended up at the P5, and that was a flawless 60 hold when you win the rotations. Already TJ locking down back Motel. Lunars and Capsule through the front door, so 3 for none trade. First wave already shut down. No one blocks the back.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a problematic setup, but coming off spawn, TJ's aware of this potentiality, but Kleenex not able to win the first gunfight. Lunars cleans up from the front. It's a 4-man wipe, and Vancouver are controlling the space now.
35 seconds left to go on the P5. Koi are going to bank through middle and through the plane head glitch. Try to get themselves potentially into this time, or at least Vancouver out of it. Kleenex and Joe combined for 2. You're going to try to hit the jump over overall, but it's TJ locking it down.
Gwyn finding the timing of that kill top green allows Vancouver to still spawn close. So Vancouver will reinforce the hard point. 10 seconds of scrap, looking like it's going to get voluntarily given up as Vancouver will be right back into the game. Going to P1 though, Toronto with the numbers, clearing out mid, a chance to get a lot of time here to inch them towards the 250 mark.
And not Koi, realistically only need one wave of kills to call out game. Insight is going to get shut down on the OE watching trade, so Vancouver had the numbers to fly on in.
Gibbs watching the corner at mid. That one's free. Over back towards the Chow, finds a second. And last one to challenge him is Lunars. 239 to 208. Joe still in the hard point. Vancouver tried to rush over through mid-cut. No one watching it immediately. Kleenex gets shut down, so the contest is in. Numbers starting to build for Surge, but Joe's off the finesse. Kip's able to help him out. One more to grab, and they're able to find the kill. Last 3 seconds, Vancouver spawning P5 are not going to get here in time. A tight series, but Toronto, the expected winners, survive into the bracket.
And that's the guy who I wanted to see get out of his chair. There's been a lot of talks about Insight potentially still being on the lineup at the ending of Major 2. But I told you, every time you talk about this guy potentially getting dropped, he gives you the series that basically shuts your mouth. Insight making big time plays in that following hard point to lock down the spawns. And Koi get the better of Vancouver 3-1 in the series. It wasn't the ideal start to lose the bread and butter on the Den, but you clutch up on the raid, search and destroy. You get to the Scar, where it's been a lot of reps throughout stage 2. And you close it out in 4 and send Vancouver packing.
So give me
live from Major 2. DreamHack has been a blast. We're only 2 matches in. Now, though, we go to the winner's bracket to start things fresh with some of the big dogs taking the stage. LA Thieves taking on Vegas Faze. And if you started the season, everyone was talking there's 3 or 4 teams to look out for. These 2 were always on that list, Allie.
Oh yeah, always. And the thing is both these teams are in a similar situation where their SMGs have just been inconsistent. They've been kind of living and dying by them, especially LA Thieves in their most recent matchup when we saw Abe and Hydra be able to take over.
Nameless, let's start here with the Vegas squad because they are coming in with a lower seed. Simp and Draza able to find some late game wins that put them back into the left side of our screen. They finished with a top 6 seed, one of their lowest on the season.
Yeah, but it's been an up and down stage for them. They're kind of trying to find their form that they had late in Major 1. And they had to overhaul their play style, Chris. When you talk to them in the interview, their last 2 series, they looked really good. And they said they're playing a little bit more around 04. You remember he started the split off really inconsistent and streaky. Well, in the last 2 weeks, he's top 20 overall KD and almost a 1.4 in S&D. So I think the overhaul and playing around 04, which naturally means you're playing a bit more aggressive, has worked out wonderfully.
Support the twin.
Yes,
exactly.
Especially in the response. And what's so interesting about that is we had taken that angle already with Faze Vegas being like, they live and die by 04 and his consistency. And so they identified that as okay to make 04 the most consistent. We're just going to let him do what he wants instead of putting him in uncomfortable spots. And that's made them make leaps and bounds and respawn, where their Search and Destroy was already incredibly strong. As you see, they're top 3 overall in the league right now in S&D, mainly because of Abuza. His snipes and his first bloods have been pivotal for Faze Vegas. Now the respawn's starting to catch up with 04. That's why we make a conversation of them making it Sunday.
Yeah, remember, everything FaZe does is calculated. This whole split, they played Blackheart and Colossus to start things off. Got very strong at those maps, so now they have a wide map pool when they get into these series. They're going to feel way more comfortable.
On the other side of this fight, we have Paco working with Abiz. He is the LA Thieves, and they brought in a rookie of their own in Neum to back up Scrap on that AR. Who do you think gets the snipe today in Search and Destroy? We were talking in the green room. Maybe you give it to Paco. Let the man rip some headshots.
You just got to give it to Neum. He's been so reliable in that. The last couple of matches, they switched it over. It was Scrap prior to that, and their Search has gotten better. They're on a 3-win streak in that game mode. Desperately, that's the game mode that they needed to improve because you see the respawn 19 and 10, and he's been sensational at Overload.
Allie, I think the big thing we need to point out is their struggle at Major 1. They are 1-4 in their last 2 CDL lands, just like the team we just saw, Carolina. Perform well online, you got to carry that over on the lane.
Which is hilarious considering I'm pretty sure Scraps talked about people playing from their bedrooms a couple too many times. So this is definitely some prove it ground on the side of LA Thieves. I think a really important thing is how strong their respawn has gotten during this stage. Scrap has actually turned into the soaker of hell time for this squad. He's gone from 56 seconds to 82 average. So that guy is sitting in hill and has helped LA Thieves immensely, allowing Abizi and Hydra to kind of just run free. I mean, Hydra alone jumped from a 0.9 to a 1.1 when you talk about KD wise. So this is definitely going to be a terrifying team when it comes to those respawns.
Taking a look at the number, a lot of second places there for our LA Thieves. They've been able to finish with a 7-4 record off of some late success. Let's take a look at our bracket and show you exactly where we're at, because if I'm Thieves, if I'm Faze Vegas, I want to be on this side. On the other side, you got Optic, you got Falcons in G2.
I think it's miserable everywhere.
Winner of this plays either Miami or Paris. So to be honest, there's no winning here. This is going to be tough all the way through.
Yeah, this is just one of those matches, though, that you see being like a winner's final. So you're like, whoever can win this match is going to have so much momentum and confidence going into the next round. Just a massive match all around for Thieves and Faze, given how Stage 2's just went so far.
Allie, looking at their numbers, do you expect this to go to a Game 5? Do they have strengths in Hardpoint or Search?
Yeah, I'm looking at LA Thieves. Like I said, the respawn's really good on Faze. I'm looking at the Search and Destroys. So immediately, y'all don't know the map set yet. I do, so I'm not going to get into it just yet until we get that on screen. But this is definitely a series that could go the distance.
Let's take a look at who made it out to Birmingham. This is day 103 here at the CDL Major 2, and we have fans from all over the place. We're going to be doing a check-in, I'm told by our producer. Can we get a vibe check? Who thinks Faze Vegas is going to win this series? I heard some boos.
Boos, a lot of boos.
Yeah.
Then I guess y'all are all thinking Thieves. All right, we're thinking Thieves. I mean, but listen, Simp's no stranger to the crowd being against him. Neither is Draza, right?
I mean, that's their whole career.
I want to know what chant we're going to hear. We had some French chants going on.
I know what chant we're going to hear.
No idea what that one was. Will Draza hear his name from this crowd? We'll find out. And, of course, it's time to take a look at our maps and modes. So, Allie, do the fans for LA Thieves have a lot to cheer for with Den and Scar being our first 4 maps?
Yeah,
First 5 maps.
I think LA did an incredible job during these vetoes, especially in the later half of this series. In the Den, this qualifier, they're 4-2, so they're licking their lips to that overload. And then you get to that Scar in that Den, the later half as well. I mean, you're talking about defeat on both of those. So LA, if this goes the distance, they're feeling fantastic in the later half of this.
So they played this exact map set last time, and the only difference was Blackheart was the game 4. Now we're getting a Scar, but Faze won in game 5. They won both the HPs though, so that's a bit concerning if you are an LA Thieves fan that Faze was able to take both HPs.
I don't know if you were able to see behind Nameless, but the stage is clear, which means the players are about 1:30 from walking out here, Allie. So let's round this up as we take a look at the maps and modes. Statistically, you said both teams have different strengths. Across Den and Scar, who's got the better record?
Den and Scar, I mean, when you look at the Den, you're looking at LA Thieves, but the weird part is, like, if you get 0-4 comfortable, that's a map that Faze, Vegas are halfway you to square up on. To me, this looks like Faze is just comfortable to play any map versus LA. That's why I look at this veto set and I'm like, this is going to probably go to a game 5.
Yeah, this is a square up, Chris. I mean, seriously, across the board. Like, you know, for Faze, I told you the last time that they played this Den, they won it up against LA Thieves. So they're comfortable in the matchup here, and I do think we go all the way to game 5 in this one.
We got a nervous bladder from one of the players. They're going to take a break, so while we do that, let's remind everybody what is going on Bravo. We are now into the first round of the bracket. Optic is going to be playing Koi on the main stage next. Over on Bravo, though, G2 and Falcons should be facing off. And then, of course, we're going to see Miami and Gentlemates later in the day. This is going to be a jam-packed week with some great Call of Duty. Nameless, if anyone missed the 6 weeks of online qualifiers, what do you think was the major storyline leading up to this UK event?
Yeah, parity in the league. I mean, all these teams. I mean, you just saw Gentlemates. They were our 10 seed. Come in and look dominant. I mean, that's the team that won Major 1. So really, it's everybody trying to catch up to Optic right now. You see 10-1, but from 2 all the way down to really, Gentlemates, if you exclude Surge there, like, it was very competitive in all these matches.
And the later half of those 6 weeks as well is when everybody started to get better. It's when we started seeing LA Thieves get better. It's when we started seeing Riyadh get better, G2 get better, even Gentlemates slowly getting better, Koi getting better. And that's when Optic got taken down, was in those final 2 weeks by Riyadh Falcons. So it was like parity, and then it was parity that kept getting worse because teams keep getting better.
Now, if you are new to this format, only the top 10 teams were invited. The bottom 2 are watching back from America, and Boston is on that sideline. I've been hearing some rumors that there's some pickups coming. Do you think they wait for the challenger winner before they announce their new picks? With Snoopy and Purge on the sideline, who do you think they have in their sights?
Yeah, I mean, it all depends. You know, there's some names that have been popping up. You know, they've had success picking up Bush players. Prolute's a name that I've heard, you know, rumors around. And then QK, another guy from Falcons Academy who's been slamming for the last couple of months. Like, people are saying he should be next up as well. So who knows? There's opportunity in challengers in this tournament. You know, there's going to be some people who make a name for themselves.
Allie, we've got 90 seconds. I've heard that before, but I've heard it again. Let's get into our Scuff Pick'ems, and I need you to walk me through the entirety of the series, map by map, and then crown your champ.
Okay, I think Faze are going to win the first 2 maps, and then I think LA is going to reverse sweep in a game 5.
What? I like her story.
That would be lit.
Allie is a top-tier scriptwriter. Ant, what is your story?
Well, I saw Twin like 30 minutes ago. And I gotta say, Twin was vibing. Crowder looked like he had something up his sleeve. The Den Scar alternating. I think Vegas got this. So if I'm gonna just lock it in. I got Vegas Faze taking the series. I think the search is stronger, and in this last matchup they had, they won both the hard points, so they're feeling comfortable.
Colton, do we have my bracket from last Sunday?
I think you had Faze.
I think I had Faze moving forward. I'm going to stick with my bracket call.
You did pick it before Thieves looked dominant in their last match.
It's true.
If you want to change
Does that sway you at all?
And
no.
Hold on. And the best time to catch Faze at an event is day 1, because then, you know, day 2 and day 3 usually they can make the insane run.
There's like a problem though, right? It's called Chris Lair.
It is called Chris Lair.
And I don't know if there's anyone on Thieves that are ready to shut down land form of Chris Lair, a.k.a. Simp. He is the greatest player in this day and age of Call of Duty, arguably of all time. I got Faze Vegas getting it done in 4.
This is your tiebreaker. You're 53 and 53.
And I am going to go positive with a 54th correct pick. That is what we got. Ali already up to 80 wins. We have Nameless with 75 correct predictions. The fans, they got 1 for 1 on the main stage. Will they go 2 for 2? It's time to find out. Walkouts are ready. Let's send it down to the stage.
Thank you very much. Birmingham, how are you feeling? We have got an absolutely epic matchup on our hands coming to you shortly. The first team has some huge names. They were just 2 clutches away from making the grand final in Texas. Mistakes may have been made, but they're not going to make any more. Birmingham, give it up for Faze Vegas.
Listen, get out of your seats and stand up. This is gonna be a banger. We got the Vegas Faze. We know how good this team can be. They were 1 kill away from being in the grand final at Major 1. Looking for redemption. This is a search and destroy specialist team who can also get it done in the respawn, and they've been looking good the last couple weeks. More specifically, Twin 04 has stepped up his game. They're gonna need him today.
All right, Birmingham, please show your appreciation for Abuza, Dresser, Oakmore, and Sim. And they're coming up against another team with a lot to prove. 3 huge experienced star names and 1 rookie. Birmingham, let them hear you. It's LA Thieves.
Now this is a roster looking for redemption, and the LA Thieves, they have a star-studded, stacked in every role, but they still have yet to find the accolades to follow. A team that's been up and down during the online qualifiers, but when it comes to land, you can quite literally never count them out. A matchup that seemingly should be on Sunday is our round 1 treat. I can't wait to get this one started.
All right, Birmingham, please make the noise. Show some appreciation for Neon, Amazing, Tiger, and Scrap. Well, it's an interesting one here in Birmingham because apparently the crowd likes to boo both sides. This is going to be incredibly close. Who is going to be staying on in the winner's bracket? Let's take things away with Martin Chance.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Thank you very much. And a world that Ali brought up earlier. Any other match, this could be a grand finals. But here, it's winners round.
I mean, hey, you never know how this tournament's going to go either way, but it's going to be a fun one indeed. It's an absolute battle for the 5 maps, or a run it back. When they matched up, it was a game 5 last time, and this is a tone setter. It is Simp versus Abizi on LAN. A strange thing to say, and I am incredibly excited.
I've thoroughly enjoyed the matchup so far. I mean, these are 2 squads who have had a really nice run throughout this qualifying process. They've finally found their legs. They've finally got things worked out. Thieves, a couple of changes here or there. Same with Faze Vegas. Both squads squads were not looking fantastic in the run-up to Birmingham, but now, finally, the last few weeks of play have been ideal. You get out of the playing potential by Vegas, you find yourself in the winner's bracket, an unbelievable opportunity to make a run here. And again, two squads that arguably make the grand finals.
I mean, they're going to be excited to do it. They have been making the necessary improvements over the course of the stage. Both of these teams dialing in their search and destroy gameplay. Of course, though, we're kicking it off with a hard point, and we are loading up into that den straight away. It's going to be a good one. And you have Faze, no stranger to being Team B. What that means for this series, that from map one, it is almost the expectation that Thieves get the win. If Faze get this one early on, they're going to be incredibly comfortable the rest of the series.
We will see how the rest of the series goes, but so far, Hydra, he has had a tumultuous run, but a very exciting last few weeks, off-leash in the search and destroy, being watched over by Neon. We'll get to the search in due time, but for now, it is straight to Den, straight into map number one. Here we go, bro.
Set the pit, let's see what you got. Opening break over towards time, and you got the standoff of the old terror duo, and it looks like he's got the coverage. Simp inside the time, Faze, early advantage.
Early advantage. Opening time now to Faze. Watching the dance go around, and it is Sim the Pimp indeed. A lovely two. Can he find any more out of this life? The answer is absolutely. A lovely force spree to start things off.
And everybody on Faze doing their job. Abusa blocking spawns. You got Draza on the time, and the SMG duo pushed out looking for kills, but they'll come to him. Another 3 in the feed. It does not get any sweeter than this.
So far, this is unbelievably clean. And Simp getting very handsy right now with the LA Thieves. Oh wait, another, surely not. Well, 6-0 was good enough to start things off. Into P2 we go. Squeaky clean still. Opportunity for the Thieves to bang through.
Yeah, Booza knows he's going to want these spawns. His teammates are not going to be there yet, so he's playing for the back.
Yeah, looking at the back left-hand side of that minimap, lots of red arrows being taken care of. Abusa, Sid, Draza, you name it. Is this the fourth? No, Scrap goes down swinging. Good work there out of Faze.
Oh, look at this. 0-4 already in cheeks. Granted, he loses the gunfight, but you are just off spawn taking fights. First 2 gunfights win though for the break. LAT, they are flying at this hill into the hands of Draza. That's a 6-1 start.
A little bit too hot. It happens. It happens. So that might hurt. Scrap's found 2 out of that life. 0-4 on a pinch. He's coming for them cheeks. Through the back now, he fights. The fight at the front as well going down. And what an opportunity here. Faze have whacked him out again.
Yeah, that is a break and then an instant re-break. Now you're dealing with the spawn kills and Faze starting things off right. Draza 7-2 and Simp the Pimp 9-3. LA Thieves, they're getting all but 10 seconds to Scrap and Faze. They'll trade that away. It is a full setup at new time.
They're not surviving off the Scrap time thus far. P3 now. Bottom side of the minimap, and Abusa takes care of Hydra, tries to get tricky, but easy right back at it. What new time's open for business, and right now it is only Simp on it. One more teammate to back him up, and it's not going to matter. It's another 3 days.
Unkillable. Man's instincts are on point. Make it all 4. LA Thieves still not shooting their guns, and look at the difference of the old tears. It is 10-3 for Simp, and Abizi has not woken up. That is 1-10.
That's tough. That's real tough, and it's another 3 dead again. The LA Thieves online, those listenings were furious. They came out so hot, and here they have been stunned so far. Well, another Hardpoint is on his way, folks. 20-odd seconds to go here, and the Thieves haven't touched P3.
This is an absolute body bag. They're not going to be able to touch P4 either. Hydra trying to rotate. Well, mid-map's cut off. 0-4. Had it under lock, but Hydra trying to give you a little bit extra. Maybe enough for LA Thieves to at least battle for this new time.
Fights on. Abusa looking for his next here on the roam through the bomb site. Servers are getting going, and Scrap near moment of friendly fire, but there's so many players of the Thieves everywhere to deal with. Lovely trades on point, and the Thieves finally get themselves in.
Yeah, Faze though trading away the early time because they're going to be playing for these kills. Little help for the back line. One more man to beat for the spawns, and they got 2 guys hitting the front. So Faze attacking this hill on all fronts, but if you don't clear the spawn, it's going to be a problem. And Hydra delivers, but they lost the fight on time. 2 front war goes to Faze.
Easy trying to get through the front. His boys aren't going to make it there though. They've been cut down along the way. Another great hold from Faze. There's another 3 dead, and now they've got Scrap time to walk through. Brilliant stuff so far from Faze. Thieves absolutely coming out cold.
Yeah, I mean, Abizi hasn't spawned in. 1 in 15 might very well be one of the worst maps of his career. And we're only halfway through it, but a 100-point gap after the first set of rotations. Faze, they came today correct.
Second set of hard points on us now, and absolute devastation. Thieves, this is their opportunity to find a bit of a bounce back. They've got some early progress here, and nice trades either way. They get the opening time on P1. Let's see how it goes.
Trying to hold the line. Lose mid-cut. Abizi loses his life, not even exchanging bullets. This is about to be an instant break for Faze. Unless the AR players can hold him back. Neil, good for 2, and that might be just enough. LA Thieves have held on to time.
About time. Oh, Abizi's managed to do more than double his kills so far. Lovely work on the time as well. Thieves, good job in the second set, but they've got to keep it going. Worrying now about the pinch, and Draws cuts his way through the back line. Spawn's now good once again for Faze.
Yeah, they're gonna their losses potentially just playing for the back spawns. As you say, actually, Hydra spawns out. So they're gonna want the P1 time in Faze. They're gonna get it. 15 seconds to scrap is worthwhile, but you can see the emphasis. This is all these white arrows playing inside the new time.
Look at this. We're fighting through, getting themselves on towards the back as well as Hydra. Now through the side door. Could barely get the first man. My goodness, over the top. Not good enough for the second either. Neum gets involved as well. So Thieves, here we go. The second set, and the pulse is starting to quicken.
Yeah, no back spawns though. Faze, they're so quick, and you just had 0-4 soaring straight into time. All gas, no brakes. LA Thieves stuffed out again.
My good God, wow. Still, LA Thieves a little quiet, and as if it wasn't bad enough. Back-to-back team kills. Can we lock in, lads? Abuza through the front down. Sim's going to find a kill as well. And Draws again. The drama at 20 and 10. He's doing it all.
And I got to highlight this. If Faze win this match, they're going to have all the confidence in the world. This is LA Thieves pick. Faze, the chunky, the meat of the series, is where they're looking to set themselves apart. This is just an early punch. Abizi, though, at least is shooting back now. 9 and 20. He's starting to catch up.
Thank God. Well, P3 once again. Here we go. Look at a 100-point comeback for the LA Thieves. And good God, it's not going terribly so far, but that's going to be the break on towards time. Faze, they will be in first.
Again, B3, they're first. It's 2 guys trying to hold the line. Draws and Sim, the old duo, doing what they can, and they have done enough. Sim still difficult to kill, and the duo pays off. They just held off 4.
But Sim, 24 and 13, 25 and 11 there for Draws. And look at the play. We are denying the LA Thieves every possible avenue of entry. Sim. Oh my word, shots were good. Now eyes to the left-hand side, and again, another wave ineffective by the Thieves.
I mean, hey, they don't seem to not mind playing with Abizi. Draws are the ultimate X factor in this game. When he's positive, Faze always wins. When he's plus 15, it looks like this. LA Thieves, finally, a nice little wipe there in the kill feed, but again, it is only for the scrap time.
They are fighting tooth and nail again to sort of rejuvenate the squad. Trades. Over towards the tree we go once again. And this was not good for the Thieves in the first go around. Second set, obviously treating them better, but still, you need a little bit more. Worrying about Abuza now through the mid-map. He's going to cut off a few of those players. And Thieves far and away from new time.
I mean, they're looking for a little bit of magic right now. Hydra, well, his position gets revealed. The white arrows adjust. They're ready for the window pressure, and they're already on time.
Hydra's making his way through now, and here we go. A 3-man hit through the computers. We've seen this play before. Will it work out this time? Check left, check right, and it's good enough for a 3 dead. Last man now on the inside of lobby. And there you go, Thieves are in.
Oh, they're hounding it. That is 3 players jumping on the back guy. Hey, clean house, flip the spawns, now you deal with the front. That is beautiful work from LA.
Still got a lot of climbing to do on this mountain, and my word, lovely shots out of Honest A before Spree at 14 and 24. And it is a good look so far. Neum up next. Good damage. Shots into the next man. He can't do with 3 or 4. That's over Scrap. The Scrap takedown Draws. No, into Hydra, and he's dead as well. Thieves, last man Abizi, and they hang on by their fingernails.
That's a good 2 Beast and Abizi. We already know it. He is a flow state player. He is already actually past Hydra in the kills column. That, of course, means, though, the SMG duo on the flip side, frying. But that is a P1 break where you might lose the mid-cut, but Thieves right back in the top.
There we go. Third set, Thieves are alive and kicking. Draws got 33 kills. Whether or not that matters, we will see. 0-4 on the break, a clean 2, and now a phalanx to deal with. 2 players there for the Thieves either side of the map. good guesses anyway to where they spawn next. Madra's trying to pick apart that top plate. Not going to happen. 2 dead there. And Thieves back to mid.
Yeah, big play from Scrap, and that is good enough for the time. 1 pinch and a 2-piece, and that delivers. And now Abuza at least forcing Hydra off the time. Faze looking to recollect themselves. This is 20 seconds to fight for. And if Faze get it, that honestly might be the game.
Tough dead. A real tough one. A couple of big kills. Another 1v1 here. Scrappy Draza, the knife coming to play there in the feed as well. Final few seconds. And it will go the way of the Thieves. Draza still man at large.
Too much noise, and he gets dealt with. You just lose the pinch. Abuza, another team kill as well. LA Thieves, this is the hill to get back in this game.
It's the hill they may die on, though. So far, a good P2 hold. Guns are up. Identifying the players through Broken. Sim's going to find his way in now through that right-hand side flank. Abizi watching the rooftops. Oh, the guns at the back now are starting to get going. Spawn still good for the Thieves. Now through the front we go, and it's 3 clean in the feed for LA.
Yeah, and it's Neum good for 4 in his Hydra that makes the heads-up play, hiding in the back, handling the spawns. Final 30 seconds. If LA is able to get all this time, and it looks like they will, it is going to be close to a tied-up game. Thieves, they have a Walkouts.
It's another clean feed for the LA Thieves. 5-2-2-4 sprees all across the board. When was the last time somebody on Faze got a kill?
How many Hellstorms are they about to get as well? This might be the collection service. Here comes the first.
Number 1, Neum steps up to the back. Lets them fly, connects on 2.
0-4 falls. This is the first time all game LA Thieves have won the rotation. 2P3, it is now theirs.
The comeback is on. We're a matter of seconds away now from the lead change. I don't believe I'm saying it. Hydra finds 1 man through mid now. Faze on the late break. Abizi down. It's all on the Neum. Oh, sip the pimp.
Strikes right back. 32 kills, a minute and a half into time. And LA Thieves again spawning on the left side of that. So far away, cheeky spots are good enough to do a little dance battle towards the new time. This is the collection service though. Hellstorm number 2.
Number 2. Oh my God! And Abuza's just gone on a terrible blunder. Hardpoint. Thieves trying to get a break. Might not happen here. Abizi now fighting. Draza still alive on the inside of 10. Why couldn't no one kill him?
Last time these 2 teams played, it came down to a final P4 where LA Thieves dropped the ball. Well, how the tides turn. Now they have won the rotation. The game is under their control.
Got 1 last stronghold here on dead. And Scrap with the intel passed over. Players all over the map. It's such a spread. But technically, Thieves are winning the rotation.
That's good damage, but Simp is still alive, waiting for the teammates. Look at the credit corner out of Hydra. Red and gunned down by 0-4.
Unbelievable. Here come Faze. Neum plays it smart. Plays it sensibly. Abuza. He's down as well. Lead change, LA.
You don't have the back spawns though. Faze, they're going to be quick on the re-hit.
Oh, here we go. Hydra tags 1 up. The next man now waiting, but time ticking against Faze. They have to find the entry kills. Over to Scrap. Gets it. 10 for the win. Zip down. And LA might have done it. Abuza drives down to the rooftops, and I don't believe. What a comeback. It is a disbelief to see the LA Thieves win map number 1. Shock and awe across the members of Faze. As our coaches take the stage, we can scarcely believe what a comeback we've seen.
It cannot be understated how important that map 1 is, let alone for the way it went down, but that jet lag seemed to be hitting Abizi hard. That could have been a dagger of a map 1, the way it was shaping up there for Faze, but tides turn, you battle back, and I mean, tip it down the line. Abizi, stat line doesn't look great, but considering that was a 1 in 15 start, he was able to fight back, and credit, double Hellstormed up. Who is it? It is Neum, the rookie, able to get the first. He does it with a 4-piece on the P2 hill time. Neum has been a Swiss Army knife for the team. Whatever you need him to do, he delivers.
Welcome to the land. I mean, the damage was okay. It was fine. Could have been a little bit better, but that hill time, those non-traded kills, and just a couple of moments towards the end. Congratulations on the double Hellstorm. After what, 2 hard points back to back there for the LA Thieves. And what a start again for Faze, mate. Look at this scoreline. It's only going to get bigger, and that is not what she said. A 59-second drought where no one from Faze got a kill.
And I think the nerves might have been there. Draza's falling off the map. We had a P2 where Draza decided, instead of playing for the back spawns, sat on the time, trying to hop up in towards the garage and just gets killed immediately. Faze lose all the presence in the world. These are uncharacteristic mistakes for players like this, and Faze get punished. You see the scoreline there. That is a 100-point lead and then some that they just blew in ridiculous capacity.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, the breaks, look at this. SEAL Team LA Thieves, as they cut through hill after hill together. 2 lead changes, 2 hellstorms, and an unbelievable comeback. What a test of the resolve. LA Thieves come out hot in every series online. Here, they were absolutely silent for the first 3, nearly 4. What a finish, what a closeout. And Scrap absolutely had something to say after that one.
Yeah, top hill time, most damage in the game. You know he loves to play against Draza.
You see it again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Search and Destroy coming up in a minute. A little bit of a change there, but again from the Thieves. A brand new look, Chance. Not just a fresh coat of paint, not just a roster change, an exciting look. What a game that was. A serious turn of events.
I mean, they did not have the lead until halfway through the final hill. Faze, they just front ran that 95% of the way, feeling good the entire time to receive a dagger.
Yeah, well, Search and Destroy coming up in a second, folks. And I mean, as far as we're talking, it's sort of very, very closely contested matchup. Scar, as we go back and forth between the Den and Scar, oscillating ourselves all the way to possibly a game 5. And again, the Destiny giving their 2 pennies about that one. Genuinely, no idea where this one goes. A strong map set for Faze. We'll see if it pays out in the long run.
And S&D is the ultimate test, I think, for both of these teams. It is the main place where they have to make improvements. On the side of Faze, it is 0-4, one of the most first-blooded players in the league.
Wow.
What we saw in the final 2 weeks, he made massive improvements. Fantastic playmaker, making the adjustments. Faze doing the dirty work. Now you have LA Thieves revamping their entire system. It's not going to be a question. Neem is going to be taking over with the sniper, but he's good with it. No shade, no doubt, but it has allowed everyone else to become themselves. Scraps KD in the game mode has spiked massively. Abizi finally starting to get first bloods again, finally starting to run the Dravik, and him and Hydra have been running it down. The question is for LA Thieves, I don't know if it was too little too late. The adjustments only came in the final week of the stage. This is now the ultimate test.
Well, you get to Trial by Fire, the new look. Eyes on 04. Eyes on Neum for the snipers. And again, on a map like Scar, you will be seeing the big gun come out more often than not. Oh, easy. Opening door win at 33%. Once the Reaper. Now just another player in the league.
But keep in mind, though, that is a 1.4 KD. So Beezy is one of the best S&D players of all time. It is just the fact that he has brought a different style. That is not a style I think we're going to expect to see this weekend. We're going to find out very quickly. The scores on Star. These 2 teams have played it before in Faze, beat them down. Abuza went 11-2. We're dodging nades, 0-4, getting to work.
Look at this though, Thieves have pushed all the way up past that A bomb site. While they go over it, showing very, very little skin. It must be sunny out. They're feeling modest. And look at that spot from Neum. Sim should see him, but who will see who first? Hello! What a surprise.
That is a 10 out of 10 spot. Use it in ranked play. It works every time.
Oh, there, trades on point. No more trades. The market is closed. It's now a 3v1. Abuza now all alone. What will he do? He's still going to recover that bomb, make his way towards one of the bomb sites. Right now, Thieves swarming it. Slow and very slow and steady approach. And there's the recovery over his fallen comrades. What do we do now? Less than 30 seconds to play. Are we going to catch one player out? Oh! No, 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 no. Come on.
Welcome to England.
Oh, it was Scrap. Oh, he gives it the old shiv. The old LA Thieves shiv.
And Scrap, again, a disgusting player, incredible in S&D, but the fact that he does not have to run the sniper anymore allows him to make these aggressive plays. He has been the biggest beneficiary of handing that over towards Neum, and that is a 3-0 start.
Well, Neum will be our bomb carrier this round as well. No sniper rifles just yet. I'm just giving him all the gas in the world, talking about seeing loads of snipes this round. Nothing thus far. Quite an aggressive position forward here for Faze. Thieves showing as little as possible. Hydra, little sneaky move forward. But again, this has been read many times, and Abuza sniping on the other side there. So you get caught out from this position many, many times. We have the angle. We should park here.
And now he's just waiting for the intel. If Scrap makes contact, he'll make the jump. Well, there's the contact. And is Scrap apparently feeling it? He does, in fact, have the snipe, and they are, in fact, going to win this round.
Oh, they're sending it, absolutely going all in. Abuza backs up. A bit of smoke now to just cause a tiny bit of discourse. Plant the bomb, why not? You're going to get the score. It's going to keep the spree rolling there. Scrap at 4-0. For Abuza, show us what you got. Solid. But now he's in trouble. There's no getaway from that one. Thieves, do it again.
Yeah, that map one might have been the momentum killer. LA Thieves continuing the prowess. Scrap on point, and my expectation is that Neum would have been almost permanently running the snipe for this team. That is a clear indication they're happy to make the calls on the fly.
And that keeps everybody guessing. We've all been talking about this for so long now. All of a sudden, you're expecting to find Scrap with an M15 in his hand, and no, you get absolutely taken down by the high cal round. And that bloke in the back is having a great time here in Birmingham. Not that one. No, it was your mate with the long hair. Round 3.
Look at this, 4-man hit through the B side for LA Thieves. Abuza, oh, what a massive job he has before him.
Got it, gets the connection, a tiny bit of information, but it has not deterred the LA Thieves from their march across no man's land. Bomb plant, oh my God, Drazi, you came close.
This is all on Abuza, all on Abuza.
Here we go, there's the first. What a lovely slide, but Hydra and Neum find their kills, that pressure on towards the bomb site, and you're running out of cover, and Sim has to turn tail. 04 watches the front, it's not going to be a problem now. It is a 3v1 with a bomb planted. And that's the way this one might go down. 04 is going to go all the way around the world, and the bomb will be defused as well. As clean as you like, LA Thieves.
Yeah, Faze right now not fighting back. Abuza in that situation, I feel like almost has to give you 2. He can't deliver, doesn't get the intel on the other players on the pinch. That is an aggressive play call by LA Thieves. The fact that they are now up 3-0, that round felt like a punch in the mouth.
This is Hydra's fight. Again, what a slide out of both of them. And again, the Dravik just that little bit nicer at that range. Some machine gun here in Black Ops 7. Singing sweet.
And Neum, of course, Mr. OBJ for the team, hops the bomb instantly in the 3v1. He's making everybody else's life so easy.
Yeah, he takes care of Simp on the bomb site as well. Pistol in hand, straight towards him. Trusting the teammates to take care of the last man. Scrap at 4-0 thus far. Lovely work from him. Neum, he's just on a bit of a spree himself. Still going. Oh my goodness! A gift from the COD gods puts Scrap at 6-0.
And I love this instant play call over towards the B site. Neum has already pushed out plane. We have flipped the map on its head.
Oh, come on.
And you have everything under control, and now 04 left alive in a 1 versus 3, and he will stay on a donut.
Absolutely nothing there. A Scrap again, a little gift. But when you get a gift in this game, you take it. Neum's final kill here on 04. Not nearly that necessary. They had the complete control of the map and the bomb plant in the B.
And you have LA Thieves, might as well be playing against recruit bots at this point.
Oh my.
FaZe Vegas are not fighting back. It was a great first blood. Finally, they get it, and Thieves just straight up run them over. Scrap is always hungry for land.
Oh God. 4-0. Abuza, we'll see what he can do. His scuff control cam, he's absolutely rocking, but haven't found a lot yet. Lovely shots in from Simp there, but still remains on the donut alongside 04. 04, this is your chance. A lovely starter there from Abuza.
Nice shot. Hydra though being cheeky. You're going to plant this bomb, but I expect Simp probably going to die immediately after.
Wait, Abuza's done a lovely job of covering him, but there we go. Hydra will get traded out immediately. An opportunity now for Faze. This is your round to lose. And 04 will get himself on the board, as do Faze.
And so Faze get around, that is nice, but what I just saw is Neum has that Hellstorm. This is his first LAN at the pro level. He is right now back-to-back max, getting those score streaks. Liam, there is no nerves for him on that main stage.
As comfortable as you could possibly be alongside this roster. A little bit of friendly fire there from our cameraman. Happens occasionally. Absolutely stacked here on this Friday in Birmingham. Thank you once again for all coming out. We're still going to keep rolling with the sniper this time again. Liam, what a swap. We switch it up. The LA Thieves, again, a lovely deep playbook they have so far.
Said doesn't take the bait. Was going to get squirrely, might have fell into the trap of Hydra. But as the bomb leading towards A, so is Faze. They are reading it well.
Thieves just got it all right now. Oh, what a dodge. The first nade does connect though. Has to get out, but enough bait to pull the members of Faze in. Yeah, you bet. Will he check low? Bang! Into the first man. Trades are good. But 04 still finds his way down low. Scrap's not going to check it. And he's going to get the bomb a little closer in this 2v2, but they're so disconnected. Hydra on one flank. Can he make something happen? Liam on the recovery. Now towards the bomb site again.
Running it down, has the AR in hand, and they're just trying to group up together. No intel just yet. He's going for an aggressive bomb plan, and he got it.
Got it, and he's going to get away with his life now to escape Liam. He could call in the street, why not? Still, what a post-plant position right now for the Thieves. Smoke over the top. Hydra! Oh! Unbelievable tenacity from the Thieves.
I mean, quick, clean, and easy. Scraps handing away his life, trying to run for the hills, but his teammates bail him out. And again, Liam, back-to-back games where he's got a hellstorm. An 8-2 start, getting bomb plans like that off in a situation where Hydra was giving him no help. But as soon as you get it down, you have the perfect crossfire setup, and this is just light work.
It was the crossfire. That was the situation we find ourselves in. Again, heads up from the Thieves. I worried about that sort of 2v1 on the bomb site for a moment, but Liam gets away, gets out of position, and now puts the Thieves. This is map point to take a rapid 2-0 lead in this winners bracket matchup. Hydra, the only man over by the B-bomb site, and here we go.
And this is a hit that almost never happens. Are you ever going to read Hydra here? Absolutely not. And he gets away with his life.
Gets away, the Thieves now, the cavalry on their way to fortify the B-bomb site. Just over a minute, and it might not even matter. Abizi takes a couple of tags. He's going to get away with his life in a few splinters. Hydra strikes again for the second man over towards Plane. Sim's going to join the fight late, and Hydra on call for the ace. The Liam will deny. Eyes on the Phenom, and that is the search and destroy.
That map one might have very well been everything for this series. 100-point lead blown. Faze had the lead for 95% of that map, dropped it in the end. LA Thieves, last time they played them on Star, they got beat down. Look at that reposition. Light work for LA.
It's all smiles for the Los Angeles Thieves to Faze. It is a wake-up call right now going into this overload game. And again, we go back to Den. But what an unbelievable series. Incredible comeback in map one. Impossible confidence and immaculate execution when it comes to the search and destroy as well. 2-0 going into the half. And Hydra, what an unbelievable run. I think he got the final kill. I think it was his ace in that final round.
I mean, if that's the case, that means Scrap and Liam just put on for every single other round, because that is 7-2, 8-2, and 8-2. If you have a scoreboard where Abizi gets first blooded 3 times, goes 2-4, you expect the worst from LA. That is a feet up, comfortable win. He was along for the ride. His teammates picked him apart. And again, for Liam, the rookie, the Swiss Army knife of this team, back-to-back Hellstorms, great calls, great bomb plans, great diffuses, Mr. Do-It-All. This is too easy.
Veteran plays his first LAN. I mean, quite a lot of players have done that. He's nailing it right now. Desk, are we loving what we're seeing or what?
LA Thieves are cheating. I don't know how you throw that game one, Faze, but that is not the course I expected. Bro. We are in the hole deep, and Ali, you said it was going to be Thieves with the reverse sweep. Now I need Faze to do it.
Now Faze, yeah. What's crazy is that map one, right? I mean, you go all the way back. You have a player that's like 1-15 at some point. You're down almost 100 off the first couple sets, and then you get into it and you get a couple of kills under your belt, you get a little bit of momentum, and suddenly there's no life out of Faze Vegas. This R&D was unbelievable. There was one job LA Thieves needed to do, and that was shut down Ibusa, not allow him to get those first bloods with the sniper, and that's what they were able to do. I mean, they were just flying at them. I mean, you're on offense, and you're like, screw it, let's just run them with the bomb and get a couple of kills.
6-1 is an insane finish. How did they dominate this map?
Oh, it's ridiculous. One, there's a ton of film out there of how Vegas like to approach this map in S&D, and you saw, I mean, just the standard really pushing through A, making plays. Sometimes Hydra on a bit of a late flank is what he does best. And, you know, this is why we thought this team would be so good at S&D. You can get Hydra or a BZ kind of out on their own, and as long as the other players are playing well, they're going to wreak havoc. And, you know, in this one, though, so far through 2 maps, Chris, it's been the Scrap and Neum show.
Right.
Map 1, your AR straight up hard carried them, and then the S&D, really both of them all the way up until the last 2 rounds where Hydra got activated.
If you're looking at map number 1, Draza and Sip did their best, both putting up 35 kills. On the other side, Scrap matched that stat for LA Thieves, and the difference was 19 points on the scoreboard. It seems that slaying is not enough to get the job done today. You're going to have to play as a team in the second half. Who do you give the edge to when it comes to Overload map 3?
I have to give it to LA Thieves now. I mean, you've got not only momentum, but even during the split, Overload was one of their stronger game modes when you look at it overall. And so they're feeling great heading into this map number 3.
Now, I thought we were going to see G2 and Falcons on Bravo right now. That is the next match on Bravo. Instead, if you're a Gentlemates fan, here's an update for you out in the crowd. They're playing Miami. End of map number 1, 220 to 170 here in Hardpoint, Nameless.
Yeah, and you know, at one point they were getting outslayed massively. You see Envoy, he just came off a big series, not playing well, but this is the Gentlemates everybody knows and loves, right? Like, you can get outslayed and still be leading this. So Gentlemates, you know, in a good spot here at the end of this map 1.
Al, as we're looking through the numbers, it looks like Rancor is off to a great start slaying once again. On the other side, you've got a number of people contributing here for the Gentlemates. 31 kills already from Dan Ghosty.
Yeah, unfortunately, at the start of this map, you didn't get a whole lot of participation out of Super, which is really uncharacteristic from him. So a little bit of struggle out of Miami. Where on the flip side for Paris Gentlemates, Envoy, we just saw him have a career series, and he had a little bit of struggle at the start of this as well, but they pulled an LA Thieves and a huge comeback from the side of Gentlemates.
Yeah, tough matchup for them too, because this is a map Gentlemates love in Den, and Miami largely throughout the split have played Den and Scar Hardpoint the entire time, right? So with how good their search is, you can afford a Hardpoint loss, but now the pressure's on. We have to get the Super that has been dominating S&D.
Miami doing a great job on this hill, brings them just to about 200 points, but it was the final hill that comes in for Paris Gentlemates. They should be able to lock this one up if I was watching it correctly. Ali, is it too early to name an MVP from the Gentlemates performance through their first 5 games?
Yeah, just because they've been switching, right? It was Envoy in that first series, you want to give them the MVP, and just off this first map alone, I can tell you Dan Ghosty is probably doing what Dan Ghosty does. He loves a good Den Hardpoint.
And you guys said you wanted to see Dan in the hill more. When he was on the main stage, he had 2 minutes and 20 seconds in that hill alongside all the damage. We've got a bracket update for you. Nameless, walk me through the format. The play-ins are already done, right?
Yeah, the play-ins are done. That was your 7 through 10. You see Gentlemates and Koi, the expected winners of these matches, moving on. And now we have an 8-team double elimination bracket. So the 2 matches that you're watching on Alpha Bravo, either team that loses, they still have another life. But hey, man, looking at those 2 matches at the top, we still got some good ones left.
Bro, I am 53 and 53 in predictions. This is going to put me back in the negative.
Hey, not yet.
Unless Chris Lair can win 3 straight for me, it's time to start it with an Overload Game 3. On the mic, give it up for Miles and Chance.
We're still here, we're still rocking, and we're ready to find out how this Overload goes. Thank you very much, guys. Ready now to dive into our 3rd map of the series and an electric staff here from the LA Thieves.
Yeah, purely from the LA Thieves, at least in the second half of that hard point. But this might be devastation for Faze. I mean, you sit on a very long flight, you prepare all week for this exact matchup, a matchup that you have won multiple times already this year, and to go down like this would be extremely painful. So for LA, keep the foot on the gas, beat them on the overload. They've made improvements in this game mode as well. It's going to be a Den, not a Scar compared to what we've seen, but they look good. And high key, Neum has been the best overload player in the game, and he already has the hot hand. Thieves, all the pieces are in play.
Yeah, absolutely. Neum is the man to watch And this is the Lamplight so far on land. These are the overload scores we've seen coming into today. So from the previous tournament, a lot of love there for Faze, but it feels like a different Faze, Chance. It feels like so long ago.
I mean, hey, good opportunity to battle back, though. If you got 3 players there in the top 5, we know that when they bring the goods, they got everything. And Draza has been the X-Factor player for this team, but in map 1, it didn't matter. Abuza 04, it has been a quiet series so far. We'll see what they're made of. At least here in Black Ops 7, looking to battle back.
Battling back one map at a time, and this is such a tough spot to be in. You were coming into this one with a very, very good map set. Faze looking confident, and that map 1 was dressing up to be an incredible beatdown, but that comeback might have sealed it. We'll find out. We test the resolve, we test the mental fortitude of those 4 champions on stage, world champions, a few of them. Can we find some of that success here in Birmingham? Major 2 has been a delight so far. Into Den for our Overload game. Draza has been one of the overlords of Overload. A second KD overall, 8 goals to his name as well. An absolute do or die right now for Faze.
Well, that is stage 1 stats. Again, stage 2, it has been all Neum all the way. 2 for 2 in Hellstorms thus far. The rookie living it up on the main stage. Faze doing what they can to dig deep. Another opening break on Den. And similar stuff to what we saw on the Hardpoint. Battle for middle map control. Well, Simp, he's going to take it.
Like a bit even though. Now back and forth we go, and Boozer beating. You name it, we're going to pump the brakes and just make sure that no one crosses that middle line. And look at that from Neum. He's already got himself to be a lovely position, but 04, more than his spidey senses tingling there as he gets over, takes care of that defending player, and now forward we go, Faze.
Yeah, big trade from Draza as well. Make sure nobody in the back line does anything a little bit squirrely. Winner of some fights up front, and those are great shots out of Draza.
Yeah, one more kill. This is looking like a goal. Oh my word, Draza finds his 4th in a row, looking for the next few. A pick up and a quick change now. The bottom side of the map, you've got lovely coverage over by Dojo. The A goal looking nice. Can 04 get a couple of kills? Damage over the top. A delight. The second! Can they get it through? It's all down to Simp. Slide. Oh my, what a save by Tyler Farris.
Merry old England, and now he is gone. The Terror Destruction, and number 5, Abuza, is entirely out of this play, but if they wrap it back, maybe into his clutches, but that is great reads from LA. Device control on point, Hydra pushed up, but only for a brief moment. It's going to be a long one.
That's the save of the year so far. My gosh, what a 3. Well, back down to the bottom side of the map we go again, thinking about the rally. Pressure now on from Abizi. The trades are ideal for the Thieves right now as they're still trying to gain that ground.
Well, stage 2, this has been the main score for the team, so Scrap happy to have this device in hand.
Again, possession still for the LA Thieves. They are running out of players though. A couple of kills there from Faze, and now advantage. The wind's starting to turn. Scrap backed up, waiting for the boys to help out. And the trap has been set in Dojo. Here goes Scrap on the outside. Can't get them both, and that's a big swing now for Vegas.
Well, losing the front line pressure though. 04 right now, the lead blocker in a Dojo. Good kills, that's the 2 you're looking for. And you got Simp working the pinch.
Again, you've got an opportunity there for Simp. Yeah, over by the other goal by B. Posts up, gets on the hang. Finding a kill, or draw. And it looks like a quick update is on the way, folks. You're as surprised as I am. My gosh, what a first half so far. And something has befallen our players. Can we still count the Abizi saves?
I mean, he's doing the reenactment for us right now in the player cams.
Well, we'll find out exactly what's going wrong here, folks. Referees on stage there. Good first half. Both squads with a solid look at it. Again, that save. Ridiculous work towards the bottom side of the map. Charles, any takeaways, what you've seen so far?
I mean, Faze making good, quick work of the decisions of where to take the device. I mean, that is 2. Scores on the mini-map at the very least looked like they should have gotten them both. Again, if not for Abizi. On the flip side, you get to see why Scrap loves having a device so much. He does an extremely good job of buying his teammates time to come off a spawn. Great plays with the pistol. I mean, Scrap, again, very heads-up plays. I know he's the damage dealer. I know he's the main slayer. I know Ant is extremely handsome.
He is.
Coming into his old age very well. By God, that's so much gray.
Well, it's the pistol we talk about time and time again in the league. You're carrying the EMP, you're carrying the device, carrying the ball, carrying the, I'm not going to say it, the other D word, drone. You do lose your primary weapon, you have to swap to your secondary. And it has been a very welcome change and exciting one. It's changed the way Overload has played very, very rapidly. And yeah, for the folks in Rank 2 have had a taste of it back home, you know what we're talking about. But some players just do it differently. Scrap, one of the fastest triggers in the league, alongside a lot of our AR players. And you know what that music means, friends, and we're having a technical timeout, so we'll figure out exactly what's going on there. Hello, Birmingham! It's good, isn't it? This is a good tournament so far. Seen a lot of Optic shirts. I know some of you have traveled incredibly far as Solihull. We've come all this way. But very, very excited to see how the rest of the tournament shakes out. Of course, Bravo stream still taking place as well if you're watching from a secondary tab. We've got some highlights to get us through as well. Hello, everyone. Thanks again for coming. Let's look at the map 1 highlights. And my gosh, what a series so far.
I feel like we're just digging the knife into Faze as much as we possibly can for Scrap and Abizi, quite literally. And now from the broadcast too. Remember that time? Faze had a massive lead in the hardpoint. Everything's going great. Simp with a 3.0 KD. Draza with a 3.0 KD. Yeah, they lost it. They got absolutely beat down. Yep. You have Abizi, 5 and 18. He won this map.
Yeah, keep watching those Abizi stats. They just rock it. He doesn't quite finish in the positive. He doesn't do a huge amount of damage towards the end, but it was enough to get his boys over the finish line. And the comeback, look at 100 to 191 and climbing, break after break after break. LA Thieves starting to believe. And even after big moments, it's not like Faze, they fell asleep at the wheel. They did for 59 seconds. No kills, allowing the back-to-back Hellstorms for the Thieves there. You give the Thieves an inch and they stole an entire kilometer, or a mile in the United States as well. But what a comeback it was, what an unbelievable scoreline and an electric finish there on the first end.
Yeah, I mean, they had Draza shooting at Ghosty, who's playing over on Bravo, spinning in circles, falling off the map as well. It has been a painful stuff for Faze. Our bad, Zuma.
And yeah, Scrap doing what Scrap does. Exploding on the main stage there. And the tale of two sets of fans. Many, many Thieves fans in attendance and Faze fans, whether you're here for the support, whether you're a hate watcher. What a day you're having so far. Loading back into Den, we may never know what befell our players there, but God, it was good so far. That first half was a lot of fun. Excited to get back into this.
Yep, and Faze again maintaining that advantage. We'll see if the 5-kill is also a momentum killer. They're going to be geared up, ready to go. Draza, maybe the man on Faze that had the hottest hand, but everybody seemed to be wheeling and dealing. See if they can reclaim what they think is rightfully theirs.
It's always tough to, survive a reset. It can change everything once again. The opening breaks rarely go the same way. The kills rarely fall the same way. It's always a bit of a tough spot to find yourself in, but for LA, the feet are up. You're 2-0 up in the series. In we go once again to Overload on deck.
That is not the start LA was looking for. Faze, they're gonna have the initial control, win all the extra gunfights, get Simp pushed up. If not him, it'll be 0-4, and if it's not him, it is neither. LA Thieves, nice recovery.
Yeah, not a technical issue there for Scrap. He didn't blow himself up. Oh, hop, skipping a jump there from Draz, fighting through the dojo, and he's got a bit of an opportunity here to make his way towards the top side of the map. He's got to get moving though real quick. Can't get past the threshold. 0-4 gets destroyed by Neum. Quick pickup. Thieves are on the run.
Yeah, not too shabby. Hydra leading the charge, stunned, but that's just going to make him pump the brakes. Good intel, but this device swinging very quickly over towards B. No trophies yet. A big name to force him out. It's a couple trades though in Faze. They're holding on strong.
They survive. Possession now to Faze Vegas. Bottom side of the map, crossing the walls at the top, so the Thieves. Look at this read on the defense.
And the device is showing them nothing. Abizi playing patient. This is heads-up gameplay. His teammates have the top side of the map.
Again, what a read. Here come the stuns. That's going to flush those players out of position. Scrap can't get any more out of that life. Now, another player here to deal with, and the battle continues. And what a costly attack. You've not made that much ground, Faze, and you've still got to contend with the defenders.
Well, they dealt with a pinch. And where do you want to go with the device? They're playing for the jukes again. Faze doing everything they can for the mind games.
Lovely work though again out of the Thieves defensively. It was a 2-2 split across both goals. All bases covered. Yeah, sneaky Devil 04. He's going to get an opening now to Dojo and a Buzak. That's one. Hydra holding it down. The pinch not good enough. And they're now fighting for it. The pistol goes nowhere and draws it down. Faze white.
And now Neem gets to set you up. He's already here for the spawn kills. He's pushed out so far. Good stuns, great coverage. They have to deal with them. 3 players looking at it. The nade, not good for damage. A good attempt, but Faze have to reset, retry. Now it'll be Hydra leading the charge.
Hydra. Can't catch a thing. Lovely defensive work again. And Easy gets a bit windy over there by the outside. And oh dear, another set of kills. Last man, Neem. Not good enough. Here we go. Faze on the attack again. Uh-oh. All the way to the dojo we go. Draza in position. Can't read the first defensive man. A red dot on the minimap to play with. 04's there. Faze, can you get it in? Can you run it home? 04 can't get another, and it's good for the first.
There you go. No miraculous save this time. Faze handling the reset efficiently. A little bit of funny business, but hey, heads up gameplay so far. 2 minutes and 20 left in this half, and Faze, well, just battling back on defense. They've lost the middle of the map, and they do not have pressure by the device. That is 3 in the feed for LA.
Scrap could absolutely eat here. Oh dear, doesn't get a single thing. He's going to be starving on the attack now. Can they get the device pickup? No, 3 dead. Last man Hydra backed up. There will be no rally, and now Faze are on the attack.
And now Simp gets to decide where you go with this device. 2 players going through Dojo, and he's got the cutoff. That is great damage, but we're juking it. We're going mid to left.
He's flying. He's getting as much damage as he can across the board. The B goal still wide open. Can we find another? Here we go, Abuza. Can he get it through? Yes, 2-0.
Absolute facilitation there by Simp. Faze again are handling the device control expertly. They are dialed in.
Whoa, looking for the 4th kill in a row there. Well, top side of the map. Simp might have just stopped it. Numbers now for the Thieves. Working our way through P2. It's all down to our carrier. Immediately cleaned up. And there we go. Draz now will be the front man. A quick pickup and Faze again on the attack.
A little bit too fast here. And yeah, you're going to get stuffed right away. A little bit of a mishap. Small mistake there by Faze. Now a minute left for LA to try to string something together. And they have arrows all over this map, but they are not winning the gunfights, which means, well, Scrap gonna have to do the same thing once again. Take your time with this device.
Trying to make sure that the backline of Faze is as shaky as possible. They have helped. Neem, the front man, right now for the Thieves. Looking for anything, not getting a whole lot done. Bottom side, we might try to sneak something through if they could find a hole in Vegas defense. What a nade from Scrap. The carrier kill still good. Next few players up, you've watched the flank admirably. And the opportunity still towards B. We might go for it. We might have the space to play with Abizi, the front. Abizi can't get the next kill. You've got to send it now for Scrap and has to pull back. There will be no capture.
He's had this right now for about a minute and a half. Scrap doing everything he can for the facilitation, but no gun in hand, virtually a man down. And now, if anything, Faze might have the opportunity for the final score. They lose the men on the front line. And if you're Abuza, you need the reinforcements. He does the smart thing, backs down. We're playing for the OT, man.
A little bit of extra time here in our first half.
Oh, man, what the hell?
Or not, they go for it through mid, but either way, a very happy result there for Faze. They dominated that first, despite the possession from the Thieves. Thieves, even when they've got the EMP, it just looked like they couldn't get anything going at all.
It went very similar to what it was before the reset as well. Faze, great control, making the heads-up plays, being smart, and especially about the device rotation. Getting guys like 04 and Simp constantly pushed out through mid and just giving themselves options. And of course, on the defensive end as well, shutting down all the funny business coming in from LA. Neem, multiple attempts, trying to get inside your spawn, trying to be that frontline man, and he was doing the right things, getting good attacks off, but Faze just handled it to a T. 2-0 lead in 5 minutes left to play.
Second half for the Thieves to do the unthinkable. And at 2 goals is nothing. Through the middle of the map, we're going to fly. 04 will be alone on this left lane. Big stack there now in the middle of the map, and it is an aggressive one. But 04 again, maintaining that space. Lovely second kill, that is huge.
Perfect way to take that gunfight. 04, he's dialed in. The experience is there, great reads, M15, driving, doesn't matter. 04 is a shooter.
Not letting enemies get away with that. And now it's Dravik to play with. Oh, and he's causing problems here. Faze, they're crawling all over the map, but they don't have the manpower. And 04 is still at large.
Switching lanes, switching weapons, got 2 in front of him. Only good for 1. Nice trade there from Abizi. You stop the spree.
Again, not a whole lot of touch thus far in our second half. Minute played. And Faze might have found the majority of the kills so far. But no possession. Here we go, Thieves. We're going away.
I don't know if this is going to be a hard commitment. Gonna let Abizi get to work, see if you can get these frontline kills.
Looking for the trophies as well. Niam's gonna catch the first with an aid. The damage is on. Here we go, Drago with a big gun. And that is a lovely hold on the flank. Scrap trying to send it through. Scrap, it's a toe-to-toe. Man to man now on the goal. And he's gone. What a save from Sim. Forward go Faze.
And well, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on this game clock. If you are Faze, you are in not a hurry. Sim is also alone with the device and getting run down.
Oh, he's got to go.
A delicate moment, but he is out.
He's safe for now, and he's got his boys running ahead of him. Mabuza close left. What a win! That could be another. Can he find another kill here? No. Can he slip through? The damage was beautiful, but Niam again, a big play.
Huge stop, man. Niam is everywhere and everything in Overload. As Hydra is behind you, but Niam is by himself with the device. This is a little too aggressive. We were not there yet.
There's still a lot of time at 3 minutes on the clock. Getting a bit dicey on the rooftops here, and Faze with the numbers.
And you can see Thieves as well. They are really starting to force it. You're running out of time. You're feeling the pressure. You have to play differently, and Faze already set up around mid. They can swing this right. Sip is already pushed out. The device is gone. Out P2. You lose positions. You lose your life, and you might just lose this game.
Hey, it's not stopped.
Arrow 3-0.
He's still going. 6 spree for Sim. And they're setting up for the rally. What a perfect cross over the courtyard. Aim down, 7 in a row. Now the goals are starting to fly. The 4th is about to go through, looking for that topside control, and Sim has been alive in the spawn of the Thieves for the whole time now.
Gotta go fast. They can be set around the new device, and well, he continues. 8 spree. This is a human calculator right now in COD.
And he's working it. Oh, look at this. 9, Hellstorm. Topside, complete coverage. No way! 10! Can we get any more? A quick pickup. A ridiculous number 11! 12th will deny, but the goal is there. 5-0 for Faze.
I mean, that's a heat check of all heat checks. And you can see Sim, he is starting to growl in those comms.
And we still have full control of the middle of the map. Off spawn, straight into the Hellstorm. The desk said there is one major problem to contend with Chris Lair. Sim the Pimp, another goal is on the cards here. Good stop. Hydra and Abizi get their respective kills, and a rooftop play is now on but 1:30. This might just be it. Map 4, we're going back to Scar. This would be unbelievable from the Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, Sim is called game. You got the pinch rolling through as well. He's here to slaughter you. A 2-piece, no damage done. Third guy, well, wins the gunfight. That is not for momentum. We are officially, at this point, just playing for stats.
He's having a whale of a time. Looking for that next goal, not going to happen. The trades are on point, though. Whew, I know, 4 with a knife there, going for it, P2. Final moments, and they can just continue to feed Sim. That 31 and 19, looking very attractive right now. Opportunity for the Thieves to get this as 3, and they are still looking a little slow, and Sim. Perfect trade. Oh, we can't even get it through. Is it over? It's finally in. 5-1. That should be the final score. And once again, congratulations to Faze. The first half was good. The second, even better.
Congratulations, LA Thieves. The consolation prize of not getting goose-egged here in Overload. I mean, this is just feed up victory lap, get the guns hot. 0-4, 27 kills as well. It is Faze's map pick for the map number 4. They are delivering us there in emphatic fashion. LA Thieves, one final attempt again, just to make the scoreboard look better.
It was lovely work from Faze. 5-2, the final score here in Overload. And a GG's in the chat. We will be continuing the series onwards. Faze finally find themselves on the receiving end of a win. Thieves, still plenty of work to be found there in Overload. Den does not treat them well.
Not at all, at least not right there. And if this series does go the distance, it'll end on a Den as well. So we're tripled up for that map, and Sim is having an absolute blast. Another down 2-1 in the series, but he has been fiending and feasting for this matchup. This is the 4th time they have played all year, and Simp stats have been ridiculous. He always rises to the occasion. 3,700 damage, 34 kills, a 10 spree he was able to go on, and finally crushing the momentum there of LA. Only 2 players able to go positive.
Yeah, there's 11, the highest spree we've seen thus far at the LAN, and a lovely 4 goals for Abuza there. At 5-2 score, ideal, absolutely ideal. No extra time, no sudden death, no shenanigans outside of these highlights. And again, 0-4 certainly coming to play. Not having to go tremendous in the damage department, but teamwork and timing was absolutely on the side of Faze Vegas. Again, going to another Scar, going to Hardpoint this time round. Which way are we dressing, brother?
I mean, this is going to be Faze's map pick as well. For that Den Hardpoint, they have a 2-5, now 2-6 record overall. So if you're purely looking at the stats, you expected LA to win that map number 1. I think the S&D, though, again, that has been the key factor for both of these squads. We might potentially have that be the deciding factor. But he is barking in these comms. He is looking to be the taller terror.
This is terrorizing stuff. Well, Scar again, Faze, happy to see the middle of the series. We get over the hump map, and they remain alive for their last life in this matchup. They will go down to the lower bracket. The loser of this one will. They will continue to have a life in the tournament. So it's not quite over yet, but how happy and how sweet it would be to find victory here. Chris Puckett, do it for his Peckhams. Faze, do it for Chris. Scar Hardpoint on the way.
That Chris duo.
Yeah,
trying to show off something.
Looking out for each other all across the board. Tunny as well. They're all just looking out for each other. But yeah, Scar is on its way, folks. And again, outside of a tiny technical issue there at the start of the overload, that could have been a lot faster. I mean, maybe it wasn't meant to be in that game, but in this timeline we're currently sitting in, strong bounce back there from Faze. Well, map 1, folks, it was a bit of a beatdown, a wonderful comeback from the Thieves, but Scrap Draws, a classic, boys and girls, 250-231 was the score. The chance of both of them, great work.
I mean, keep in mind, Draws at one point had 27 kills when the next highest in the lobby was his teammate at 21 or 22. So Draza had the ridiculously hot start, but Scrap, he is a guarantee damage dealer. He is the constant, a titan in the league. Since he joined it, he has dominated the category. Loves the respawn, and you know on Scar, Scraps is going to show up there as well. Question is, can the AR players on the flip side match him? Bit of a long-time rivalry here. A lot of experience playing against each other as well. They are quite familiar.
Very familiar with one another's game, in and out of it. No love lost. Into Scar we are soon to go. The LA Thieves is still match point. A victory here will move them on in the tournament. Vegas, a chance of redemption to survive going to that Den. I feel like we deserve it in this matchup. It's just been that kind of series. The comebacks, absolute blowouts in map 2, and then map 3, a blowout in its own right. Get a bit nervous, I would imagine. A little bit of nerves there as the Thieves fans. You see our players still shooting bots. We're not quite ready to go just yet.
I just know in the comms, anytime LA Thieves call out Simp, there's going to be a little bit of extra emphasis. That is a trade you are going to have to get. Again, barking in the comms, chomping at the bit, and no nerves for Neum in map 1 and map 2. See how they can bounce back after a loss, but we are officially dialed in. The latter half of the series, Scar, it's going to deliver.
Map 4. Thieves still happy to see it roll through. Map pick for Faze Vegas. It is theirs to lose. And a loss will send them down to the lower bracket. Things are starting to get hot. Here in the winners, will there be a home field advantage for Draza? Here on an Alaskan map, Scar. Map number 4. Here we go.
It's a deep cut. LA Thieves gonna have the advantage off spawn as well. If they win the opening break, they might be good to soak up a ton of time on this P1. We'll see how the nades land. We'll see what connects. You see these players, these arrows, they are chucking them straight out of spawn. Abizi makes it through white wall right towards the time. Everybody survives.
And an unfortunate timing on the last time there, but back and forth from the kill feed. Scrap it easy. Hydra, stop it. Thieves are in.
It could not get better than that. You're already pushed out. You got Faze spawning up in the blender.
And look at this Hydra. Gets forward, doesn't quite have the time to make it all the way to the back. Pumps the brakes. He'll deal with 04 later. But Beezy's still soaking away. Lovely P1 so far.
That's a perfect place for Beezy to be as well, because one guy actually spawns out. But again, you win the opening break from that side of the map. You're good to collect a ton of time. Simp good for 2, but you are not good for the hill time. This is emphatic dominance on P1. LA Thieves starting off the map right.
The conga line through shot. What a Beezy takes on his teammate. Walks away with the victory there. His 3 teammates are collide and fall. 38-0 going into P2. Faze have the early control of the motel. Oh, I see what they do with it. Shots from Hydra.
And that's the reset button. This is about to be back-to-back kills that LA Thieves win. 04 up top falls. Neem and Hydra there, complete and dominant control of this new time. Neem good for 2, and right now for LA Thieves, everything's swinging right. They are dialed in. This is exactly how you want to play this Scar. All the kills going their way.
Next hit from Faze. No trophies yet, so it is an absolute frag fest. Hydra scrap, they get theirs. Another 3 dead, good break.
I mean, listen, 20 seconds of scrap as well. This is about to be an 80-point lead going into the new time. If you're thinking about momentum in Hardpoint, I mean, this is maybe 8 hills in a row that LA Thieves have just dominated Faze.
It's still rolling over. Well, to the plane we go, and this one can be a massive turnaround. That's a clean 3 in the feed. Thieves on the back foot for now. Scrap still on a spree. Faze, it's time to turn it around.
And it's early to say, but well, 04 is getting pushed out, so they're going for the full aggressive setup. You might lose the blue spawns, but Simp keeping it under control. Playing heady, the most important thing, but Scrap actually takes the guys out of time. Now there's a little bit of pressure on. I know they're going to be coming from both, but LA Thieves, they're working on this quick.
Mid-map hit as well. 04 playing it safe. A big flank from Neum. He's going to be going all the way around. Have they guaranteed the block? It's not quite enough for all the kills. And Draza somehow finds another. There's the flip. That's all good now for the Thieves.
And talk about what you can do on this map when you have a lead. LA Thieves just put so much emphasis to get bow control, send Neum on the full pinch all the way around the old time. So they trade away about 20 seconds, maybe 30. But they're going to be good for the setup for this new time for the spawn. So LA Thieves right now, with the lead, they're playing the heads-up, high IQ game.
Over to Blue, over to this bastion of defense here on Scar. Trades are good. Through the tank now we roll. That ABC getting popped open, and again a spawn in the back right now for Draza. He's looking as live as well as he can, but ABC, wonderful heads-up moment. Wonderful work, but not enough to get all the kills. You've still got Faze members in the back.
LA Thieves just did everything right except for properly blocking those spawns. This is a big opportunity for Faze to punish.
Throwing the detonate there. Or Neum is getting out there. He's trying to get in the mix, trying to get involved, but that is going to be the flip Faze. You've got time here, but over halfway through this hard point and not a lot gained.
Well, keep in mind for the hot hand, well, Draws is there good for 2. Faze finally in control of something, and Simp has not slowed down. He is tied with Scrap in kills. That is the true kill ace battle right now. They're trying to do it all.
Through the front now we go. Oh, look at a couple more. The front door about to burst right open. The boots are the only man in there. Lovely damage over the second, and it's going to get to Neum, who finds the final kills. 04 alive. The knife out a little prematurely, and Scrap wins a kill or 2 there. Final seconds go the way of Faze. And the last hard point in the set now on us.
And again, that is one small mistake from Thieves, not blocking those spawns. They get punished immediately. Still though, ahead of the rotation game, set up around the time. They got plane control. They're blocking the spawns. Draws is winning the gunfights, but they got a long way to go.
Through the back. Scrap in position. Our head-to-head at the start of the series now. Bullet to nade. The lineup, not good enough for Sim. Back and forth to the kills. Draza sending it through that window. Unable to get the kills, unable to get the damage, and now his teammates on the pinch. You've got to fortify this and try to hold on. Faze are doing it slowly.
Got top control, got the spawns. Nice break as well. Faze battling here on Scar, and Scrap a nice little turn-on moment there, but not good enough for the Scrap time. For the way that this started, LA Thieves, again, one small mistake, and we are effectively tied up. Only a 10-point gap after the first set of rotations. And Draza, well, his spree gets shut down, but Scrap and Simp continuing to race.
Running it. And spawns all over the bloody map for the LA Thieves. Second set. B1 was so good to the Thieves in the first go-around. Let's see if it will be the same here. This Faze, the spawns on the left-hand side, not where they want them in a perfect line, cut down the middle of Scar.
Well, you really want the both side control. Draza gonna take it. You flip the spawn on its head, and it should be short work to get Neum out of time. Again, the best spot for it. Missionary on the left to take care of Blue. You're at least good for the contest. Thieves overwhelmed. It is the eventuality then to get the break. Faze fighting again.
Shots on the snap. And I think a Boozer in there too, out of a Boozer. And he's going for it. To the pistol, back to respawn he goes. And again, Faze, this is wicked work. 15 seconds to go on P1. They're looking great for it. We are right back in it. The second set is always the comeback.
Well, you got Abizi right now fighting 2 for this rotation. And Abizi doing everything he can to sort of keep this play active. He has done a great job of staying alive. Now his teammates working the pinch as well. 3 there through the front. That's a nice play there from Abizi. Set yourself on P2 just to get slaughtered. The Zaza duo doing it right. 4-man wipe in defeat.
25th kill there for Sim. Currently leading the lobby in the Carnage run. Look at that lead change. Thieves, gotta get going. 0-4, suppressing fire and a little bit more there as he connects on a Hydra. The slide forward, and a couple here. The pinch taken care of. You've got players forward, a Boozer on a 3, make it a 4. The young Belgian helps take the lead.
Yeah, Faze finally got it. Took him 7 hills to get to this situation, and Abuza really starting to heat up. 5 spree, Simp in the background on a 4. So Simp has not lost a single step, and he's out here delivering extra. Him versus Hydra, that old MVP battle. Simp loves it.
That is still rolling while the spree done. 0-4 trying to get lost there, does get stuck in the mud, so now on the approach towards the new time, not a huge amount of Faze players there to contest. See the lovely stuns over the top. Hydra on a pinch taken care of. Simp tries to plug the hole, but it's Abizi. Makes it to plane first.
You get the plane, you get the time. Get enough shots there. Draza just going to be the next man in line. Well, wins it. Couple trades rolling through. That is a 4 spree from Scrap. Doing everything he can to battle back LA Thieves. The minimap right now is looking perfect.
Elite shaking his hands once again. This time the LA Thieves starting to plow through a little bit there. Scrap on a 4. Very close to the Hellstorm. The more time he gets in the Hardpoint here in this life, the more score he will attain. Very close to this one. The kill will seal it, and there it is. Ordnance now to use towards next.
A huge moment, so much so this guy's run out of ammo. Get this man a gun. It's pistol only, but maybe for him that's good enough. Number 6 there in the feed, and so much time collected. And now a 1v1 battle for the scrap time. 0-4 versus Abizi, and he gets it immediately.
And draws now, so still numbers for Faze. The reinforcements flooding on through towards the inside of Blue. Working their way through the backside roof. Abizi looking up, down, all around. Gets himself one. Can he get another man? Oh my word, what a challenge it was. The trades are solid. The trades are there. Neum last up for Faze.
Doing it again, trying to buy time, keeping it white for the moment. Wins the gunfight on the hill as well, but it looks like Faze have it nice and secure. Draza very consistently with a dropping in hand on this map. True flex player right there, and Faze continue to collect on P4.
Faze looking to bounce back. Oh, what a lineup, all dead. Big moment there for Faze Vegas. Now they're marching.
And this is so much time. You're pushed out so far as well. 0-4 forcing the most distant spawns. Easy reads from Draza. Another 5 spree.
Yeah, 5 sprees. Not going to need any more for a second. Looking at those players through mid. 0-4 keeping the pressure up. Not going to let anyone out make their way in. They've managed to trap the Thieves in the backside of the map. Over towards New we will go. And 0-4 again, trying to be that front line, trying to stop any advance from the Thieves.
Well, where is he going to spawn? Right on top of that new time. Draza just gets to fry, pushed out, keep him collected. He's going to fall, so no streak there, but his teammates firmly set up around him.
On a Sim, cleans up mid. Second man done, third man, oh, no good. Scrap from the trenches, battles his way forward. Abuza now left stunned alone, hoping for the reinforcements to arrive, and he backs out of time. A quick bit of a dip, intel, good shot, oh, all 3! Wiped off the point.
Well, now you read the man going top green. Neum trying to set up for the break. His teammates are going to be close.
Here we go, Draz. You're up next. Abuza, don't forget this. Upstairs is the battle. The knife comes out, but Abizi's there too quick on it. And the Zaza do now come to a stop. A full standstill. 15 seconds to go here, and the Thieves could take the lead back.
Yep, and Neum hightailing it back over towards Blue. Thieves know they have him trapped in the back of the map. Don't worry about the scrap time. We're worried about the new time. Thieves gonna have the small advantage, but they're down by 10. Another P1 battle. This game might very well be decided on the next hill. Thieves looking to get the advantage before that rotation.
That's the way it goes. Both squads have shown us more than capable on this first hard point. Hellstorm from Scrap, a ton of information passed over, nobody home. That is everyone dead for Faze.
I mean, that's huge. I mean, again, you might not have that for a P3 rotation, but if we're not going to get there, he uses it perfectly, or at least in the right spot. On the retake, though, Faze, they are prowling, they are here, they are fast, they got the nades, and they got the break. They've just stopped the bleeding.
Not a whole lot of love shown there. 20 seconds to go here on P1. Any time you get here is good time. That P2 finish, we've seen it so many times this season alone. Looking towards the low left-hand side of the minimap. Spawn, thus far, good, thanks to Sim. We will see how that changes over the next few seconds.
This might actually be a P3 rotation game as well. On this one, though, LA Thieves set up around the new time. They're dealing with the pinch. Well, they handle the flanker, they don't handle the front. Faze, they're in first.
What a set of kills. Unbelievable work now towards time. The back still covered by Draz. And you've got in. Faze trying to force the game 5. 04's getting loose across the map. Abizi with a turn on. His M15 still burning hot. Attack now towards time. And Sim's on it.
Looking for number 42. Everybody in line, clean shots. You know, this man does not miss. Good for 2, and his teammates just need to get the final man. And there you go. Hydra's gone. Faze, they can win it here.
They win it here. They've got a hold. 04, dig in. Look for the trophies to find those kills. Oh, we get to see it. 04 still! Another upstairs to the pistol, but it's the teamwork in the final 10 seconds. The last chance for the Thieves to stop this run. Here we go. 5 for the win, and Abuza takes us to game 5. It's not over yet. Faze, do not die. Their bodies battered and broken after the first 2 maps, but their minds very much alive. And they have somehow pulled the full Lazarus. They are alive and kicking now, going into a final search and destroy in our winners round 1.
Yeah, and you have Scrap and Simp that have been having an absolute shootout battle. Simp has been giving you extra the entire time. Body shots raining out across the map, trying to let the other team know. And he's good for a 40 bomb. That is a ridiculous scoreboard. 5K damage out of each of those players, a 40 bomb for the pair of them. So many objective kills as well, and decent hill time. For those 2 players, you could not ask for anything else.
Perfect stuff. Absolutely delightful work there. 250-208, the final score of map number 4. Into our 5th and final, we will now go. Well, what do you know, folks? First one of the tournament and a banger. We guaranteed you lovely back and forth there on Scar, but in the end, the final hard point. So strong P2 finish there. As the Thieves unable to muster anything after the P1. Done. There it is, folks. Scar in the books. We go back to Den, where it all started, Chance, and I cannot wait to see how this one goes down. Quick thoughts before we go to the break.
I mean, listen, S&D has been the name of the game for both of these teams. Last time they played each other on Den, Faze got the win. 04 got first blooded 5 times. So he's going to try to dial that in as LA Thieves, obviously, they're revamping their game plan as well. S&D for each of these squads, it'll decide the fate of their tournament.
It sure will, folks. We're just going to find out exactly how this all goes down after this quick break. Game 5, the LA Thieves taking on Faze Vegas. When we come back, more Call of Duty here in the winners bracket.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Welcome back, folks. This is live over on Bravo right now. The Paris Gentlemates and the Miami Heretics going back and forth on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, and we already know how good Heretics are at S&D. Well, they deliver on land, but so far the respawns have been Paris. Rancor doing what he can to get streaked out here to fight for the spawns. And the spawns are, honest to God, that is insane that you win the gunfight for Rancor's position there with the Hellstorm. They keep him up.
They keep him up. Well, people, this is a big old rotation right now. This is the Heretics pulling the lead back slowly but surely. First up, we checked in on the Gentlemates. They had a real solid one. Big kills here from all of the Heretics on the push towards the backside of New Time. So not letting anyone in from Paris. They've got themselves on hold. That's lovely scrap, but worrying now about the entry to New.
And this is the diabolical setup as well. 3 players in and around the time. It is extraordinarily difficult to break. Paris 2 there through the back, and it's Envoy again, who has had a monster tournament so far. He does the difficult things on land.
Unbelievable 3 spree. You'll be able to keep up with this live over on the Bravo stream, or if you're here in the NEC, you can just walk over there if you want. But we are now about to dive right back into this Game 5 between Vegas and Thieves. We are moments away from getting that underway as well. A nail-biter. Will we see the first reverse sweep of the tournament?
Very possibly. This would be the opposite of the script that Ali predicted. It is actually Faze right now making the comeback, but we already know S&D wins championships, and in this series, S&D, it'll win a winners round 1 matchup, battle between these 2 squads. And again, a game mode that has been the focal point. Exactly where LA Thieves have been trying to dial in the game plan. They looked extremely good on map number 2. But obviously, throughout this stage, or at least the season here in map 5, FaZe have just had the edge in the game mode. They are extremely confident in the map 5.
That's map 5 alone. I mean, they've had to go the distance in a many series, and they've come out on top in most of them. A 2-win streak as well. We'll see if that matters whatsoever. Again, all smiles there for the Thieves. Niam, what a debut series this is on land. He's shown us all sorts of good. Can he show us that little bit extra now for FaZe? Smiles across the stage as well. Uncharacteristic of a squad. So serious, but it's all fun and games now done. Strictly business. Into the last map of the series. The coaches vacate the stage. We load in one last time here in the winner's bracket.
And a lot of chatter behind the scenes about 2 really important storylines. Firstly, the teams on this side of the bracket, in this battle between FaZe, between LA, the expectation has been, whoever wins it, we're expecting to make the grand final. High expectations, and the other thing floating in the background, FaZe apparently, they have been earning the respect of everyone in scrims. It was a rough first 2 maps, but now they have Thieves exactly where they want it.
Fast hit through mid. 0-4 doing what he does best, which is absolutely roam the middles of the map. This does allow for a fast plant from the LA Thieves. Post-plant position solid. No major threat just yet, but here comes a slow, steady attack from Vegas.
Yeah, and Ibizi, the bomb planner as well. That is as good as it gets.
I'm still waiting for 0-4. Possibly something happen on the other side. Perfect nade. Starts off proceedings well. Scrap finds both. Simple the trades. Oh, what a win! He finds himself 2. And you've lost the bomb site. 20 seconds to go. A position that Niam can now see. You have to take care of the man in the middle of the map. Niam on the dance. 15 seconds. Hydra keeps it going. A 1v1, not nearly enough time. Not nearly enough. It comes down to the last man, but the Thieves win it.
Dude, and their strats have been extraordinary as well. They've been making all of these adjustments. Who's going to snipe? Scrap or Niam? Well, apparently we still don't know. What types of aggressive play calls? Hydra, in the interviews, is talking about how he has had to learn how to be the bomb guy. In round 1, we see it's with a Ibizi. It is a bomb plant in 15 seconds. It is nades over 10. Perfectly timed, perfectly calibrated, in the dance battle in the middle of the map. LA Thieves, again, the coaching staff for that one, as happy as you could possibly be with how it played out.
It's sort of a random strat, random roll generator where you just sort of spin the wheel. Everyone gets their respective play and you go for it. Keeps you guessing every step of the way. I'm quite certain every player was hit by that nade.
Yeah, that is a loud hit marker, and well, it slows FaZe down only for a moment. Double smoked out, and right through it, we're running down for the kill.
Oh, and it's getting really ugly. Scrap finds another pair. And now the remaining members of the Thieves, they are disconnected. Hydra on the right, Niam going on the worldwide tour with a minute to play.
Yeah, we got the credit as well. Hydra, well, if the kills come to him, that's great. If not, Niam working the slow pinch. Looking at the minimap, this is looking beautiful for LA Thieves.
They've taken the time. They could have gotten out through the middle of the map. Neum. Oh, he's more than dead. Watch out for Hydra then out from behind. Goes right back to his spot, to his perch. 1, 2. Oh my good God. To perfection! Or is it? Now the hunter's become the hunted and Hydra on 8 HP. He's got to get away with his life. The hunt continues and Hydra once again finds himself a corner. Will Draza check right? Will Draza do it? And Hydra! Simply glorious work on the clutch.
Yeah, he is a sensational player, one of the best slayers in the game. Make no mistake, he can credit it up. And this is a man with a ton of S&D experience. Doesn't go for the highlight reel. Perfectly calibrated 1v2 and delivers the goods. That's the type of round to break the backs of Faze.
Again, just to not die in the 2v1, despite having both of their backs, is a miracle. 8 hit points, folks. 8. You stub your toe and he dies, loses the round there. 2-0. Faze again back at it through mid. Checks everything. Gets away with it. We back up through the middle of the map once again. 0-4. In position. Good for 1. Trades are on.
I mean, you'll take that if you're Faze. That could have been a lot worse. Again, 0-4 blooded many a times in this matchup. And now intel on Scrap, but baited out. Simp with another kill. Advantage finally for Faze.
Floods a ton of information across. He says, I saw at least 2, maybe 3 in that moment. Hydra, another corner. Abizi with the bomb now, towards B he goes.
Yeah, Abizi's gonna have the slow approach. If he makes contact, Hydra will pounce. And if they feel nothing, it's gonna be Abizi with the bomb plant. And they're gonna go for the 2v3. And once again, the minimap LAD, it looks so good.
He saw all of them, he saw so much. A couple of shots ran by, but now 40 seconds to get totally lost here on dead. The first gunfight, no win, no problem, Hydra's gone.
Yeah, he's out, and again, he's buying you so much time. This is a round if you're Faze, you could not afford to lose.
Over to Abizi now. Checks this for a second longer, but that's an opportunity right now for Faze to take this over. Will he check it? Oh, he doesn't get the kill! He doesn't get the kill, and the defuse will be complete! Faze, gamble big.
That is so stressful. Again, Hydra and Abizi in a 2 versus 3. You cannot play it any better than that. That is a perfect L trigger and great coverage on the bomb site. Abizi could have just broken it down. Shout out to Draza. That's why you grind S&D for reads like that.
He puts his body just in position there. He can do a little bit of work on the aim assist. He can take a bit of damage here or there, but perfect coverage. A close call. But a good round there for Faze to get right back in it.
Yeah, 5 kills for Simp as well. He has been so dominant in this series.
And look at that Thieves, top side of the map. In position, brakes absolutely. They put the parking brake on, for God's sake. They are not moving at all. Oh, what a nade. Top pocket of Abizi.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
We're about to find out. 0-4 with the bomb plant. No one's going to watch this from me, so this is going to happen. That's Scrap. Oh, he's taking it all through the paper walls of the dojo. Bomb planted.
Yeah, now you're trying to clutch this 3v4. Simp has the read on the pinch. Hydra doesn't want to chow that.
Just keep him in place. 35 seconds. Keep him in place. Oh, and he's just tagged him up, sends him out towards the middle of the map. Abuza in position here, but wait. On towards the bomb site now. You've started to get the Thieves numbers up. A big win from Abuza. Now looking towards the bomb site once again. 0-4 with a shoulder. Over the top, doesn't get the kill. The trades are on, and we have tied it up. 2-2.
And so patient. That is the type of situation that Abuza lives for. Gets the L trigger, doesn't have to move. The kills are going to come to him, and of course his teammates deliver. We saw Abizi use that very nade spot earlier. Well, 0-4 showing off the goods. No flak means no life. Draza continues to rock that Miami Heritage sticker as well.
All season long. Who's he thinking about? You may never know. A lovely back and forth game of Den here in the 5th. And again, this is to advance into the winner's bracket, or for many, to possibly go the whole way. We'll see if that curse comes to fruition. First blood, Hydra.
Smoked him. Great intel, great bomb site awareness, and now it is Scrap with bomb in hand. LA Thieves, the amount of homework they have done to prepare their search and destroy, and enough to back them down. Don't miss, don't lose. Well, this round's looking good for Thieves.
He takes the bomb site alone, nearly gets himself a kill. It's a great play. The Faze down a man on the retake. We're going to stack up. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Hit it, boys. Hydra first. He's going to check that close left corner. No, worrying about the flank. Simp finds another. The trades are continuing to roll. And Abuza with a big snipe levels it to 2-2. Abizi now eyes on the players on the inside of the bomb site. Last man left alive, Simp. 20 plus seconds to go.
Well, you know, Zouder, he got spotted the entire way. Great pre-aim, great intel, everything dialed in. If Abuza hits that first shot on Scrap before he gets the bomb down, Faze, honestly, great odds there in that round. But instead, it's Hydra getting to stand tall. 7-2 so far. We already know for Hydra, his S&D levels up throughout the year. Thieves, they are putting the work in.
Just keeping an eye on the way Hydra plays. Watch that arrow. He knows when to go, he knows when to stop. And as of now, he has been so on track with every play. Very, very heads-up work. But it's only 3-2. Plenty more still to play. Here we go.
Triple B hit there on defense for Thieves. I mean, they dominate this space. Faze have captured the middle of the map. They're going to leave 0-4 up and aggressive. He's going to play off contact, as it looks like we're going to slow force A.
What is this? Who built that? Well, it's a pile of logs. I was going to say, what a bad wall that is. What an angle. 0-4. Good for one. He doesn't see the man in his peripheral vision, but his teammate does. Shots are good for Draz, and now it's a 2v2. Wall, all down to Hydra. Out of the play for a moment, but he'll get there.
Dude, 0-4 has some stones on him.
Twins, if you will. Slow from Hydra. He's really trying to calculate this one. Waiting for a mistake to be made. There's no way they got across to the B-bomb site. We're going to check this. There we go with the trade. Ideal. Behind the tree. The hop up. Insurance play. Back and forth we go.
That big Draza and the Twins there to clutch that one up. 0-4, masterful round. Perfect coverage there on the tree. Neum, they're digging out the creddies. I mean, Hydra's delivered 3 different corner spots. We got the crack spot here for the intel. None of it don't matter in the end, but you're not stealing that in ranked play. Are you even trying?
Seems free, doesn't it? Well, if 0-4 has the stones, Neum, he had the wood in that one. Hey, yo, we go again. 3-3 here in game 5.
Pick a corner, any corner. Welcome to LAN S&D. We are playing it as tight as we possibly can. We are waiting for a pinch. This might be the let's find 0-4 and first blood him.
Nearly.
And it's Scrap actually through the wall that connects. And there's the aggression. He's trying to play off contact. Thieves, they're dialed in.
0-4 with a bit of damage there now on the pushback. Thieves, oh dear. Back to 2-2. 0-4 gets away with his life.
Yeah, through the smoke as well. Look at that.
Oh, Abe. Oh, he's confused. He's tripping. There's something happening here. Now the push to mid. Neum with a little bit of intel. The bomb recovered, and he might just be able to escape.
Something happened there. But what it is isn't exactly clear. Abizi gonna have to deal with 2. He needs to get one in the situation, and he does it. Sets us up 1v1, the rookie versus Twin.
0-4, he knows the bomb is down. I'm not sure if he was spotted there on the play. It's a good old-fashioned 1v1. And 0-4 tagged up. He has to stay alive. He wins the round solely because he's got defense. We've seen this happen so many times in Black Ops 7 so far, and 15 to go.
Hit him with the Euro step. Neum, got to go quick. You're going to have to play for the plant, but 0-4 is just going to get the timing. He'll check it at 5.
He'll check it at 5, surely. He plays it safe. Plays it as safe as he possibly can. Neum, though, is going for the kill. Neum, is he gone right? He should have gone left. And he's left for dead. A clutch 1v1.
Yeah, now he'll be looking for redemption, but 0-4 back-to-back. Super solid rounds. And that is just a round of mixiness as well. Scrap gets the first blood, and 0-4 simply gets to work. And he is a master in S&D. He has issues with the first bloods, at least throughout this year. When he stays alive, he is an absolute playmaker. Dealing with the chaos of the smoke, there for the trades on Abizi, playing the 1v1 towards the end. Go for it, earning a paycheck here in game 5.
That was a masterful mid-round adjustment. A little bit of love here for the trophies. That does connect one of the... Oh, not enough! Scrap! He hesitates for a second, and those players make their way through, and now he's down and out. 2 players there for the Thieves on the flank.
Yeah, and it's a safe plant, but you got both sides pushed out. This is an extremely difficult retake.
Going to play it as tight as we possibly can. Very difficult to Nado for from his side of the map. From the other side is where you're going to get it done. And a smoke over to Abuza. How many can he get on this push? Good enough for the damage of the first man. He will surely get traded out. There it is. The man on the inside, and Sim cleans up both. The defense holds. 5-3.
Around the way, they can taste it, and Simp has the scoreboard up. He is staring. 8 and 5 in the kills column, has 2 assists as well. Around the way from the reverse sweep. Faze, what a way they could start this tournament.
Match point, and the Thieves, their rounds have looked so good on the win.
And now I'm thinking for Thieves, trying to gas them up for all the homework they've done, talking over strats, but maybe it's discordance. Scrap back out with the snipe, mixing things up. They found success in the final week, but now they're doing things different.
Trying to keep everyone here on Faze guessing. The nades are pushing them back. And you've taken over so much of the map, but it's Sim, a patient play to take care of Abizi, and you're never guessing Draza there with a Dravik, and now 4v2. Niam with the pressure. Sim plugs forward, and Hydra, he tries to give you one.
And he has just swung all of those arrows back. Now it could be Niam's turn to make the play. Hydra doing what he can to distract. This is 3 arrows trying to hunt him down.
They're pushing in. Oh my God, the timing doesn't go his way. It might not matter. At least one done. And now Niam, the rookie, to stay alive in the series now. A 1v2, and will they line up for him? The slide forward, Niam, the damage into the first man, the challenge now from the second. He does recover the bomb. 30 seconds.
He doesn't have time for this.
Faze have all the time in the world. Niam has got to make something happen. He absolutely, positively has to send it here. Is it good for one? It's done! The reverse sweep complete. Faze send the Thieves to the lower bracket. A painful comeback in map number 1. And essentially a no-show in map number 2. To glory for Faze. What a victory in game 5. Reverse sweep, the first of the tournament. And they've got to be very happy with that. The Thieves kicking themselves after the overload.
I mean, that's huge. Players always talk about it. It doesn't matter who you are. Your first game on land, the nerves always going to be there. You got to shake them off. Well, Faze, that certainly existed in the map number 1. The comeback was certainly in, but ultimately, you win that final surge, you win the series. Faze, they're going to be on cloud 9 after that. No team, the actual cloud.
The actual cloud. Final score. Well, congrats to
That's
Faze.
a curse. That's my bad. I take it back. I ain't say it. That's not on me. Great game 5. Shout out Sim, absolute MVP. The man was pimping the entire time.
Big pimping. Yeah, great work there across the board. Lovely, lovely stuff. And we saw a little bit of everything there. Well, Thieves, we will see them play again with the lower bracket. A lot of Thieves fans here in the NEC. And an exciting debut once again for Niam here on LAN. A little bit of everything, but their overload, or the mode that they really needed the win they're in. That 5-2, that scoreline is not necessarily the full story. It was really a 5-0. Unbelievable stuff. Well, we're no longer in La La Land. We're going to say goodbye to the Thieves for now, but we will continue to say hello to the boys of Faze on interview on stage, getting ready with that one. The chance, any major surprises or anything that sort of takeaways from that match?
I mean, surprise of the crumbling there of LA Thieves, but what is not a surprise is how good Simp is. Again, every single map. 40 bomb he got on the map 4. He is barking in the comms, and 11 spree in the overload. Even the maps that they lost, he was still on form. It is an MVP race, and Simp right now, he might be the front runner.
Big man Chris Lair is on stage with Frankie Ward. Frankie, let's hear it for the man himself.
Thank you very much. Yes, Birmingham, please show some love for Simp. Yes. Simp, you thought that they were all going to boo you, but I can hear some cheers there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing the flag right there. I always appreciate all the AFNs or the Vegas fans now. But if you've been here since day 1, we appreciate you.
They were probably a bit stressed though in that first hard point because you gave away a 100-point lead. What the hell happened?
Honestly, I mean, like you said, we kind of just took a 100-point lead. I think the biggest point, unfortunately, I think Abu's a team killed, and he actually was out of the map for like a minute. I swear to God, just because of the friendly fire timer, and I mean, they just kind of locked in and played a good map, so it happens.
I'm sorry, did you just blame Abuza?
A little bit. I mean, he's team killing all my boys.
But you managed to pick things up. I know S&D, again, a fast loss on that one, but you did manage to get that mental reset in Overload. Do you think in some ways that tech pause helped you guys just have a conversation amongst yourselves and just really get your heads back into the game?
I wouldn't say, I mean, it probably did help a little bit, but I think we really reset going into that map. I think we should have been up unless Abizi didn't knife me. I mean, before the reset, he knifed me, which was insane. But I feel like we had good momentum, I feel like into that map.
And that's
even with the reset, it was whatever.
And that's the thing about Vegas. You are a team that once you get the wind on your sails, you can come back. You can take it all the way to Game 5 and reverse sweep. What is it about this team that is able to reset that mentality like that?
Honestly, I think we kind of just catch some confidence, catch some fire. I mean, even map 1, we came out super hot. I feel like we were gunning them pretty bad the whole map outside of them just playing better. And yeah, I mean, we're just confident as hell.
And you were on fire. In particular, that second hard point was a masterclass. Do you think it's something about LAN that really gives you an extra boost, like an energy drink?
Sorry, what'd you say at the end of it?
I was going to say, like being on LAN, is it like drinking a can of Monster Energy? Because you're just something else.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, LAN's always better than online. I feel like every player knows it. It just feels better, the environment's better, and even being here for the first time since my first event, actually, CWL London, like in EU. So it's great to be here, and I mean, the crowd's been amazing so far.
Yeah, and they're just getting started. Yeah. Sim, thank you so much for talking to me. Please, Birmingham, give it up for Faze.
Let's go, man.
Let's head back to the desk.
The boos continue live here in Birmingham, but I am all smiles. I predicted a Faze Vegas win. They got it done. Allie, you said there would be a reverse sweep in this series. You did. You nailed that as well.
Thank you so much. That was insane. I mean, they literally flipped. It was like LA Thieves beat Faze Vegas on some of their best maps, and then Faze Vegas flipped and beat them on some of their best ones. And Chris Lair, dude, this guy he never stops putting up numbers like that.
Simp is the greatest in the game for a reason. He showcased it here in front of all the fans. Let's take a look at your scuff play of the game, because Nameless, it is the capping to the reverse sweep 3 games in a row after being down in the 0-2 hole.
Yeah, you could have just made a Simp montage from the 10 streak that he went on in the overload. But yeah, I mean, for them, it started in that game 3. Ultimately, we get to this game 5 where the problems of LA Thieves past, they just came back. The search and destroy woes. And you know, you've seen a lot of the rounds, Hydra kind of on an island by himself.
Yeah.
You know, and for Faze, they just know that, right? If we go somewhere all together, we're either going to catch Scrap by himself with a sniper, which happened twice, or we're going to have to just deal with Hydra. And they did that very well throughout this game, especially in the second half. 0-4 was playing way more aggressive. The 1v1 versus Neum was massive, just playing his life. And in the end, they closed out.
0-4 with a massive game, but Draza as well, I think, deserves a lot of credit. People were calling for someone to get dropped from Faze, and Draza was in a lot of sites. Today, he popped off, and he was nearing the top damage in every single game alongside Simp and Scrap. Let's talk a little bit about LA Thieves, though. You picked them to win this. They started off 2-0 before the reset in game 3. I thought it was a 3-0 finish, Allie. Where did they start to unravel?
It was in the overload. I mean, that was clearly just once they went down those first 2 goals, it was like they had no map control. I mean, they were constantly dealing with a player from Faze Vegas pushed up into their spawn, just causing chaos. And for some reason, the player counting and all of them being on the same page, I just didn't really see that in that match number 3.
We started with just 10 teams. 2 of them are already sent home, and TJ's complaining about it on Twitter. In the meantime, these 8 are still in it, but you have just 1 life left for the Heretics and LA Thieves in the opening round of elimination. Remember, we will be doing the first round of elimination to close out the night.
Yeah, we're going to get some of those elimination games today. And for Heretics, an underwhelming performance. I mean, in the game 4, Rencor had 40. You lose to the Gentlemates, where they were clear way above them coming into this stage or coming into this land. A tough loss. They got to bounce back, and they got the Thieves.
Yes, Heretics throwing the overload leads to a 3-1 as they are unable to get to that game 5. It said it is Faze versus Gentlemates, and after seeing both of them win on the main stage, Allie, who's been more impressive on the day?
Ooh, I have to go Faze just because of the reverse sweep. I feel like that takes a lot more when you're down 0-2 to pull that back out.
Mental fortitude on display here. And final thoughts as we wrap up a great rivalry.
Yeah, I have the opposite answer to the question you asked Ali. I think, looking at Gentlemates, 2 wins in a row after 4 and 7. Hey, they're back on land. It doesn't matter about online. They're here to make a run.
When we come back from break, we keep it rolling here in the first round of the winners bracket. Optic, your #1 seed, will take the stage against Toronto Koi. Lock in.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATL. Get your tickets before they sell out at dreamhack.com/Atlanta. Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Was able to find Metals, who was going on that long route a couple lives ago. Maybe the one player who's going to mess with this setup. Here comes the pressure, though, for Heretics with around 30 seconds left. You deal with the players around it, but on the hill, Kosi continues to earn time. He was going to find a double, but with 20 seconds left, there's a contest.
We'll see if Heretics are we just about to tie this up with the remaining time. Rancor having himself a map so far. Metals, who's honestly been solid throughout this series, especially in map 1 and 2. 6-15 start. And he's got to get something going. But well, despite that, I mean, he had the lead until a minute ago.
What the hell did Dosti get a Hellstorm? So Hellstorm on Dosti.
He earned the five screen before when he was in the hardpoint zone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He earned it just a minute and a half
ago. P5?
Yeah, like we're going into the P5 basically. Yeah, we hopped this POV and he was only on 5 spree, so I was like, I wonder if he'll get it, and he already had it. So I think it might have been actually during the P4. Whew. Rancor's hot shoot continues. No, he is beaming. Also, a lot of this half his kills have been with a sub in hand.
Yeah, he's got the dry, just continues to find it. He's like, I'll play with this a little bit. Into a great spot. You check this corner, but it doesn't matter. It just feels like he is zapping right now.
Yeah, every time he's tucked to the corner, 2 people are sliding into him. He's getting both. 6 spree now for him. Just trying to get back in control of this lead. P2 ready to go. First there will be Heretics, but, well, it's going to be a 3-on-2. You have numbers for a moment. Does Paris. And Rancor again just eats. Not missing bullets. 26-12, 8 in a row. Hellstorm earned, chewing up time, doing it all.
Yeah, Simdo, he's going to find one, and Dosi's got the Hellstorm. So you're going to have to get off this time. Little extra utility, a big bonus, plus you find 2. So as good as the hold was, that life was for Rancor may not mean much. As you're going to get on this, you just have to deal with Metals, who is across the map. And maybe he had mute field, so they don't find Metals with that play. And he's able to find, who was that, Envoy on the hill. He's able to get the double, and now you're right back to it.
I'm imagining it was the mute field play.
Yeah, mute field plays, I think, are all over the place right now. Yeah, just Envoy just made one.
All right, well, mute field plays all over the park. Paris still holding on to this lead. Big fights for a big P3 now. Sib and Neptune trying to work together to break this through the back.
Oh, throws an 8 back.
Tosses it back in. Envoy took a long round to challenge this from the front. See if they can pinch this out perfectly together. Envoy's gonna get 2 from the front, set up Neptune to get in. And there we go, another brilliant break from Paris.
Yeah, that one a lot cleaner than some of the ones that we have seen, but they find the one player who's not in the hill. You had a 3 stacked on it. Trophies weren't there, and then, yeah, Envoy, wherever he was, through the middle of the map, got that 2-piece.
He wrapped all the way from old through, like, spiral, basically, to mid-map. Like, he took a route.
Yeah, and then we're gassing that up, and they go for dead immediately.
Yep, that'll happen, Joe. This is Call of Duty.
Not at P3. It normally doesn't happen here, though.
No, that's a good point, Joe, but it can happen anywhere. And Neptune's just going to go ahead and rotate with 20 seconds remaining on this. Unfortunately, the rest of his teammates still spawning in the back of Old. So Heretics have got everything they want. It's just can they deal with Neptune? Not yet.
At least know the position to be in. Sib has knife out. He's going to get caught. Very similar to the last time we were here.
Play. Trake's just a little finesse. Back it up and wall jump. Neptune's like, guys, I'm finessing. I'm finding kills. That looks like a sick joke. Neptune's like, boys, get to me.
A lot of these kills are looking like that. People are getting melted all over the place. And due to Neptune's play, what do you know? Paris are in the hard point. They don't have the spawns, but it has not mattered.
Well, that's the thing about 3 or 4. You can win it from the front, and they're going to try to do exactly that here. Last time they got kind of blessed with the spawn in the back. Ryan blessed, like Heretics just didn't have the spawn in the back. Metals is one with a bush. Trakes is going to get 2. Metals is going to pop, and Heretics are right back in this. Nobody can get a strong hold release. Everything's split.
Nobody's able to breathe right now. Like, you've had some longer holds, but not many. Not many, as both of our teams are just breaking back and forth. And you should see that in the scoreboard. About to be a tie game as we head to P5.
I thought maybe the final couple seconds they get the ticks to get the lead change, but now they're going to go off of Old and try to set up now, or try to break for this P5. Envoy and Ghosty, the crossfire, helping each other out. A pair of assists and a pair of kills for both. Ghosty will try to delay any kind of pinch from mid-map. He's battling with a player or 2. Teammates still holding inside the point. Ghosty's going to lose his fight against Super, but Sib does trade it now. Here come Heretics.
Hey, you get 20 seconds, now we're going to get 20 seconds. Take control of this. There is 30 left. Rencor, he is still double positive. I swear that driving was killing it faster than this M15.
No, honestly, I just would have kept that out. His driving was special.
But it does not matter. He's still on a 4 spree. Another lead change coming in for Heretics. But all right, 20. And now another 20.
No, I'd love to know what the longest hold has been. It's sub 30 seconds. It's like gotta be. Unless there's one I'm not thinking of. But we're going down to the wire. Third P1, just about to pop. Sib inside and ready to party. Up 10, looking to close out this series. Neptune gets gunned to sleep by Rancor. Now here they're gonna come. Level 4 on 3 towards the point here for a second. Top spiral, Rancor get to that and try to get angles. Sib though, snapping. Sib, I thought nearly a triple, but as he gets those kills, his teammates find none. Everyone else is going to drop, and Heretics are in.
Yeah, does he get through though? Envoy, did he get spotted? Now they're gonna know he is there. I thought maybe there was a chance for him to get through low dirt and mess with this setup. Looks like Paris really playing for P2. At least you have one player in that spot. That's gonna be Sib. Trace though, he's on 5 in a row, trying to match Rencor, trying to get us to that game 5. Maybe not rotating with Sib, but trying to find an opening through connector.
Unfortunately, that streak comes to an end due to a team nade. 10 seconds remaining. P2 ready to pop. 5 points separate them. Super is going to pounce. I thought movement may be a little awkward for a second, but he's able to snap and able to close.
One more player here. It's Envoy. Envoy's got 2, almost finds the 3rd, but early time to Heretics.
Paris, it's been all about the breaks. When they've been able to come up with them over these first couple of hard points over this day, they're going to need another break here. Heretics closer to the lead, and Nade's going to connect to pick 1 out of the point. Sib's able to get 2 after that. He was the hero in the overload. Sib looks to be the finisher here again. Metals gonna get dropped. Can't walk away with anything. Everybody grouped up and banging it out onto the point. 230, 240, away we go.
It was an opening nade from Envoy that leads to that break. Now you need one if you are Heretics, but you dodges 3 dead. Super is stuck in a corner, 12 more seconds. And while you find Super, you are staggered now. You have to go. Some deep spawns to the position of Envoy. Neptune is frying. You just need to hold on for 2 more, and they do just that. Paris back on land in a winner's round 2.
A chaotic, chaotic exposure map 4. But honestly, bro, it might have been Sib's 2 he got like early in that P2. And then the Envoy nade. But like Sib's 2 were the reason that they couldn't really get like a clean setup. And then Envoy's nade, the pick gets them in. And maybe their best setup and hold is once they finally got control of that P2. They win a pair of hard points. They start out, 3-1 in hard point over their first 2 matches. some nail-biting wins, and honestly, they probably should be 4-0.
Welcome to the Passion Pit. It's not just Call of Duty League here at Birmingham this weekend. We've also got challenges, and 84 teams are currently competing for the chance to play in the grand final on the CDL stage, but also to play in the Pro-Am Major 3 in Atlanta coming up very soon. So I think that playing on the stage here in Birmingham is going to be more than enough practice to get them ready to play against the pros. Half of the teams are going to be cut today, brutally, savagely, which is how we like it at Call of Duty. And then we're going to see Warzone Resurgence come in and take over half the hall. It's incredibly noisy, it's incredibly busy, and it's incredibly tense.
Unless they double it.
Oh, don't play with him.
That's a little clip from one of the many watch parties we have here at the CDL in Birmingham is hosting 4 just to the left of our stage. On the main stage, though, we've got our #1 seed taking on Toronto Koi. Optic Texas has been the best in our online qualifier. This was their first match of the tournament. Before we get to the green team, though, I want to start with the purple squad that had to play through the play-in. Allie, what do the fans need to know about Toronto Koi?
They're a talented roster that has not been playing to their potential. I think that's kind of my takeaway when it comes to Toronto Koi. The main focus being that Search and Destroy has been awful for them, Chris.
Nameless, you've told me that Joe Thieves was once the best player, if not a top 5 player in the game.
Still is!
Has he been enough? Can you enable him to pop off and put up the numbers he was at the start of the year?
Yeah, I would say he hasn't been the issue for this team. They've been trying to figure it out. I mean, since they picked up Kips, you know, they've gotten a little bit better, and you can see all 4 players positive in the play-in versus Surge, which is a good sign. Although they did lose that map 1 with a big lead. Thinking about this roster, though, you just need Insight and Kleenex to put it together.
Yeah.
I mean, especially Insight, he's had a really down stage. Because when you look at Kips, they pick him up the stage, Chris. He has been unreal. Top 2 damage rating in the split, a 1.10 in S&D with the most damage per round in the league. Basically what I'm saying is he's taking over in all 3 game modes.
That pregame is insane, by the way. Won first LAN series victory of the year today. They were 0-2 at Major 1. They got double first rounded, so they were able to get that win versus Surge, which I guess maybe you could say that's some momentum rolling in their favor. My biggest focus for Toronto Koi is just like last year. They keep leaning on Joe too much in Search and Destroy. He's getting the plants down. He's getting their first bloods. He's got the best KD. Kips has helped a little bit with the 1.1 in the game mode, but overall, he needs some assistance from the other team 3 on this team.
Well, Kips is frying, so maybe the other 2. Like he's actually like one of the best S&D players to split. But to me, the problem is conceptually how they approach S&D. They're the worst defense team in the league, and it's been like this for 2 years. They do these splits, they try to retake, and they're not good at it. They need to play way more aggressive on defense to have a chance. They just played Optic, Allie. They got cooked when they played Optic a couple days ago.
They got 3-0'd, but that was on the internet. Online is different from LAN, and Optic is pretty good at both, though. We've seen them go all the way to 1 grand final. That was back at Major 1. They slipped up against the Gentlemaids, but if they had won that event, we're talking about a historic match win rate, a ridiculous run here in Black Ops 7. Who's been their best player, Allie?
During this split, it's been Hook. Hook the Nuke has taken off during this split number 2, and when we're looking at vetoes, I mean, their map pool is so deep for Optic Texas. Like, they're in their bag versus almost every single team. They're able to deny that their best hardpoints. They're able to deny their best search and destroys, and therefore get their overload. They want that exposure as well, map number 3.
Does Koi have a chance, looking at our first 3 maps, of avoiding the 3-0?
Yeah, the Den hardpoint's their best chance. And remember, that was the map where I believe it was Insight started like 7-20, and they barely lost. It came down to like 1 play on the P2. So you gotta win that Den. If you're Toronto, your hopes and dreams, in my opinion, rely on that first map.
It's time to lock in our Scuff pick'ems. Nameless and I are 2 for 2 on the day, about to be 3 for 3 as I lock in Optic Texas first.
Same. Give me Optic. I think they take this one.
Rally Cat?
Are we counting B stream too? I'm going with Optic Texas, of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, predictions are in. On the main stage is Frankie Ward. Let's get it going.
Thank you very much, Puckett. It looks like every single seat has a bottom on it, but I imagine there's going to be a few people on their feet in a moment, because our first team is the team we think potentially is going to be raising the trophy on Championship Sunday.
Make some noise for Optic!
I mean, you can count on 2 hands the amount of rings on this roster for Optic Texas. I mean, looking at this lineup right now, they have looked unbelievable in the online stage. This is a team who has already been to a grand final in this game. They are looking towards dominance during this weekend, and what better start than to go up against a team in Toronto Koi.
Introduction, but please, Birmingham, keep that noise going for Duke, Shotzi, Mercules, and Dashi.
from the green wall for Optic, but I know we're going to hear some loud voices for their opponents, and I'll tell you why in just a moment, because first of all, we need to introduce Toronto Pride!
There's two options on the table here. It could be a fall from grace or a rise back to the top. Phoenix and Inside have spent so many tournaments making it to Sunday, getting to finals, and they have the roster to do it. They just have to put it together. But they gotta go through the green wall, who they just played recently, and it was off to a pretty tough start. Something tells me they're gonna put up a better fight today.
Here are your players. Kleenex, Birmingham, it's your British boys, it's Inside! By his side, we have Kips, and we have Joe Thieves. So you've heard it there. Birmingham feels like they haven't quite picked a side just yet, but those players are going to be fighting for the approval of every single person in this room, and I cannot wait to see what's going to go down. Let's head over to Shift and Study.
Thank you, Frankie. I would say, well, there might be a small little bit of bias in the venue, just a small bit. But hey, you know, you want to talk about just a little bit of an underdog story here. Toronto are playing, at least if they go four, the same four maps they just got done playing Vancouver against. And I will say, if you missed out on the B stream, didn't look as convincing as we would have liked, but they still were able to take care of business in the end.
Yeah, you take care of business, even with Joe Thieves struggling in two respawns out of the three that you played. Inside played outstanding, but Vancouver are a completely different beast compared to Optic. Optic are the best in every single mode, so to take down a #1 team, you better be on your A game.
It's pups versus the dogs right now, man, I'll tell you what. For Optic, though, hey, coming back into this #1 seed, I don't want to like spook the audience a little bit. Last time they were in Europe as the #1 seed, it was in Madrid. We know what happened there. So there are a couple of ghosts that they need to kind of slay here as they move in towards this first matchup that they play against a Toronto team that is going to be playing a little bit hot, but it is still undeniable what Optic has been able to do across just about every single mode, in about every single map. They look like the complete thing right now.
Yeah, the only map that they don't really play is Blackout Hardpoint.
Yeah.
Everything else they have tested throughout Stage 2, and they have found a lot of success throughout Stage 2. You can see it on your screen, most Series 1 in an entire stage. You also won 31 out of the maps that you played. That is unbelievable. Out of the best team in every single mode at that, because they are unbelievable in Hardpoint. The best team in Search and Destroy, and they went 8-2 in the Overload column. Like, this team is outstanding from top to bottom.
You know, the thing about it is, like, you go through what this round robin where everyone plays everyone in the online qualifiers, and we were kind of expecting that it was going to be a pretty clear delineation between the top, the middle, and the bottom. We didn't get that. So I think just looking at the fact that everyone was beating everybody, for Optic to come up and sit there and say, we're not going to lose much at all, even just maps in general, really, I think, asserts the fact that this team should be looking towards aspirations of making it to and through Sunday, but you don't want to overlook anybody, and that's where I think Optic have maybe stumbled in the past.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to look anyone that you play up against on that main stage on land, but the good thing for Optic is you just played against this core lineup a couple days ago, and with Optic having such a great start to the qualifiers, sitting at 7-0, 8-0, the last couple of teams they played, I said, that's all good. You can play your best map versus us, because that's going to provide us the best practice. So since you already started off on a dead hard point, you know, Nameless touched on it, Inside had a really slow start. He played way better in that series versus Vancouver, but Optic still were able to get that W at the end of that hard point.
Yeah.
This is a must-win, in my opinion, for Toronto.
Absolutely, and let's just kind of throw everyone into the world of know here. Knowledge is power. For Toronto, they lost this map versus Vancouver. And a lot of it came by way of they were set up first for P2. They were set up first for P4. 4 straight times, but they got broken. And every single hill that they had control on, which is something that would dramatically have to change. The energy starts to rise as we get ready to go for map #1. It's been a minute, England, since we've had a chance to see the green wall here in person. So I'm gonna ask you once and only once, are you guys ready for a little bit of Optic today? Now let's find out who's ready for some Toronto today. Yeah, it's kind of what I thought. Yeah, Toronto and Optic, map 110, let's get it on.
Early into the action, Koi need to come out of the gate swinging and be prepared for some of these routes that Shotzi already is working on. He finds himself behind the lines over at couches. He leads the opening kill. Hoop strike for number 2. So he's with Koi getting the initial time. Optic clean house. Now they're soaking.
Yeah, that's just break off 101 right there for Optic. Toronto will still spawn towards the P2 side, desperately needing recovery. You see it on the top-hand side. The last time these two teams played, it was tight. So getting off to a hot start would be key for Koi. Right now, they're just playing a little bit of pickup, though, just trying to find some sort of a look at P1. A lot of it shut down through couches, and now Hoop's on the route trying to flip spawn.
Yeah, but they had mid-connector, and it's CleanX able to line up a double there, so you get the break for a little bit of time, but you still don't have the spawns that you want over towards P2. Shotzi also phenomenal, starts sitting at 5-1, has the info onto Kiss, but at least sets up Dashy for the kill. Optic just need to get it towards P2 now.
Yeah, big win here, potentially for either side. Hoop joins the effort, though, as Dashy's off the regen. Outer, that's a good win from CleanX on 2. Help is inside with Joe Tease. Again, he was slow starting versus Surge, and Shotzi has no intention of letting him heat up. Already finding 2, keeping both sides at bay, but Joe keeping himself in the hard point, has Toronto still spawning close for quick reinforcement.
Yeah, big moment there for Koi. And a misplay there from Optic because you slayed your way out. You were creating that extra layer through the front door. No one hard blocks the back, but on your second attempt, you're right back in with a clean 4 dead. So only one player on this side. It's going to be Kips. Looking for a one-on-one gunfight. He's able to find it onto Shotzi, but his teammates are still not in the play yet.
Yeah, Dashy zoning out the rooftops means that this hit for Toronto is staggered and scattered, and all 4 players for Koi will fall. Now it's time to take the hit on the chin, rotate over to P3, and even that will lead to split spawns. Optic in a moment of concentration, trying to work their way through Dojo, but CleanX holds the line for a key double.
And Shotzi knows that there is this potential at a split spawn here, so he's just going to camp in towards lockers, have another one-on-one gunfight go his way, and now with your teammates spawning on this side, you know all of Koi are going to be over towards Dojo. So you have the numbers, got to hit a stunner or nade to break on it.
Kips is trying to throw a shoulder, but doesn't anticipate that all 4 members for Optic are here. Now a quick pin being established by Mercury through mid-left, but it's Joe Tease. Much better in the start here on the Den. Able to shut down a couple of Optic members. Dashy is the last one left alive outside the play as Optic are looking for routes.
Yeah, so far, fantastic hold here from Koi because you're forcing Optic to be a little bit uncomfortable. Consistently trying to break through the middle of the map. You go 3 for 1 in the trade, fights Joe Tease, cleans up Mercury's again, so you have an opportunity to take the lead plus some here if you're Koi.
Yeah, and I think, again, the big key is, yes, Toronto can keep things scrappy inside of things like a P3, but it's really about can they dominate on a setup as we look over towards 4. The final battle for scrap time, though, echoes on in front of Dojo. Joe Tease just looking for an angle off the mid-cut, able to find 1 damage into the second, but the side of the wall plays a bit of a factor, leaving CleanX now fighting for his life inside pillars.
And Shotzi already finds a gunfight over at the new Hardpoint, so you got to play slower if you are Koi to try to hold down these dragon spawns or at least allow Joe Tease to be into the play. But Hoop the nuke strikes first. CleanX and Insight clean up house, and this is where Joe Tease pitch is going to be felt. 3 for 1 back spawn secured. Koi again have another chance to take the lead.
Can they hold? That's the big question. And Dashy's already kicked things off with an entry. CleanX caught, trying to jump over to fill the gap. Kips 3 and 10 after a hot series versus Surge. A slow start here, and Joe just has to back off, value his life, and Optic continue to stagger the respawns as they continue to find straight kills.
Yeah, now you're forcing Koi to just funnel one way all the way through the back doors. Crossfires are set up, trophies, this is now into play, and Dashy on 5 in a row, locking it down with the M15. Koi just need to get some kind of time off of this, and Kips wins that one-on-one, at least gets Optic for now.
Out of pistol, out though for Dashy, may as well be an SMG for him, but Kips wins that battle, and that will be scrap time. So again, just looking at the narrative and the feeling about this opening rotation, felt like Optic were dominating. Koi only down a couple of points though, lucky to still be in it. Now it's just time to clean up the micro moments.
Yeah, the P3 was the answer for Koi, keeping themselves into this mix. Now Optic looking to make those adjustments into the second half, but they're losing all the gunfights off the rotation. You have couches somewhat secured if you are Koi, but you're more focused on soaking up the time.
Yeah, I mean, how inspiring is that if you're Koi and you're looking at Kips at just 3 and 10 for the end of the rotation, and you're up now by 8 points. Unbelievable recovery for Toronto as now Joe Tease is starting to carry the spotlight for him as he's on 4 in a row. One more is Hoop, but no. Trade not officially there yet, but Kips' nade will take care of it. Toronto, all the meanwhile, still inside the time.
And Shotzi's flip spawn now, potentially it needs to be a big time play. He works his way through rooftops, takes off that pressure off of the time, but it's still Koi in control of the spawns and in control of the map. You're losing every single fight now if you're Optic. This is not good.
Yeah, just Joe in that takeover MVP style mode right now. Insight, a bit of a slow start of his own right, but again, Toronto will still get a couple of players to try to defend against this hit towards P2. Kleenex, the first one up, doesn't win the gunfight versus Shotzzy, and simultaneously Kips falls inside the hill. Optic will win the rotation to have the setup.
And this is where Optic are going to make those adjustments. Make sure you have someone towards the backside, guarantees blocking those back spawns. Just need to win those gunfights from the front, but Show to Thieves lines up a double, and now you have Insight breaking the back, and it's only going to be a one-on-one gunfight, but Shotzi's still doing Shotzi thing. Optic's still in the time.
Show to Thieves needs to get on the Morse code machine here and just start throwing the SOS out. He needs some help. He is doing everything for Toronto. There's just not a follow-up yet. Kips and Insight really struggling right now, but if they can find a couple of kills to clean up this hit from Optic, it would lead towards some good time for Toronto. Merc still holding the outside, wins the first battle. Wants more as he's doing up with Shotzzy, and from the front, Optic secure a break.
Basically a flawless hold there from Optic from the front side. Gives themselves a nice little comfortable lead going over towards P3, but you're not going to have the numbers, so the Nuke has his hands full, looking for the opening kill, at least stalls time for Mercules to somehow away, work his way through mid-cut. Now the Nuke is going to strike, looking for kill number 2. Rotation now secured by Optic.
And he's going to get the stun check over on the Kleenex. Doesn't win that battle. No immediate trade nearby, but you are stuck up creek without a paddle if you're Kleenex. So isolation comes through. Toronto trying to pinch from the front simultaneously, though. Now Shotzi's got the read, but gets pushed off. Maybe a chance here with these mid spawns for Toronto to quickly pinch through mid. Nobody watching that right now from Optic, but Shotzi's clearing out the front. Here comes the pinch through the middle of the map. Shotzi somehow still alive. He just has the 1v1 in front of him. Oh, not quite. Insight gets the win, and we're going to go neutral. 2v2 over the time.
Yeah, there's 30 seconds remaining at the P3. All of Koi have been forced to just bombard their way through Cabo every single time. Every single long route over to the backside of Dragon has getting cut down, and now this is a flawless hold from Optic. A chance to go from P2 to P3 with basically uncontested time, but Koi at the right time. Break in for the 20. Now Optic need to hold their irons, lock down this side of the map so they have the rotation to do.
Good first win from Shotzi. That shuts down the exit through mid. Joe, the only one through, if you want to call it that, is he's going to try to threaten the front. It's all about timing here as Toronto are still waiting to assert some at least pressure towards the backside of Dojo. They will get a kill out of Gibson. Mercules cannot pick which direction he wants to look, so now Dash is in trouble. Spawners are still up for the moment, though, for Optic. Do everyone spawn in? Yes, they do. Puke now back into the hard point, and everything's going to get cleaned up for Optic. Huge moment for Optic Texas.
That's fantastic plays from Optic. Even when Joe Deceives strikes on the unknown factor from the front door, you're able to manage him quickly and now light up the kill feed with everyone else. 30 seconds remaining at this HP. All of Koi forced to break through rooftops, and finally Kleenex finds the opening.
You need something out of Kips at Insight. They are 16 and 42 combined right now. You cannot beat Optic 2 versus 4, but Toronto is still hanging in. Another lifeline. But nicks another life out of the Cats 9, because at the moment, Toronto is still just barely clawing to stay in this map.
And now with the leader's advantage, you can start to work on some of these long routes, but you are getting caught in those positionings. Shotzi works his way through couches, allows Mercules to spawn right near him, so Joe Deceives, he's thinking, I'm going to be crystal clear on the backside of Broken, but here comes the pressure.
First win, wow, Shotzi just zooms up the steps. Joe can't quite lock it down, but Kips provides a double to keep Toronto inside the hard point. Kleenex cooking up a nade, now looking over to the top of the tie, but Mercules is able to find one. Help is nearby. Insight trying to finesse. Dance trying to get any damage he possibly can. Decent tracking, but Shotzi's just a little bit too quick. Joe is slow, should be traded, and Optic secure another break.
Toronto is losing all the map control because Shotzi is just getting lost. Double positive, another 5-3. And Optic still soaking up a majority of this P1 time. You do that a little bit too aggressive, so Koi have an opportunity with one player to at least spawn over towards House to get you off at the time, which leads to the break. So Koi, even though they're getting heavily outslayed, they're only down 20.
Yeah, somehow, some way, but we're getting into crunch time, and we cannot have players nearly triple negative for Toronto. Kleenex and Joe are doing everything. They don't make Jan Sports big enough, though, to carry through Optic, you would think, especially with a couple of straight kills coming through as soon as P2 opens. That will clear the floor. Now Optic have win condition in the form of the hill.
All 4 dead, layers being pushed out, back spawns are being blocked. You now have gained all the information that Koi are going to bombard their way through the front, but they do find the opening too. So you can overwhelm them with the pressure, and that's a clean 4 dead for a clean break for Koi.
But Mercules still alive, lots of damage in. Toronto will still get a couple of players to contest from the front. You need to show up your Kips at Insight. Kips able to find one. Insight bounced out of the hill though. Close spawns for Optic. Can you out-trade this if you're Koi? Nice little slide out from Joe, able to find himself a second. The pitch from Kleenex in hold, and Kips is now showing up 3 in a row. Toronto looking good for the scrap as Optic are spawning all the way out, and they're gonna be split, rotating to 3.
The fact that Koi are still in this game with the stat lines that you see, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. Kips and Insight, can you have a big moment? Rotation, and the young buck is starting to bark now, 5 in a row.
And he could possibly get a Hellstorm, and he's able to get the win versus Dashy. All he needs is some hardpoint time. What a resource a Hellstorm could be for Toronto. Stunned right now of the fact that Koi are even possibly considering taking the lead. It's 2v4 essentially. Kips and not still able to get the Hellstorm shut down before he can earn it, and Optic have numbers to break.
Yeah, hoop the nuke, fucking double through mid-cut. Now you alleviate all of that pressure from that side of the map. You push out over towards Dojo, and you are trading effectively. You can still win the game here if you are Optic Texas. Koi gonna give it another push through Dojo.
And you know where the hit is coming from if you're Optic. Mercury's taking a lot of damage, instantly traded out. Hoop right behind him for 2. Doesn't predict the third. Joe, the last one left alive, has to jump in to find the final 2 Optic members, and he will be pushed out. Can Kips get there to contest? No, he's not going to. It's going to be map number 1 to Optic.
And it's sort of the same score that we saw a couple days ago in the qualifying match. Koi were dominating all of that game until the very ending, where Optic were able to chain that P2 to the P3 to close it out. But Optic, the adjustments that they needed to make was especially on that second half. Koi get beat to the punch at the P2, get full 60'd on. You get beat to the punch at the P3, you give up the first 30. But then you make the P4 scrappy, and even though Koi were able to take that lead at the P2, Optic were in firm control of the game because they were just thinking a step ahead.
Yeah.
When you got players like Shotzi, starting off the game the way that he did, consistently going on spree after spree, and just being so damn annoying to where you're one of the Koi players, like you're coming off the respawn. I don't know if Shotzi's right next to me or all the way across the map. He's just so hard to keep track of. Thankfully, he has that performance because Optic, they needed him to do that on that opening map.
Without question, you get 4,600 damage out of Joe Tease with over a minute in the hard point. And to be fair, shout out Treyarch, Kips and Insight are looking at the final scoreboard like, I went 30 and 29, I went 25 and 26, I was in there, but not being able to finish those eliminations is where Optic are able to get the extra 10 seconds, the extra 20 seconds. Because simply put, Insight's the guy who they're looking at to say, I'll be in the hill, soaking up some time, and the last guy standing to win a 1v1 to secure things. And simply put, he wasn't able to win those gunfights when they mattered most. And also, to be fair, to kind of throw a little bit of an extra kick around her, Kips is really out of the question until he goes on that 6-3 back over to P2 to P3.
But the fact that they were in this game
is so surprising.
It's very surprising to me, my friend, because 2 players were getting destroyed. Joe Tease and Kleenex kind of bailed them out of so many situations. And I don't know if it's because Koi were playing fantastic in the teamwork aspect, or Optic just giving up a couple opportunities and they were seizing it. But regardless, Optic take that opening den, a map that they were trying to add to their map pool all throughout Stage 2 qualifiers. You do it versus potentially the best team on Den Hardpoint, and you did it now back-to-back time versus this lineup.
Yeah, that's a really strong point just overall when you look at just the power stock that Optic brings to the table. Like we talked about, it's not just every single mode that they're finding a lot of success in. It's across pretty much every single map and every single mode. They definitely are set up for potential success, not just in this series, but likely beyond it. For Toronto, I won't say it's the same story as what you and I saw earlier today versus Vancouver, because simply put, they didn't really have a chance to hold anything. And they were still, again, finding times to at least contest, if not flip some of those 50-50 hills, in particular this P3. And this is on top of that, they also did a nice job the second time we were on the first hill to get a lot of time there too.
Yeah, if you're going to say that that's the final score with the stats that we just put up versus the best team in the game, we're gladly going to take that, because obviously we want to get the W, but we fought tooth and nail. We just needed to get 1 or 2 more kills in a certain situation, and that potentially changed the outcome. But another situation here on lane when you find yourself down 0-1 off of an L on Den, you need to have the response here on raid.
And that's the big key, because we were talking about the advantages that Toronto had when it came down to search and destroy on this map versus Vancouver. Their first blood percentage was pretty solid, their conversion percentage pretty solid, as we look back over the game flow map from our first map. And again, just to kind of visually represent what we're talking about, again, it's just like these tight little ebbs and flows.
With 2 players getting destroyed.
Exactly, which is just something that you would normally expect. So now kind of taking that focus into the nitty gritty of this raid search and destroy. Optic is one of the most successful teams when it comes to first blood percentage and conversion percentage. And when they plant the bomb, they rarely lose a post-plant setup. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Toronto to confirm a first blood and hold it. Give yourself a 4v3 early if you want to have a chance to respond to your map too.
Yeah, and also one more thing, Optic are the best team on defense. They always strike for that first blood and don't really allow you situations to get that bomb down. So a lot of things in the back of the mind if you are Koi, but thankfully it's a map that you are very familiar with, a map that you just played in your last series versus Surge. Even though it did go all the way to around 11, there was a lot of good play calls and great decision making to lead to that victory. And they need to be on tip-top form because in S&D in March, these guys are outstanding.
I mean, it's been across every single category. Legitimately, it's been near perfection. But in particular, of course, the KD ranks are up there, but let your eyes fall a little bit. Opening to a win percentage for these two guys has also been unbelievable, considering that Hook is also still in the mix when it comes to that percentage. So there's a lot of bonus towards what Optic's been able to do in the search and destroy outside of just killing well. It's been done around the objective, and I think in particular, like we talked about, they don't allow plants to come through all that often. They retake well, and on top of that offensively, they plan a lot and they hold a lot. It's just everywhere it feels like it's top 2 in the league right now.
Oh yeah, that basically tells you, best team in the game, my friend. So gotta bring your best stuff. You gotta take care of this young man on your screen who has been outstanding ever since he entered the pro scene. It's going to be Optic early on the attack, going for a 2-2 split.
Oh, and how about this 2-2 split? It's aggression. Right down the water steps. They know someone's stuck in the corner. A little bit of damage is out, but Kips is able to at least find first blood. Again, can Toronto hold that advantage? No! Hercules just dives on into the fray, comes away with 2, and it's a 3v2 for Optic.
You know, both players from Koi all the way across the map, so do we decide to get the objective down or continue to play the ring around the rosy game? We'll just wait until we gather some information because it's already been 30 seconds and Koi have yet to show face.
They have to check something at some point, though. And it looks like Optic are waiting to catch any information, as you mentioned, before they can commit to either site or playing for kills. Toronto rewrapping back over to A, and in that moment, Optic are going to jump out money window and plant at B.
To get the control, Mercury's is watching all of the map. He's working himself on the ace. 1v3 left up to Insight.
Now Insight currently a little bit stuck over towards water steps. Merc focus staying here to see if he can catch all 4. And whoa, Dashy, knife out, little dancing. It looked like Merc did catch all 4. So ace goes to Hercules and first round goes to Optic.
Yeah, and there's no way Optic should have that much confidence to make that play call right off the rip of the game.
Mid.
We go 2-2 split and are uncontested sliding through the middle of the map. That's basically a GG on the round. You know that we have them trapped. We have the advantage that we want. And when you're gaining information with the players going over towards bedroom, even though you lose that first blood gunfight, Mercules is instantly there to respond with 2. You get the bomb down, you're fantastic in your post plant. You don't throw away number situations. Optic, great in the opening round.
I wonder how much research Optic were doing watching Toronto play this map earlier.
Versus Vancouver, because that was a similar defensive setup.
Exactly. We saw in round 1 for Toronto defensively, they tried to get Joe Thieves through into Rock. Optic don't give him a chance for that. But quick action here is Toronto. Look for the early plant. Hoog just kind of sliding underneath the angles at bar. Will be shut down, but Dashy responds with one of his own 3v3, and then a gunfight off screen for Shotzzy comes out as Dashy somehow finds Kleenex on the exit, I believe. But there's Joe. Last one left for the 1v3. A little bit stuck, and he will be chased.
If I'm Optic, I'm not going to give him a chance. We're going to send both players to commit on the gunfight, and Dashy at least stays alive to set up Mercules for that final. But Koi got the first blood. They had the post-plant scenario, but somehow, some way, Optic are able to force one-on-one gunfight after one-on-one gunfight, break them all down, successful on the retake, 2-0 quickly.
Just that late little peek from Dashy, top cutout.
Yeah, because like Kleenex was trying to challenge Water Steps. You would have loved him to sit at bedroom to keep cutout safe, but just gets caught.
Dissected perfectly by Optic, 2-0 up. And now we'll see if Toronto will try to do that setup that we were talking about just briefly for a moment. Can they get Joe Thieves into the middle of the map defensively? That was a key that they really tried to accentuate versus the Surge earlier today, and it did lead to a lot of success. Looks like no interest for Toronto to do that here in this round. It's all 4 members in and around A.
Doing the same exact they played it. They did in the opening round. Mercury's still in a position to watch all of middle, but you're going to get this bomb down at B for free with bedroom control and Tiki control. All right, let's see if Koi can do it different this time.
And they're just so late to get here that any nades really won't affect this post plant much at all. Shotzzy just dancing with the nades inside of Tiki, bails into the water. Smoke to keep him covered. This is taking so much time. Under 30 to play. First blood to Mercules, almost into the pistol up for another, but Kleenex responds. But down to 20 seconds to fight. You've got to make a move, and how do you? There's just nowhere to go. Shots onto Kleenex will keep him held back. He's the last one now standing, and the round's over. Optic's gonna go up 3-0.
Man, Toronto need to make some very quick adjustments, my friend. Because there's no way Optic are going to go to the same thing that worked in round number 1, and it's actually way better than it was in round number 1. Because at least you had 2 players from Koi contesting over towards Tiki, and you found the first blood, but you stack everyone towards ring, complete blind counter out of the green wall, you get the bomb down at B with all the space that you had, and Koi take 15 seconds before they even end the engagement. Optic, this is way too easy for them right now.
This is child's play right now. So feels like a must-win round right here for Toronto, just to start to at least throw some considerations to Optic's camp. It'll be Toronto on the offense. Bit of aggression of their own over through mid. Shoulder from Shotzzy leads us to believe that they have read this, especially with Joe at low health. So it's a double stack over towards Kitchen to defend. He is currently open, quote unquote, but it's going to take a long time for Toronto to really clear that out.
Yeah, Koi are thinking, all right, I'll play call this round. We take mid, we can get the bomb down to watch it from mid, but Optic show face at Kitchen and don't allow them to be fully comfortable. Now they're instantly taking space away at B, and the time is still ticking away, and Koi have yet to get the objective down.
Joe needs to make a decision on how he wants to play this. They haven't even cleared laundry yet. They're still tossing nades this direction, and now all of a sudden Optic defensively can try to react. Kips, a couple of nice shots are in. Smoke will block off the remainder of that gunfight, and we're down to 40 seconds. Toronto still looking for some vacancy to plant.
They're trapped. They don't really have an angle to get this bomb down. Your best bet is to do it towards Laundry, but now Kleenex is going to be contested on the backside. There's only 30 seconds remaining on the round, and we have yet to think about the objective. Mercules finds the first, Shotzzy finds the second, 4v2.
Dude, it's just like little jabs on one side, uppercut on the other. Little jabs on one side, uppercut on the other, and Toronto just cannot get their feet under them in any form on this map. Wow. They are getting battered.
Bro, that's so tough if you are Koi in that situation. Because you take mid-map away, all right, Optic don't show face. You wait 5 seconds, now they're here. Okay, we can't plant the bomb from mid.
Yep.
We take laundry control to try to get the objective down. Wait, they're shooting us in the backside of arc. We can't do it yet. Now we try to get it down, and they're already contesting as backside laundry. Optic are just so fast at reading the map and putting themselves in position to force Toronto to be uncomfortable. And that has led to 4 rounds in a row.
Vibes for the green wall have to be absolutely immaculate right now. You have to love what you're watching in this surge. Dashy has been stuck on 5 in a row for a while.
He hasn't even sniped yet.
I know. Here we go. There's that aggressive play that we were talking about. Toronto able to get Joe in towards Zig just a touch, so the defense can start to structure around that. But still, Optic are just going to let this happen and maybe try to feel out with some late nades how they want to try to manipulate the map from there.
Yeah, best defensive look so far here from Koi. But Optic have already gathered that information and are slowly going to work their way still over towards this B site. Don't throw a shoulder that can potentially cost you, and you do at least you make it count if you're Kleenex. You find one, Joe gets the trade, numbers still in favor of Koi.
Shotzzy in some trouble, able to keep alive for a while, but not long enough. Dashy, decision to be made here, sitting on 5 in a row, close to a hellstorm, but tries to poke out maybe to find the 6th kill, not going to work out, and as you called, Toronto, best defensive look so far, and it works out for him.
Yeah, and it was all because of the pace change-up. You don't give a one side of the map to Optic uncontested. You take mid-map away, are instantly in a position to watch both sides. But it was better that the fact that Optic were trying to retake mid as well, initially to start that round, and you push them back. So you finally get one on the board there if you are Koi. There's still a couple more to even make this a competitive S&D.
Yeah, and that's not a round that's going to completely deter Optic's mindset on how this map is going right now. It just simply gets down to a 1-for-2 exchange at water steps. That goes the other way. We're looking at 5-0, no problem. Tips, a look at Shotzzy as he makes his way into water stairs. He's currently stuck there with Kleenex tossing nades, but Shotzi's just going to throw out a smoke, get out of there, and now he's a mystery man again.
Same exact play Koi just did on defense. Optic said, all right, we're going to do the same thing. Force you to be uncomfortable in your spawn. And allow that time to keep on ticking down, but they have worked their way over to B, uncontested at water steps. Not wasting any time, let's get it down.
Well, you got to be careful if you're in sight right now. He's looking to play off of a very late flank, but Hook has read that, and now the long side of the map has been erased. And look at the full flood. Kleenex in some trouble here. Whoa, Shaky trying to finish off the first kill. Hook gets a second, Mercury's a third. Last one left is Kips. And 1v3 this far away from the bomb. He would need to do something special, and that's just not going to happen. Optic 5-1 up.
Man, they're so locked.
Yeah.
Like, they watched Toronto play Vancouver, without a doubt, in that first matchup, man, because when Koi had that post plant set up 3-for-1 split, Inside found so much success at ring. But Hook did not give it up. He was committed on that angle, knowing that this is the guy that likes to make that play. You take care of Inside, you're able to have the number situation and overwhelm everybody else on the side of Koi for a successful retake. Optic, outstanding on the defense, have yet to lose one in this game, and now we're at game point.
Yeah, this is just one of those that feels like Toronto is not holding a candle right now. 10-2 for Mercules in a 5-1 tally. First time we've seen Dashy with the scope out. This is his first attempt at Insight, but Shotzi, meanwhile, has gotten through again, and there's still pressure somewhere on the map from Optic, which has been the staple.
And this is very easy now if you are Optic, because all we need to do is just back them down over towards Laundry. We could potentially plant it for the middle of the map, but Shotzi gives up his positioning, gets first blooded.
Wow.
Now on a man down, you gotta make up for it. Thankfully, you got Mercules 3v3 still.
He's still throwing shoulders at 10 HP. Who gets one more over through Laundry side? Mercules, of course, aware of the potential threat on the flank. Puts himself in a bit of a corner. Joe sees Dashy. Dashy sees Joe.
Gotta get out.
And he's like, I'm out of here. I'm not trying to fight that. And Optic are just going to play this backside. Laundry and Mercules is just hanging around, finds Kips, and now you know where Joe is. So just make sure he doesn't peek you while you plan, and you've got a 3v1.
Bomb's going to go down. Joe deceives that you have yourself a vintage moment to potentially bail your team out. You do not. And this Mercules puts in the finishing touches there on the search to destroy. Optic looking outstanding so far to start the weekend. Basically a perfect raid search. Now up 2-0 in the series.
Child's play. Holy cow, dude. I don't know what you say, Jay. I mean, we've seen so much out of this Optic team over the course of the long round-robin online qualifiers. And enough to us to have a lot of conviction saying that this is clearly the best team in the game. And now you get a two-map affair where you play Toronto on their best hard point. You are really controlling the entirety of the game. You're essentially playing a 2v4.
Yeah.
And then you get on to a raid search, which Toronto just came off of. Looked fine. A couple of mistakes when they played Vancouver, but largely fine. Here, not the case. Mercules, Dashy just take control, take over. And now we're looking at an overload where it's just like, well, good luck, you're playing Optic on overload.
Yeah, it's tough, man, because Optic are the best hardpoint team in the game, showing why they're the best search and destroy team in the game. And oh yeah, if you forgot, they're also the best overload team in the game as well. It's going to be exposure overload, potentially for a chance for Core to continue on in this series. And we did cast them versus Vancouver. They won 8-0 flawlessly, so they're very comfortable here.
Yeah, not the first time on the season they've won 8-0, let alone on that map. They've done it 3 times. Just comes down to you're playing a different monster when you're looking at exposure overload and the green wall lined up against you. So far, it's business as usual, Jay. Optic looking every bit the threat that they established themselves online. And now, if you're Toronto, you're kind of fighting for some momentum in any form here as you consider map number 3. But the desk, I'm sure, is eager to talk more about this, so we'll head over to Puck into the game.
All right, we predicted a 3-0 here on the desk. It is shaping up that way. After watching the first respawn, though, what did you learn in the hard point, Rosalie?
There were 2 players on Toronto Koi that had a combined of 16 kills while Hook had 18, and the game was within 20 points.
Right.
So it was a little confusing. It was a little bit like, okay, Toronto Koi, if we get a little something going here, we could close out this map, and Pips absolutely did, but it is still Optic Texas and Shotzi able to close it out in that map number 1, and then just an absolute dominance during the search and destroy.
Lots of first bloods going to Optic here, Ant.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of the defensive rounds, again, like I said about Koi, just terrible. I mean, we do this 2-2 split. Optics just running it down B. Mercules is flying through Tiki, finding 2 kills. Another one, it's a retake where, you know, on offense, Toronto went to B. Optic just break from water stairs. Like, these are fundamentals in S&D that are out the window. And honestly, like, it's simple to fix, but at this point, it's been 2 years of it. I don't know how Toronto fixed it. I really don't. It's the same problems they've had for 2 years. And, you know, Optic's not really having to do anything crazy here. You think about the HP, Ali, you just mentioned it. Like,
they're just rotating, getting the first 30 seconds, and Toronto were surviving off of scrap time. That whole map. So like really, Optic were in control the entire time. Yeah, they're gonna 3-0 this series.
How much does it cost for Nameless's search and destroy tips?
I'm there. You let me know. Listen, shut down that
now. Give my guy a call. In the meantime, we've got an exposure coming up, but we got to catch you up with what's over on Bravo Alley. Looks like we have a 2-0 lead over the Falcons, and this could be a 3-0 sweep as they close out Overload.
That's insane. I mean, we just missed it. It was tied up, and I feel like G2 must have just gotten that ball in, but this is a completely unexpected result. We knew G2 got better on land, but Riyadh, I mean, they look like a different beast during the split.
They're the best exposure Overload team in the game, and they just lost on game point.
That's insane.
I asked Kremp, how are you feeling backstage? And he said, to be honest, too freaking good. We are dialed in right now. G2 with a 3-0 over the Falcons, and now that means the Falcons will play the loser of this match. Will they be facing off against Koi? We have one more map to go potentially, but also, you heard from the casters, Koi, multiple times, they have 8-0'd opponents on exposure. Is there a chance they steal the Overload? You know what? We've got the G2 Overload to rewind a little bit. Let's see how this one played out, Al.
Yeah, I would have missed that final goal that we missed out on because it was 4-4 tied. Now we got 30 seconds on the clock, and it's Kremp in the middle of the map.
Yeah, G2 4-4 with the rock in hand, with Skies with the ball. Yeah, right here. I mean, this is where Riyadh's been so good online, like defensive stance, playing the life, but it's Mamba. Finds 3.
Woo,
My goodness.
Rookie!
And he had the last guy one shot.
5-4, they put it in with 8 seconds left to go, and that is how G2 sent Celium's crew down to the elimination bracket. Riyadh Falcons coming in with a top 4 seed, looking in trouble.
Bro, I guess the teams that were good at Major 1 are just good again. Gentlemaids, Optic, G2,
that
Faze.
part. All right.
Our good teams are good on land?
They're all just Lanimals.
Yeah, Lanimals are back.
Wild stuff. Rosalie, before we go back to the casters, any thoughts you think the fans should know before we get into this one?
Anything I think that they should know? Hopefully this game catches us back up because we've had a couple tech delays today.
All right, this game could get us back on schedule. Casters, you ready to rock?
We're ready to rock, Chris.
We got shifted study on the mic, gentlemen. Let's go.
Thank you for that tech delay promo, Lally. That was really kind of you to catch us all up and ready to go. For Toronto, you better hope to whatever God you pray and that you found some kumbaya ready to go here for this exposure overload. Otherwise, it's going to be a quick reset to get down to the lower bracket. A match, by the way, that they have to play right after this.
Yeah.
So, woof.
And you just saw it, like G2 on point. They slammed the head out of Falcons. Every time I think about Falcons being a top team and we're saying, oh, they're top 3, they get to land and get 3-0'd by G2. All right. I don't know what Falcons we're going to get, but G2 on point.
Yeah, they're looking solid, man. It's the cowboy boot buff. I mean, I'm
gotta be Mamba
with the boots. He's him, man. He's him. So that's kind of what's framed up. Of course, you talked about, this desk talked about the loser of that matchup plays the loser of this one, which also means the winner of this matchup plays G2. Yeah. That was a saucy matchup between Optic and G2 when we were at Southern Methodist. So that could be another rebuttal there if we do see that, which it looks pretty likely just based on how this series has gone. Just, take the floor here, Jay. What are your thoughts going to this overload besides the very heavy green wall riding narrative we built so far?
All right, so from what we saw from Koi early on in their series versus Surge, they dominated time of possession. When you dominate time of possession, that means you're also finding a lot of success in your slaying department, so lead blockers for finding every kill possible. Just Vancouver are a way different beast than Optic.
Correct.
Optic have the players to single-handedly bail you out of certain situations. I feel like they're the only team that we have throughout the season that could put themselves in a bad spot and still bail themselves out of it just because of the raw talent that they have. So, Koi, you need to be the team initially to start off on the scoring side. Get a great break off like you did versus Vancouver. You stand a pretty good chance of forcing game 4.
It's all about momentum, especially on this map where one score can quickly lead to another. So we'll see how that all unfolds. But like you mentioned, it's a tale of two cities in a lot of ways because you just got done playing a team that was 1-10 in Overload, and you're essentially playing a team that's been like 10-1.
Complete opposite.
Yeah. Complete opposite. It's just based on how those first 2 maps went, I think especially the Search, you're just looking at a team that is roaring and ready to go, and another that's just trying to find some identity a little bit. So a lot to ask of Toronto. Not just to get back into the series, but even to do some damage here in map number 3. But if they do, Scar Hardpoint has been solid for Toronto. You could say, of course, a lot of the same things for Optic. And then the Den Search and Destroy, it's anytime there's a Den, you're looking at Toronto saying, okay, you got some favor there. So it's not impossible, just feels a little improbable.
one step at a time, one map at a time, one moment at a time if you are Koi. We're still seeing the fly through, but I'm hearing gunshots on my headset. Have no idea if the game started yet, but when music comes back, it probably has.
Okay. Yep, that'll confirm.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, man, it's just interesting. You know, I think especially like the Des was talking about, and we'll just kind of take their narrative and run with it a little bit. Man, COD is just a land game, apparently. Paris looked solid today. A couple of tight, tough matches, but they look solid. Optic obviously doing their thing. Riyadh suffering a little bit. G2 looking hot. I don't know, man. It feels like the top 4 that we had from Major 1 are just showing up and just, for a lot of them, kind of brushing the dirt off their shoulders and saying, all the online stuff, or there's like that giant wash of like the teams between 3rd and 10th were within like 2 games of each other, maybe not as much. But overall, if that's the case, if Major 1 repeats itself, Optic fans gotta be feeling pretty great.
Yeah, Lords of Overload. Yeah, these guys are outstanding in this mode. They don't really put up a lot of scores, but they are always in control of the game. They don't give up a lot of opponent scoring positions, and they are usually outslaying their opponent to bits. So it's just gonna be tough to take down this kind of team on this mode. Because like I said, when they're dominating time possession, Koi are also really good at this map in time possession.
Yep.
So the team who dominates it more is obviously going to control the game, which would tell you that they're dominating the slaying, and it's going to be that team's game to win.
To be fair, though, the time of possession numbers for Toronto slightly inflated from the 8-0 they just came off.
Yeah, but even before that,
even before
they
that
were
was
averaging
crazy.
190 seconds with the EMP on exposure. If you have 190 seconds with the EMP in your hand, you're always on the offense instead of on the defense. That's where you want to be in Overload.
Absolutely. Scoring chances really do feel like it's everything.
Yep.
You know, not getting too cute with the EMP, but also not trying to overchell and do too much work, get too cute with it, all the things that come through. At least for Kips and Joe, they're vibing right now.
Yeah, they look good. They look happy.
Like, considering that they just got the break speed off of them.
Yeah, like especially after that map number 1. Like they're gonna go back and watch it as a team later on.
Yeah.
Before they lock in for their next series, but
if they have the time, I mean, they might be sprinting over there.
Potentially, or they might not even play there because that's 0-2 so far on the weekend.
Yeah, facts. But overall, it is, I think, for, you know, especially the considerations of what the online round robin looked like. Would we see a replication of that on land for Optic fans? The answer is yes. For Miami fans, not so much as of yet. And they got a tough matchup that's immediately going to follow. They'll to play up against Thieves. Ooh, scary matchup there, but that's a top 8 match, Jay.
That's a scary one, my friend.
Jeez.
You can't afford any mistakes at a tournament where not every team goes.
Facts.
So you got to lock on in so you don't get sent home packing in the top 8 finish. But to touch a little bit more about this map coming up, when we looked at the vetoes, this is the only one that threw me off, Al.
Good call, yeah, hit that.
Because last time that they played, it was Scar Overload. Optic were able to win 5-4, but this time, instead of, you know, Koi picking that Scar for a rematch, they decided to get rid of it. And at that point, you're expecting Optic to pick 10. No, they decided to go on exposure, even with Koi just getting a very successful 8-0 victory. So they're just trying to make Koi feel even more than before.
The Optic just does not care. But we're locking in, we're ready to go here. Jumping into map number 3, Optic currently up 2-0 as we head to the exposure overload. And an opening nade has already kicked us off for 1. Toronto trying to keep pace, though, through mid-map. That will work out nicely, but look at this route from Shotzi. Dashy just needs to stay alive, and Shotzi should be able to open up the middle of the map, but all of a sudden, you got Toronto opening space, and they should just score an A here.
That's a perfect break off there for your boy. The nade hits there for Shotzi, but everyone else drops like dominoes there for Toronto. And they get the first one on the board very quickly. This is exactly what we saw them do versus Vancouver. Wait for your teammates to slay back over towards the reset. Now we got 2 kills going our way. Thankfully, you captured it when you did, because you weren't going to expect Mercury's in that spot. But Koi, get on the board first.
Yeah, you got to clear Dashy out of his position, outer panels. Easier said than done. EMP spawns, immediately grabbed by Merc, and now Hook has joined the party, and this is going to be a quick counter capture. There's just no way Insight fights up against this. So a solid break off from Toronto, but the re-attack for Optic, I would say arguably better.
Yeah, now we might have a re-attack here from Koi, because every single player from Optic is still trying to slay in their spawn. Hook, the last man standing, everyone else coming off the respawn. Need to put themselves in a position to basically break this game down, but here comes Shotzi on the pinch. No one watching it if you are Koi. Now Optic on the offense.
Yep. Hook will fall at mid-map, and you get a secondary kill from inside onto Shotzi. So not really a chance here for Optic to sprint over towards A. They will still grab the EMP, and manipulate the map out of the P3 building. Dashing, up and over, a little bit of trouble here. Naded, able to get a stun off before Hercules is double. Holds on to the EMP a little bit longer, gives Dashy a second chance at this battle, which he takes pretty firm use of. Pistol out, trying to find the EMP carrier, but Kips is out of there, and now Toronto will hold some possession time.
That's good finesse there out of Kips. Just grab the EMP, get out of dodge, and now you know all about it. Going to be set up at one of these points. You find the opening kill over towards B side. Now you're going to hit the go button. You know that Shotzi's working the pinch. You clear him out, but you lose your lead blocker. Now you're forced to slow down if you're caught.
Yeah, Hercules gets a solid read on insight, but cannot find the shots to take him out of commission. Dashy looking for the trade. Another tough battle, though, as Insight just keeps dancing. So the Thieves right there for support. Now Toronto have the numbers and the damage in to try to force this into B. Defense going to get here, though. The Shotzi is able to get off the reject and find the EMP carrier. Toronto still trying to force this all the way through, though. Insight on forward around. Just dives on forward. Can you get the pinch off? Joe able to find one, but not the second. Coop will save the day. Now Optic in control.
What a goal line stop there from Optic, and it's all due to Shotzi just finding that one kill. Throws a frag, throws a stun, puts himself in a different position, and all he needed was one to slow down that play. And now Optic back on the offense. Already a lot of pressure up through ring. You're gonna make it a one-on-one gunfight, but Dashy isn't gonna take it with the Jaeger. Gonna wrap it back over towards E. Can he value his life? Can Merkley stay alive? He does not, but Dashy's at least out for now.
Yeah, but off of the regen, more damage on the Kips. And now he's got help with Shotzi nearby. Trade is out, though. Optic still trying to get something set up off the respawns. Dashy continued to pull the focus up and around mid. Kleenex able to take him down and immediately grabs the EMP. Not a lot of help here for Kleenex.
Big kill.
But he's able to get a second on the hoop. Follow up though for Shotzi is a little bit too easy. And you notice he's under some pressure here as he sneaks somehow, some way through P4. This guy is a magician.
Yeah, you can't be committed to this fight if you're Joe. You gotta just allow him to be alive. And someone else will track him, because here comes Shotzi from a different angle on the pinch. And you nade yourself with your Kip, so you're gonna be outnumbered. You don't have mid-map control, and Shotzi's still clearing out a lot of space over towards A. Optic have a chance at a score here.
Looking for the isolation on the Kleenex, but he's able to get himself a second. A good opener here for Kleenex at 15 and 8. But Optic still showing force through mid. Kip's looking for timing on a pinch. The rest of Toronto setting themselves up for a defense. Hook hasn't been able to find anything yet, but is eventually able to drop down to find Insight. Pistol out, the other whip out, Joe. Oh, mercy. Hercules, another, and that's enough for Optic to get their second.
That's just unbelievable finesse out of Hook and Dashy. Show presence one way. All right, we're going to stay at mid-cut for a little bit, keep Toronto on that side of the map. And then with our numbers, just bombard our way over towards that A point. Now up by 1 with 40 seconds left to go. Point had the EMP in their possession. They're quickly trying to add one to the tally, but it's only Kleenex. Farthest player pushed up, you gotta wait.
Yep. And that little bit of extra damage really forces him to reconsider that play. So now with the clock starting to fade, urgency starting to step up really for both teams. 20 seconds until potential overtime. Optic with the numbers around P2, but Kip's able to even things back up again. Shotzi working over the top, trying to find kills with Dashy, but Toronto have grabbed the EMP and have bailed out to mid. Now they've got eliminations to work with. Looks like they're going to try to force this to B. Nice damage coming through, but you need to keep the EMP in hand over the last second. Kleenex trying to slide around. As he gets there in time, he does. We've got a tie half.
Fantastic plays there from Koi. Lead blockers finding success in the slaying department. You turn it into a 4v2, and I thought Mercules was almost going to break them down. That would have been a very devastating moment there if Koi don't get that second before halftime. But at least have been able to manage the plays from Optic. Some goal line stops early into the game, but you get early success, and you're going into the half tied up.
Largely clean stuff for both teams. It gets really, really mixy at one moment in time. This one right here, especially with Hook having to turn to stop that play. But all in all, I think you look at this from both teams and saying, all right, great stuff. It's just, you kind of, again, you look up to the scoreboard and then you look to the individual kills, and you're still looking at two players for Toronto that are doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, and Kleenex was the guy who bailed them out of a lot of situations on that first half. With multi-kill after multi-kill, sitting at 19 and 10. Need Toby to be on point versus the best in the world, but again, another situation where Koya early to grab the EMP, and that might not work out because that's all 4 dead.
Yeah, after they get the first kill, you kind of feel them saying, we've got numbers, let's go, let's go, let's go. And they don't clear out their zones. Hoop trying to move their way in towards A, not going to work out, and there is no official swing, even though Shotzi behind the play was trying to open up the A goal. So Dashy going to have to hold for a moment. takes the 1v1 versus Kleenex, doesn't come away with that, and now Toronto have numbers.
That's a big moment there to take care of shots. He was working that pinch, but he almost broke you down for an early capture there. Now you're in possession of the EMP with all map control to go with it. Just need your lead blocker in Kips, who's trying to create space over towards B to find an opening.
Shotzi's so annoying. He's so annoying. He's down to one shot. You're trying to finish off the kill with a pistol chase. Not going to work. He gets 2 kills before dropping. So annoying. So now Optic push back Toronto, control, and they can play off both sides of the map now.
And Merciless finds this big kill right here. Could have been a difference maker for the decision that Optic decided to make, but he loses that one-on-one. Shotzi keeps his positioning over towards Tank. Now the audible at that B if Shotzi can find this opening.
But lots damage in response. It's Joe who's working with Kips. And the Toronto defense says not so fast. 3:25 on the clock. Dashy still holding the EMP, waiting for help. And again, Optic just going to get all 4 players off the respawn and then start to make moves on the extremities. That is an incredible win from Dashy. And now there's extra pressure through minute shots. He steps up.
Yeah, the best play with the Jaeger in hand. Dashy. Doesn't matter if he has a primary weapon. He prefers to run around with the pistol. And now this is looking like an opportunity for Optic to potentially get score number 3. You go trade for trade. You still have the map position that you want. Just need to find a couple extra. This might be the push.
Yeah, I mean, the spawns are trying to all the way down towards Ace, and these defenders are just not in position. Dashy will score. But there's got to be some sort of a question here in the comments from Optic. Where are Toronto? Because we've only seen 2 of them twice now. So you're still wondering, where are these other 2 members? How far are they on the pitch? You've already taken down Kleenex. Information on Joe, this should be a finish off, and now you got a chance to just run another one in.
I'm just watching that minimap the entire time. The only player who can make a play is Mercules, keeping the EMP safe. He had to watch 2 different angles in that pinch, but somehow, some way, Insight finds an angle to get him off of that objective score, and they get the stop.
Not really too sure how Dashy calling to the Hellstorm will allow Shotzi to isolate a 1v1. Grab and try to go, but there's enough support here for Hoop to finish things off. That will eventually lead to the 4th score, and yes. Now a 2-goal lead for Optic with under 2 minutes to play. It's go time for Toronto.
And they have 2 players in a position off of the respawn to try to hold down that side of the map. They both fall. 3 in the feed for Koi. This is crystal clear to get score number 3 on the board. Minute 45 to go with reset at mid.
Long route being developed for Optic on a Hook. Shotzi was trying to join him, but Kleenex shut that down. Good damage on the Hook on the flank. Kleenex just going to go ahead and take his advantage and grab the EMP. You still have a couple of players who are guarding over here towards the A side of the map. Joe Tease in particular just has to hold his life. Pistol works out for Kleenex, and it's a 4-4 game. Minute 20 on the clock. The EMP will reset up top, but Toronto find kills. They should be able to contest.
And that's 3 dead as well, so now it's all on Dashy. The only player pushed out towards bottom. Solar is going to be sniffed out by Insight, and now you got Kleenex using this on the offense. You can't run out of P4. You were forced to give up this score for free. 3 in a row for Boyd. They got the lead.
You do have mid-map control for Optic, trying to set something up around the next EMP location. Joe up and over. 3 in a row for him. But Optic come away with 3 straight kills, and they've got a free pathway to rise through. Are we choking? What are we talking about? It's just counters grabbing for counter count. 5-5, 45 seconds on the clock, and we reset to mid.
And Optic had mid-map control as well. So if you're a core, you got to check every single corner or find effective trades. Shotzi already finds the first, tries to pick up the EMP and get out of dodge, but he gets knocked down 30 seconds.
Yeah, and you still have a couple of players for Optic pushed forward. Toronto need to clear this out. Trades coming through. Kill feed starting to look good for Optic. Do they want to try to make a play for a score, or do you let this 20 seconds bleed out and you play a 4v4 with map positioning? Their call.
Shotzi is just going to take an extra layer, unfortunately get caught, but it's probably going to come down to an overtime. Boy, actually put the EMP in their possession, or Fleet is just going to die at the right time. So it's going to be a 4v4.
TDM. 1 life remains for all 8 players. 2 minutes on the clock. If you hold the EMP with tied numbers, the team possessing would win. But we have not seen that ever in an extended overtime like this. So this is about critically not making any mistakes.
Who decides to be the one to take the first risk? Berkeley's locking on this side of the map. He's able to spot out Kips, and the trophy's going to block that frag from having any impact. It's already been 30 seconds wiped off of the overtime, and neither team is willing to scale.
The thing about this, though, the later the clock goes, and Toronto is going to just back off and not try to give anything away. Oh! I'm going to say, Optic could just grab the EMP and run away, but now it's not even
pressure, but here comes Kleenex on the side. He's going to blindside Shotzi, but Gibbs also falls. A 2v2, 60 seconds on the clock, and watch out for Dashy. Oh my goodness, does he have the timing? Down low towards window, finds one, and it's all on the Kleenex. He has been everything for Toronto in this map, and would have to win things on a huge 1v1 win. 50 seconds.
45 seconds left to go, and Kleenex might have put himself in a position.
Does he commit to it, Mercules? Oh, that slide.
He sees it. He's out here.
He's just going to grab and score. There's no way Kleenex gets back in time. Surely not. Does he have anything? No, he doesn't. And Mercules with the run seals the 3-0 for Optic for the first time in England in a long time.
What a heads-up play from such a young player. You force it to be a 1v1. Kleenex almost got the jump on you, but all you needed was 1 ounce of information. You throw a shoulder, you spot him towards low dirt. Oh, this guy's not in a position to stop me if I retrieve the EMP. Mercules making big time plays for Optic to close out the series in 3 and send Toronto down to losers.
Unreal. What a showing from Optic. Dominate the search. And to be fair, against a Toronto team that was playing in shambles through the respawns, to survive through that is typical to be sure, but at the same front, you can't show up and play Optic and not be at full force.
Yeah.
That's what we learned today.
That's exactly what it was, man, because you lose that first hard point by less than 30 points with 2 players getting destroyed. You get over to the overload. The same thing could be said for Kips' performance alongside Insight. It was just a struggle for the team to keep up the slaying with a squad like Optic, man, because even in situations where you're thinking, all right, I got the jump on this guy, they got the raw talent to bail them out of so many situations. It was a close hard point. It was a close overload. Yes, it was a blowout, but Toronto quickly have to make some quick fixes going into that next matchup.
Yeah, it's not a long reset here. It's actually a negative time reset. They got to sprint down in to get their vetoes done to play their next matchup, whereas Optic will have a chance to kind of go back and look at what will be a really interesting upper bracket matchup with a chance to go up against G2 Minnesota after they were able to 3-0 the Riyadh Falcons. So, I mean, business as usual in a lot of ways. Optic taking care of business in the map count. Some of that's been a little bit closer than I'm sure some would like to see, but still, that's what we would have expected from Optic. Come out, take care of business, 3-0 a team that had to play through a play-in, and that's exactly what we got.
Yeah, you just played them as well a couple days ago, and it was the same exact result on some of the same exact maps. Optic are without question the most confident they have ever been, and they start off the tournament on the right foot.
Well, we've got Shotzi with Frankie down on the stage to give England what they want. A post-game reaction interview.
Hello, guys. I thought, let's do this, Shotzi. How you doing?
Amazing. We're we're in UK, man. I love it.
Yeah. And what's it like being back in the UK after 6 long years of no CDL here?
Say again?
What's it like being back in the UK after 6 years of no CDL here?
Yeah, honestly, last time I remember, the food was terrible, but hey, this time around, I actually enjoy the food. So, I like the food. I like it now. I like it.
Shotzi, the crowd were on your side for a moment. You had a cheeky Nando's, didn't you?
Yeah, the Nando's is amazing. We love Nando's.
What was in the order?
I got the sweet hot chili.
Ooh, oh, what kind of hot sauce guy are you? What kind of level?
I actually didn't get any sauce.
Oh my goodness.
I don't like sauce. I don't
we
like
got to move on. Let's actually talk about some Call of Duty, shall we? So in terms of the respawn modes, you guys look dominant, and yet when you look at the scoreline, it actually seemed like it was a little bit close between you and Koi at times. Can you talk me through that?
Yeah, we kind of just want to make it interesting for the fans, to be honest. No, but honestly, joking around, they played good. Fixing up a couple things. I think we played G2, so yeah, looking forward for that.
Do you think Koi is a team that we can see make some progress through the lower bracket?
Yeah, I mean, ever since they added Kips, I feel like they've been slowly getting there. I mean, this is one of those things where they're playing against a really tough team, so I feel like they'll maybe make a run, we'll see.
And how do you rate Kips' first LAN performance in CDL so far?
Oh, this is his first one?
This is his first CDL LAN, yeah.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, he got 3-0'd, but it was good.
Fair enough, yeah. Let's cut the analyst desk and move on really to Optic and I guess, fortunes in Split 2 because it's nearly been flawless. And I have a sneaking suspicion the reason you dropped a series against Falcons in week 6 is because you were testing some of your weaker maps. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. We were testing map pools because obviously we're in the winners. We had seed 1 guaranteed, so we kind of were like, let's just veto what we normally wouldn't. So, I mean, Falcons played good, though. They played great. I was looking forward to playing this weekend, but I guess they lost, so we'll get it next time.
Is it going to be a 3-0 now all the way to the final?
No. I can't say that. It'll be a good series for here on out.
And for you, knowing that you're the favourites here, clearly you have so many fans here to watch you in Birmingham. Does that help you, or does that pile on extra pressure? Because you don't want to be second place this time.
Yeah, we love the Green Wall. Any fans that shout us out, we love you guys. You guys truly make this a blessing, and I truly appreciate you guys, seriously.
And do you want to give a shout out to the watch party home? I know Scump and the boys are cheering you on.
Say.
Scump and the boys are cheering you on. Have you got any words for them?
Oh, we love Scump, Hector, Zinni, Bose, the entire watch party, the entire Optic office, managers, all of them. Appreciate you guys, and yeah, go Optic.
Well, Shotzi, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here in Birmingham. Thank you for talking to me. Please, Green Wall, show your appreciation.
There you go.
Great stuff there from Shotzi. A little slight shade thrown to the Falcons. We expected to play them, but I guess they lost. A good matchup here. They said they were playing with their food. A bit of fun for the fans. What do you see in that match?
A bit of fun for the fans. I think we got a little bit of an exciting overload there in the end. I mean, Toronto Ultra and, well, Kleenex actually, sorry, Toronto Koi and Kleenex tried to put on something special to make it to that map 4, but unfortunately, I mean, when Optic's playing like that, it's really hard to beat.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights, Nameless. And does Mercury's have the best mullet in the UK right now?
Yes, to answer that question, without question, you guys got the best everything. Listen, I gotta say, when I watch Mercules, every tense moment, it's like I'm watching a vet play with a young phenom gun. Like in the OT of this overload, he wallbangs the guy with perfect shots, repositions, plays off of Dashy perfectly, and then once he diagnosed the situation, the 1v1, he's like, I'm just gonna take it and score. It's so calm. It exudes confidence. And even in that interview, Shots exuding confidence as well. They're gonna make this run. It's gonna happen.
I like that Shotzi says we're not going to go 3-0, everybody. Yeah. They did it last event. They were 9-0 going into that grand finals, going up against the Paris Gentlemates. They take care of business here against Toronto Koi. And if you're looking at that bracket, Allie, it looks like they may have G2. But what was your scump play of the game here? It's got to be the OT.
Yeah, the OT was unbelievable. From Mercury's point of view in this, I genuinely was like, this guy has hacks in his head. He literally is seeing through walls the way he was shooting. And then, like Ant said, the veteran play of, I'm in this 1v1, I have this opportunity, we know where the guy is, he gets the info, he picks up the bomb, and he's like, see you later.
And the way he plays that, right? So he knows, Toby just got a kill from Ring. I'm gonna jump up, chow the guy Ring. If he was inner, he would have fought me already. And you saw him when he sideswipe walked over, that's to cover his back. And as soon as he knows that he's behind him, I'm grabbing ball and I'm going. He is literally thinking 10 seconds in the future. Yeah. He is better.
He's playing like a veteran, and it's unbelievable, as if he's been around for years.
UK fans are fired up after that 3-0 from Optic. Here's a look at your bracket. After 3 matches on the main stage, things are just starting to get going here as we are about to head to the elimination bracket. Optic plays G2 in the winter semis tomorrow. Faze will play Paris Gentlemates, but we still have 2 more matches to go tonight.
Chris, I think this is the exact same bracket we had. Is it not? Or it's really similar at Major 1?
I think for you two, it probably...
there were 12 teams in that Major 1, but outside of it, the top 8 here?
That was our top 4. Optic, G2, Gentlemates.
It's feeling pretty
good.
Shout
out G2 getting rid of Riyadh for Optic. They're feeling great.
True that.
Rid of Riyadh, or will they make it to the main stage? We have our elimination matches coming up. Don't go anywhere. It's Major 2, live from DreamHack.
Returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scum, official controller of the CDL.
spawns that you have. Because to start off on the den, you need to beat them to the punch. LA were fantastic. Down by 100 versus Faze. Just slowly but surely playing chip away with everyone starting to get more consistent in the slaying department. I don't think Abiz is going to go 1-15. So this should be a way better den Hardpoint.
That's an easy wager right there, my man. Absolutely no chance he starts off that
smoker day. Unfortunate.
Yeah, so he's going to do some loadout work, and surely we'll get a little bit of a sacrifice around P1 to make sure that everyone's happy and well, and that will work out for Miami. 9-0 start. Rencor putting pressure towards Couches, but knows his limits and tries to find some ground to fight on, but Scrap will deny, and LA will reset.
Yeah, LA spawning over towards Couch's side. Have every single player up and ready to go, but they're still not getting any time off this P1. Now you need Hydra's route to be very impactful, and he gets absolutely nothing out of it. So Miami, a perfect start to this den Hardpoint. They haven't given up a single second at P1 and don't plan on doing it in the final 10.
Yeah, and you've already got Trakes on the rotation in that final 10. He's going to be in a 1v1 with Hydra, who sees him first and deals with it quickly. Abizi also able to find a couple as the exit from P1 is contested, and even though it was a pretty flawless P1, LA is set up perfectly for the second hill.
Yeah, they know exactly where Miami are coming from, but Neum chooses a very questionable route here, works his way through Boken, and thankfully you got Hydra watching that angle still. That leads to a clean 4 dead, back spawns blocked, all of Miami trying to break through the front again.
And it's already being tested. Abizi, well-cooked nade, is able to find Super, plus a stun to make life easy on the battle versus Trakes. So, yeah, this will work. I mean, it's literally chef's kiss. Absolute perfection. 25 seconds to fight. Miami cannot just forfeit this time, so they're going for it, but they are getting absolutely manhandled on this rooftop approach, and look at the mini-map. Neum's already hitting the route. He's already set up on the guide heading towards P3.
And the one opportunity to get the back spawns, they can't even hit the time. You're forced to rotate early over towards the P3. Neum in a position to gather some early information. Can potentially give you kill number 2, but he gets taken care of by Trakes. So he's the only one off the rotation here for Miami. 2 players from LA actually decide to go for a repinch there, and that's a horrible play. Miami are going to be fully set up now.
Yeah, and you've got someone in Super watching for anyone to jump the mid-cut, so you can have double weapons focused, and we're just getting smokes all over the place here in this Hardpoint. Jay, what is happening?
It's an issue, man. So sometimes the game might actually read that you have a stun, but every time you throw it, it's actually a smoke grenade, regardless if you keep on changing it. So hopefully we can just switch the class up so we can stop seeing smokes here on the Hardpoint game, but that smoke leads to a Thieves break.
All right, that'll work for now, but Miami do have numbers, mostly sitting inside and around 10. LA working to flip the map around a touch as Miami will get at least 1 player. No, make it both towards Dojo to spawn up, and they are aware that Hydra could be playing on this flank. Also, just the time left in the Hardpoint forces the rotation to be considered, and we'll deal with well, about double the points-ish for LA as we jump over to P4, and Miami are in control to start.
Yeah, Renko finds that kill off of Old. Now you know your team is in a 3v3 for the battle of the front. How long can you finesse her? How long is it going to take for Hydra just to break you down? He walks right through small room, lines up a double. Neum gets kill number 3. You're trying to block the back spawns. All you need to do is take care of Rencor, and that is fantastic plays out of LA.
Yeah, Hydra on 3 in a row, 10 and 5. Watching the cross from the interior, easy nearby. Good help from Scrap makes this a perfect hold. LA up big, 35 seconds, and Miami are spawning in the worst position possible. Towards Couches, this is a tough decision on what route you want to take.
Yeah, this is tough, man. This is where you force Miami Heretics to truly be uncomfortable, because all season long, they can slay with the best of them. They usually put themselves in the driver's seat off the rotation, which is followed up by a great hold.
Unreal.
But when you're asking this team to break down some of these hard points, they are not doing it in sync. Going 1 by 1, now getting slayed to bits. Hydra on 7 in a row, Abizi on 6 in a row. SMG takeover here for LA.
Yeah, you gotta hope that if you're Miami, you're not just getting like lost and that they've thrown smokes. Like,
regain,
brother. That's what I was about to say. Like, you just cannot lose composure off of it. So Miami desperately needing to find a way to come together, and maybe here on to P1. Hydra still slipping, sliding, finding kills. Super on 4 in a row, trying to bounce back, and those are impressive shots to get to 14 and 13 and potentially earn a Hellstorm of his own.
It's crazy because Miami only got 26 seconds off of that P1. 24 seconds came after the next 3 HPs. LA have dominated that first half, and when you're dominating, it's most likely going to lead to some Hellstorms and the back pocket. You find the initial 2, but not a single player from Thieves in a position to get themselves into a time, so Miami withstand that and are still holding.
Yeah, Super, who again was still trying to play for that Hellstorm, gets shut down by Abizi. Neum, had everything in front of him, but doesn't come away with much. But Abizi is right there to pick up, man. I'm telling you, Some days he just looks like one of the most flexible players in the CDL. He is currently 20-9 as Miami will essentially cut their losses in the remaining time at P1 and set themselves up for a P2 setup. But losing Rancor already has some question marks, but what's going to happen with the spawns with BZ trying to flip?
And big shout out to the P1 HP for Miami. Yeah, without that, they're not in this game. But now you win the rotation over towards P2. You're just not going to expect the BZ to hit such a long route. He blocks those back spawns. At least he think he does, because you're not over towards that overload point. You get those back spawns if you're still Miami, and you're in a position again to contest.
Well, Hydra littering this approach from the backside of Garage. Nade making things difficult for him as Rancor is finally able to get the trade. Neum on 4 in a row. Again, also peppering this setup for Miami. He walks away with the final 2, making life very simple for the remaining Thieves inside the hard point. 155-81, and it just does not feel like the Miami Heretics that we know on this map have shown up yet.
You just can't get a break, man. Now you finally find yourself in a numbers situation. You got to make the most of it, but it's only for 15 seconds. You will gladly take that if you are LA. You just need to beat them to the punch off the rotation, and Scrap wins a big one-on-one, making another one-on-one, this time versus Super, to alleviate the pressure over at the new HP, but there's still one player unaccounted for. Drake's trying to make a big-time play.
Yeah, he's able to find 1 and make that 2 plus neutralizing the trophy, and then steps up to get the 3rd. Okay, a little bit of momentum starting to come back together here for the Heretics, and boy, do they need it. Some question marks, though, on where the Thieves are spawning as nades are being tossed all over the map for info. Rancor watching the mid-cut, in some trouble, but wins the gunfight versus Abizi. And from the front, Metals, that works out nicely, leaving Thieves in pieces as they try to force this break attempt.
See, Miami just looked like a way different team when they're the team initially in towards the hard point. But now you're forced to find a break, or at least keep it mixy at the ending of this P3. Rancor finds a double, Trakes comes off the respawn and gives you at least 1. But Miami looking at a flawless hold here at the P3 to someone keep themselves in this game.
Super has to make a play here, though, and he's been red. Good shutdown by Neum. It gets to within 50 points, but Miami are going to have to break, and they are taking all 4 members through Dojo. Hydra holding in a corner. He gets stunned. Should be a double slide out here, and it is, but Hydra's in a perfect spot, nearly gets both. Neum tagged, wants to get the trade, but values his life. Goes all the way back to table. Dragon spawns are still being blocked, though, as this hit from Miami continues to put pressure on the back. But Neum able to get the 3 in a row, and that will stabilize things for the Thieves, surely to get past the 200-point mark.
And now look what Miami are spawning, all the way at couches, because Hydra is in this position at P2. You can't even get close towards this hard point. The fundamental play on the side of LA is outstanding. You're breaching that 200-point mark. Okay, you want to hit a long route? Go ahead. We are more than willing to give up those back spawns, because we've been uncontested for the first 40, and we might be able to walk away with this final 20.
Super has to win this battle. You cannot allow this last 15 to just freely go to the Thieves.
You gotta go, man.
Yeah, you sure do. Battle's able to step up to find 1, but it means he gets 2 in return. He is on fire, 28-15. But the back 10 seconds will go neutral, but it's still roughly an 80-point game as we make our way back to P1 again. It's just a tall ask here for the Miami Heretics to come back.
But they do have the numbers early on in these engagements. They also have presence at that mid-cut. You just need to fly your way on in for a very clean break. And at least for now, you're the team to soak up the time and get LA out of it. A 90-point difference. A tall ladder to climb to get yourself back into the mix. And I love that Trix is able to spot that guy walking through the wall, because you are expecting Rancor to be ready for the fight, but Hydra still gives you 1.
Yeah.
Abizi and Neum apply pressure from couches. Now they get the break.
Yeah, and it's not even just the break. It's the fact that they have to force Miami to re-break through the hill and still flip spawns and then get the hard point if they want to see this map go their way. Again, it's a lot of obstacles to hurdle. And the kills continue to turn up in favor of LA as they look to put the finishing touches on this den, where literally Miami has just not really felt like they've loaded in as a group of 4. They just felt like they're in pieces every single hill we get to.
They can't find a break, man. And every time they are finding a break, it's for the final 15 seconds. You will gladly give that up if you are LA. Now looking to potentially put the finishing touches here on map number 1. Only need 15 seconds. Neum locks down couches. Abizi through the front line. All 4 dead. This is Thieves' game.
Man, it just, this entire map, I think it's, I hate to just say it starts with the opening smoke accident, but it just never felt like Miami could get set up for anything.
At all.
Couldn't set up a 4-man hit for a break, couldn't get themselves set up on rotation. They win a couple of gunfights with a couple of individuals. That's like, okay, cool, now we've got numbers and we could brute force our way through a hill to get at least some time, but man, it just did not feel like the Miami that we've come to see on this map over the course of the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, that looked like the Miami from Major 1 instead of the Miami from Major 2. They have been so efficient with their kills whenever they find themselves in the power position. But LA Thieves, they just did the little things correct and forced Miami to be uncomfortable. A team was usually finding a lot of success in the rotation win, percentage, in the hold percentage, could never be the team initially to start it off. The only times that they were was back-to-back times at P1 and the one go-around where Trace pops a 3 at P3. Other than that, you were always on the back foot, always forced to try to find a break, and they couldn't do it because they were consistently going one by one. Miami are never in that situation in Hardpoint, but when they are, that's how uncomfortable it seems to be for them. LA take the opening map in dominant fashion with the BZ right in the wrong. Oh, 1-15, 34-18, that's the Abe I know.
Yeah, dude, he was 20-9 at one point in time and going on multiple 4+ streaks. Yeah, so, I mean, a little bit of wonkiness, seeing smokes being, accidentally tossed, whether it's, just wrong loadout or just,
players aren't doing it on purpose.
They're not doing it on purpose, no chance. But, man, it's just, it felt really unsettled for Miami, really. And it's just, maybe part of it is, again, credit to Thieves. They're moving the spawns all over the place. You get 2 players spawning on one side of the map for Heretics, and the other 2 spawn on the other side. It's just like, can we get together? Like, please, can we somehow find a way to group up? And then even when you do, you run into somebody watching a hard set angle where you're full flooding through a choke point, and, again, just the trades continue to go the way of LA, time after time.
I would have loved to see Miami not consistently always playing for the back spawns of some of these hard points, because I would, if at that P4, you're wasting so much time pushing through Dojo. Okay, we got the trade on the Hydra, but now we got to fight another wave of Neum sitting on the backside of Pillar. If this push gets shut down, it's already 30 seconds wiped off of this hard point, and now we're forced to commit towards front. It's like you were always late to the punch, not really making the best plays you could in the situation, and these are capitalized on it because of the SMGs creating so much space. Great in the map number 1 for LA. Now looking for a response on the search and destroy is going to be Miami. This is bread and butter for them. You know how impactful Super Sniper can be, but LA have been finding a recent form of a lot of success here on Scar ever since they allowed everyone to be free and Neum to just switch between the AR, SMG, or the Sniper. He's been having a really big impact.
I think it's just interesting, though, because as much as Neum has been able to change the dynamic of what LA throws in any particular round, playing up against Miami, you're 90% of the time playing up against Super Sniper.
Exactly.
And it's not even just like, okay, we can't peek the hard scope angles. You can't peek anything because he will run at you with the sniper rifle and still find kills with it. So there are definitely moments here in terms of how do you build advantages if you're Miami. It just comes down to will they show up, because there in map number 1, they couldn't get anything going. And if that continues to be the case in map 2 here, it could be LA just unrelentingly running it down their throats.
And that'll be insane to say, man, because everything that you watch online, you're expecting Miami to be prepared, especially for this map versus this squad. When you got a player of this guy's caliber that's about to pop up on your screen, you should be really confident that he's single-handedly potentially going to put you over the hump, because his impact with the sniper, there's no one else in the league fairly even close to this guy.
Not even close. There is a look at some of the statistics. S&D just on land, keep that in mind. I was like, 3rd and snipes, what are we talking about? Oh, that's just on land, that's just on land. But 2 big clutches. Most importantly, it's, again, just his ability to provide a first blood. And usually Miami will hold that advantage because it's coming by way of a snipe. And just on top of that, Super just doesn't dial that often because he's usually out sniping you and then doing what he wants. So, I don't know. You hate to just point the finger and throw the weight of the world onto one player, but if Super could be the catalyst early, that's going to do wonders, I think, for this Miami team to just recover after that map 1.
That's just how they have played, man. They have been playing around Super, so we have to talk about this guy being the X factor for this team, because his impact with the sniper is out of this world. All throughout March, you're sitting at 8-2, 60% chance at finding the opening duel win percentage. Attacking rounds number 1, defending rounds number 2, and the majority of that is because you're the team early in the man-up advantages. You gotta make sure that you're playing for that, or at least counter that if you are LA. Neum, you need to chow him.
All right. That's the setup. We'll see what unfolds as Miami will be on the opening defense. LA looking to get aggressive with some setups here at mid. Oh, and Super's able to collat right through it. Trakes goes to feel things out. It's like a little bait and switch, but from afar, and Super's collat has Miami with the numbers, and the pistol whip comes through, and now Super's looking for all four.
Looking for the ace, and you know the last man standing is going to be Neum. Usually rocks the snipe in hand, but has an M15 on this round. Knows that the bomb is going to be down towards mid, and not a single player from Miami are forcing a one-on-one. They're just trying to gather info before all those arrows turn.
Well, that's free. Super! What?
Oh, nah.
Dude, I'm telling you, there's Delusion and then there's Super. I'll tell you, that is just not a chow you're going to see often. I'm glad we get it from the final kill perspective. Dude. It looks nasty from the opposite viewpoint. Looked just as nasty in slow motion.
The thing is that about that chow right there, I tip it so much for Super because players like Sib, who's a sniper for his team, he would instantly just jump that corner and not really put himself in a position to get out of the fight.
Ah, Call of Duty. Je crois que c'est le jeu qui réunit toutes les générations en fait. Yep, tout le monde sait que on se retrouve aujourd'hui pour un nouveau Roadback to Master.
Call of Duty, le jeu sur lequel tout a vraiment commencé. Un gameplay, une voix, parfois juste une caméra, et c'est tout. Au début, on était très peu à y croire.
C'est Diablo X9.
Pas de structure, peu de moyens, mais on partageait une chose, la même passion. Peu à peu, une scène s'est construite, avec ses codes, ses références et ses légendes. Des salles pleines à craquer, des foules qui se précipitaient pour tester le dernier code dès sa sortie.
L'attente fait tout le tour du stand.
On vivait Call of Duty, et ça, tous ensemble. Et puis, sans crier garde, la scène européenne s'est éteinte. Les scènes ont été désertées. La hype de chaque sortie d'opus s'était envolée. Call of Duty en Europe, c'était fini. Du moins, c'est ce que tout le monde pensait.
L'e-sport Call of Duty en Europe repose dans les mains d'un seul homme.
Avec Gentlemates, on a décidé de rallumer la flamme. Un roster, 4 monstres, ceux sur qui personne ne voulait miser ont fait tomber un à un des monuments de la scène code US. Thieves, Faze et enfin Optic, en suivant des scénarios impossibles pour devenir champion du premier major. Le train Call of Duty s'est reformé avec un seul objectif, faire renaître l'e-sport Call of Duty en Europe. Vous nous avez suivis, vous avez poussé, alors aujourd'hui, on vous donne rendez-vous les 26, 27 et 28 juin à la Défense Arena. Paris Gentlemates accueille le plus grand événement Call of Duty jamais organisé. On a commencé dans nos chambres, on se retrouve dans la plus grande salle d'Europe.
Just a short train down south. We're heading to Paris for Major 4. Welcome in, everybody. Chris Puckett alongside Nameless and Rosalie, and we have a very special guest. You know him and love him. It's the French monster, owner of Gentlemates Gotaga. How are we feeling today?
I'm feeling good. We won our 2 first match, so I'm feeling great.
Your team is looking great, unlike they did in the qualifier. It's good to see them back in their winning form. But tell me about this major, because we just announced it. We're going there the 26th to the 28th of June.
Yeah.
Why is this going to be such a great event?
Because, you know, in Europe and in France, like, we used to be a great nation of Call of Duty. And
Yes.
now it's not, you know. So we try with Gentlemates to come back on the scene to bring back some nostalgia from the OGs, you know, who follow Brooks, myself, and even you guys were there back in the days. So we want Call of Duty to bring back alive, you know, in Europe and in France. And I think with this major, we're gonna try our best to do it.
I was talking with some of your staff, and they said we are expecting the largest CDL crowd in Paris. The French fans will be getting very loud for us, right?
Yeah, I hope so. I can't imagine how many French guys gonna be at our major.
A lot.
I think,
A lot.
Yeah, a lot. A lot. A thousand guys.
Whispers.
I think it's maybe the first time where Optic fans are not going to be the most
favorites. Yeah.
So let's see. But you see a lot of Gentlemates fans coming. They are like maybe 40, and they are trying to do some noise. But at Paris, they're gonna be 1,000.
Gotaga, first of all, I want to thank you for everything you've done for COD. You know, I've been around for a long time. You've been an awesome ambassador for the French scene, but also the European scene in general. And, you know, watch that video. I heard you talk a little bit about wanting to revive it.
Yeah.
So when did you decide you wanted to host an event, let alone the biggest one ever? Because every French event has been massive.
Yeah, I hope it's gonna be massive, you know, but it's so great to see some face like you still in the scene, you know, even on Warzone, because we got a Warzone squad playing Sunday at his event as well. And we hope with this kind of events that Call of Duty will come back alive, like you said. So we'll do our best to do it.
Kataka, I want to bring up, watching that video and kind of talking about the underdogs of the scene, and, it very much feels like that sometimes with Europe, with us being so based in NA sometimes. Do you realize how much of underdogs you have on your roster? I mean, Neptune was an overlooked player, Sib has been an overlooked player, Dan got dropped when he was helping Optic Texas. You've really got a star-studded lineup. What has it been like connecting with those guys and getting to know them? Because I feel like they fit your story and the French story really well.
First, thank you to believe in us since last year, to be honest. At the major, I think people are gonna scream Rosalie a lot. Yeah.
I'm too shy for all of that, guys, please.
Because you believe in us even when it was hard to win a single match last year. But this year we got four very good player. Like you said, they are like underdogs. Two of them got benched last year from 100 Thieves. We got Neptune. I don't know why he's available.
That's what I'm saying. It's
another org, he's so good. Even last year, he made top 2 at every event, I think.
Yeah.
And at the end, we got Sib, this guy, Dante, but we believe in them from the start. I think we got a good coaching staff with Mayhem and Veos. We believe in them a lot, and they trust this guy, and they all wanted to play together, and even right now when we are not playing at our best level, they still trust each other, and I know we can beat everyone with these guys.
How frustrating is it sometimes? Because you played, you're one of the best players in Europe at the time. When you see Sib, making these crazy plays and then sometimes just over challenge, you still get in it and you're like, yo, what are we doing?
I know. Sometimes, I remember one time when Sib challenged at the window, I was like, dude, it was 2v1. I play the game, I know this kind of thing. But at the end of the day, I know they are LAN players, and at the moment they are proving it, And even if online, they didn't take it so much seriously, at LAN they're gonna do the job, and they know what they have to do, and I know I can trust them, The difficult part is when I speak French in the cast, and some American account, on Twitter saying, oh, Gotaga saying his squad is shit. I never said that, No, but for example, last year, they were, Gotaga is saying Kismet is a kill war. No, I didn't say that. I said, it's we don't, I don't know how we lose when we have the kill, When you have the kill in Hardpoint, you don't have to lose, and we lost it.
The golden question.
We made so much kill, not important, and all American guys were on me on Gotaga is saying shit, Gotaga is saying...
Ignore the chat, it's something I've learned to do with
guys.
this community.
I invite you to the Major at Paris. Come, you're gonna see it's at one of the greatest venues in Europe,
So excited, it looks beautiful.
And you can count on us that we are doing our best to make the best events in Call of Duty history, and we are all focused on this, and I hope you're going to enjoy it.
Well, learn from our mistake here in Birmingham. Add an extra bar or two for the fans, because they are rowdy as hell here in Europe, and we love it. And of course, I want to know about your other two co-founders, because it's so great to have Hector and Scump with Optic. You have Nate Shot running 100 Thieves, and then you're over here with a brand new franchise in the Gentlemates. What is Broken and Squeezy doing? What are they up to this weekend?
Oh, geez.
Broken is there with me as well. I don't know why he's not on the coach with you, because he got by far a better English than me, but that's okay. No, you want me to send me there?
We get him tomorrow. We get him tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, trap him, please. Trap him. Take him. Come.
Gotaga, can I ask you, can you explain the green suits to me? Where's the lore behind this? When did it start? Talk to me about the fans just a little bit.
That's a bit of fun, who followed us from Call of Duty. Some of them are OG, and they've grown with us, back in the days.
Yeah.
And they were waiting us to come on Call of Duty. We tried to come back when we were with Vitality, because with Borgs we created Vitality, and we were playing for them at the start. Then we left, and they were waiting us to do something, to create something. So we created Gentlemate. We start to go on other games, and when we got the opportunity to come on Call of Duty, even if in Europe it was dead, we say, okay, guys, we have to go. We have to go.
It's time to revive it.
Yeah.
And they travel, man. They'll go abroad. They're everywhere. It's awesome, dude.
Yeah. And the fan base is insane, dude. They follow us everywhere. Even when we have some events at US, they're coming as well. There are like maybe 20, 30 to come to France from US. And I think You're gonna see how much fun we get.
I got a little sample of it because you and Brogan and Squeezy flew down fans to EWC last year. And Darren Ankio's performance in Warzone, they were so rowdy in the crowd. The green suits were going crazy. So I know they're going to bring the hype in Paris. The question I have is, what merch can they buy in Paris? Have you been working on some hoodies? Do we have some shirts coming? What do you got for me? Because Rosalie got the bag at the last event.
Yeah, you didn't get one?
I did not get one, no. You didn't have any smalls.
I wonder why.
I picked Gentlemates a little bit more.
No, don't worry. At the event, it's gonna be like we're gonna have some exclusive merch, and we're gonna have a main shop at the venue, and I think we're gonna have another one close to the venue with exclusive merch, with some old merch, maybe the jersey. A lot of fans are asking for
the jersey's sick.
The Call of Duty
really
jersey.
Nice.
There's gonna be like so much activities at the events as well. We're gonna have a lot of surprise as well, guys. So just come. You're gonna see it's gonna be the best Call of Duty event. Come.
And you'll sign my jersey for me, right? Get an autograph?
Yeah, sure.
Love that. Gotaga, thank you so much for joining us up here in the booth. We are all fired up for Major 4. Reminder, Major 4 is just around the corner, and tickets are on sale now. It's going down June 26th to the 28th in the La Défense Arena. How do you say that in French?
La Défense. La Défense.
Paris La Défense Arena.
Nailed it. And of course, you guys can get your tickets right now. I got a second card here with the website, gentlemates.com/CODMajor. That was easy. Great stuff with Gotaga, the French monster in full force. Come say what's up and cheer on his Gentlemates. For now, we're going to a break. When we come back, it's the final fight of the night, live from the main stage. See you then. Welcome back into DreamHack Birmingham Major 2 of the Call of Duty League 2026 season. We are here for Black Ops 7, and it has been a blast. 2 streams going on Alpha and Bravo, and at the end of the weekend, one team will have their name added to our banners of winners. You can see some of the best of all time. And Chance, as we welcome you to the desk, what stands out as you look at some of the great rosters here in the CDL?
I mean, some of the names that we're seeing on those rosters, well, they're going to be playing on the main stage right there, and we've seen some more of them. So, fun day and a lot more action to happen. But sending one of these 2 teams home is not going to be a fun time.
Now, we should mention Insight is the only English player and the last one remaining in this tournament. We'll talk about his Koi team, but in the meantime, we got to talk about Pred Squad because the Falcons got hit with a 3-0 by G2 over on Bravo. Owie, this was a top 5 squad coming in. A lot of high expectations after the best qualifier we have seen from Exodus crew. This was the only team to take down Optic. Why are they off to a slow start on land?
Because their search and destroy hasn't been that great. Their respawn, I'm not shocked that they lost in a Game 5 fashion is essentially how I want to frame this because their respawn's been unbelievable in this stage. I don't expect that to slow down coming onto land, but the S&D needs some work, seriously. They lost 3 straight S&Ds and in back-to-back series, so they're going to need a turnaround, and a lot of that's going to be on Kismet. Remember, this is one of those teams that doesn't really have a dedicated sniper, and they aren't really basing their plays around that, so it means they have to get really creative in these game 2s and 5s, and we saw a little bit of that from Riyadh during stage 2 qualifiers. Clearly, though, whatever we missed in that first matchup, it didn't pan out.
Yeah, the biggest question I had is would we get the same Riyadh online on land? And it was on Bravo, didn't get a chance to watch it. You casted it. What did it look like?
It was not good from the Falcons' perspective. The teamwork in S&D entirely non-existent. They dropped the ball on a couple rotations on the Den as well. So
and it was close.
The individual shooters, hot. Exton, when he was on point, fried. Pred, fried. Like the statistics for him individually looked great. The teamwork, not there.
Both teams coming off 0-3 losses. For Koi, they just got dealt one on the main stage by Optic. That was number 1 versus our number 8 seed. Now you have a closer battle. Kips, Insight, Joe Deceives, and Kleenex making up this Koi roster. Joe Deceives the best player on this squad, but who needs to pop off with them in this series?
Yeah, I had a close eye on these guys, and I was really underwhelmed. I mean, they played for scrap on every hill on the first map. Kips and Insight were like double negative, but they stayed in the match despite that. You know, this Toronto team, the main problem they've had for 2 years, and I've been talking about it, has been their S&D. And once again, just blindsided by Optic. Optic didn't have to do anything spectacular, just straight up B pushes on Raid and picking them apart. So we got to see a completely revamped Search coming into this. Just play free. This could be your last ride.
Allie, 2 bad Search and Destroy teams. Does that mean we're getting a Game 5?
It could be, because that's exactly when you're looking at this layout, and the only problem here is that Koi got no dens whatsoever in this series once we get to the map and mode. So already that's a triple ban out of Riyadh, doesn't give them a single one.
Wow.
The only map here that is a strength for Toronto Koi is going to be that Scar Hardpoint 3-1 during the split. It's their second best hardpoint, so that's a must win, but that's if they can even get there.
I do have to say, I think they take exposure overload as well.
I was going to say, yeah, that is one
Really?
one angle you can go. Is that exposure versus Optic was really close. It was 1 score, so maybe Toronto Koi feeling comfortable on
It was Mercules in overtime. That was the difference maker against Optic. Remember, it came down to a 1v1. They almost stole that against Optic. It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems, and we've got Chance, the special bonus guest here to kick things off. Not only do you have a winner, what is the map score?
I was leaning Toronto until I saw the map set. I think this might honestly be a Falcons 3-0.
Falcons 3-0?
I think a Falcons 3-0.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I love these maps for them. I think the Colossus is a little sus. They were 1-5 on it last 60 days, so a Game 4 win. I got Falcons.
Ooh.
Also, I'm catching up, sis.
Oh my goodness, he's only 4 back again.
You might have to pick Koi.
Rosalie, make your prediction.
I'm going with Riyadh. I'm not picking Koi. You're crazy. I have all green on. I'm picking all the green teams today.
The Queen's favorite CDL player is on the stage right now, but he has to play against Selim. I've got the Falcons as well. 4 Falcons across the board here. Best of luck, Insight, as we get the party started. We send it down to Frankie Ward on the stage.
Thank you very much. Birmingham, how you doing? Yes, standing strong. We've got one more match for you this evening. It's going to be another heartbreaker. Our first team fighting for survival just went up against Optic, but now it's time for them to be the final boss. It's Toronto Koi.
Look, This is a Toronto roster that has made it to multiple Sundays in their previous years. And now the question marks are raised of what happened to the team that was gatekeeping in the top. With the new addition of Kips, he has brought some life into this squad, but we have yet to see any great feats on land. It's not a place that they are shy of, though. Hopefully they can pull out something here.
Birmingham, please make some noise for your players. Kleenex, Insight, Kips, and Joe Deceives. And their opponent making their main stage CDL debut. It's the Riyadh Falcons.
The first match jitters are gone, and now their backs immediately against the wall. They played Toronto a week ago, and they won 3-0, so they're comfortable in this matchup. It's a star-studded lineup, and that man Exit has been performing throughout this split. And also, Salium's leaving here with something. No way he doesn't win a match here on land. That kid's gonna go off. Let's get this match going.
Please give it up for Brett, Kismet, Exit, and Salium. It's crunch time for these two teams. Obviously, no one wants to go home. These two teams, they're going to give you a fight for survival. But who's going to live to see another day? Let's head to Merc and Maven.
Insight's British, right?
I think so. I thought so.
Is he not British? I don't think I heard a single person cheer.
I'm a bit surprised, yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking, I understood they're playing Optic, maybe not going to be a lot of noise, but I thought this one.
Yeah,
I thought it'd be lopsided for Koi.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Okay, well.
Wasn't a peak.
I don't know, maybe he's from New Zealand. I don't know. Maybe everything I knew is not true. But listen, final match of the night here on Alpha. Both these teams have 3-0 smoked in their last match. This is an elimination match. Loser, top 8. Winner continues to battle on through the loser side of things. And I don't know who the hell's going to take this. I mean, I thought Falcons were a pretty strong team coming into this.
I mean, that's probably the biggest surprise, right? It felt like they beat Optic. They were beating some top teams. Going up against a G2 that was struggling online, especially the last few weeks, kind of getting smoked. And then you get 3-0'd. So some problems there. Like the other side for Core, you're going against the best team in the world right now. In the respawns, we're close. Like they were solid in Hardpoint when you had two players like a combined 30 and 60. That was still a 30-point game.
True.
Like the overload goes to that overtime. Search not great, but like it felt like you were fighting.
That Rocker team might just be Lanimals, bro. They got top 4. They got top 4 Major 1. We'll see if they can make a run here again. But this match going to get started in just a second. Sorry for the kind of delays heading into this, but with this format, you have teams coming off a match. They're not going to play immediately. Give them a little bit of time to cool off. Got to get basically vetoes and stuff in. Teams get prepped to play, and then we get ready to go. But about to kick off our final match of day 1. Then we have 2 more thrilling days at DreamHack Birmingham to go. Celium, his Hardpoint versus himself on March 7th was very good.
It was very good. I would assume that was Koi.
yeah, I imagine.
Where he was cooking in map number 1. And honestly, for Riyadh, like, you go back and look at the stats for G2, they outslayed, or it was pretty darn close in that first map. So you just kind of heard Chance talk about, like, their teamwork was just not on point. What we were seeing from them online was not there. We'll see if we see a better them, as I think we're going to restart this one.
Yeah, we sure are. So I just had all these apologies for the delays and stuff. Just one more time, sorry. Yeah, we'll get into it here as quickly as we can.
No, we're good.
That's true. What is it, like 7:30?
7:30, we're good.
Dude, I was hoping to go shopping at the mall, though. Stuff's gonna be closed, man.
Yeah, tomorrow.
I gotta get some new fits. I'm way too hot in this. I mean, attractive.
It's a great corduroy shirt, yeah.
It's way too warm, though. I'm not wearing corduroy ever again. Not in my life. Well, a little chance to talk through things again before we kick off the map 1. Cell has certainly started to get back to form. There have been moments where that team has looked brilliant, but I mean, like we've said about every team really outside of Optic through the qualifier, there's been moments of brilliance for a lot of teams. There's been moments of absolute stinkers from basically every team. Now it's time to put up or shut up here on land.
Yeah, and I think when you look at this Koi roster, I mean, listen, Joe Deceives and Kleenex, they played extremely well versus Optic. Maybe the surprise was kind of Kips with the numbers that he was putting up, but he put up like a 0.6 versus Optic. And listen, first time versus Optic on the main stage, We've seen that before. The pressure can get to you, but didn't play like himself, like what we saw. See if he can get back to form.
Yeah, I wondered if, just, I don't know, land jitters. Just like first time playing in that, but I was talking to Chance. He said he was back watching them scrim a little bit on land, like when the players are getting practice in, and he was absolutely frying.
I'm
it's
sure
different.
it's not land jitters, but yeah. There's Optic on main stage.
Yes, it's different. But also we've had some shaky starts from some rookies.
Yeah, we have. I just think that's a different magnitude.
Yes, no, 100%. You've been on both sides of that matchup.
Yeah.
Kismet smiles as we get ready to go. We'll take a look at some Falcons highlights as we get ready to restart this one. Honestly, qualifier 2, Falcons beating Optic and then losing to Surge was pretty much qualifier 2 in a nutshell.
Yeah, and what did they struggle in versus Surge, right? They lose both searches. And you can see right there, they're losing a lot of search right now in all of their series. So a big focus is on that, where it was the opposite at stage 1. Search was sort of their bread and butter. Their respawns needed to get better. Now they've become one of the better hardpoint teams in the league, but Search has fallen off a cliff.
Yeah, I know eyes were on this man on your screen when it came to Search and Destroy, at least talking back to Major 1 and trying to work on things maybe in Major 2. Just getting isolated sometimes, not surviving in situations he should have, dying when you're man up, just having some bad deaths sometimes.
Just overthinking.
Yeah, that's probably exactly what it was. That's why I've joked I'd like to see him have a sniper in his hand, maybe let him not overthink, just go around snapping, but he's, I think he has improved a bit with like some of those deaths, but it hasn't really turned into Search and Destroy wins for this team. The respawn at times looks good enough for them to make some noise without the Search being good, but like I think they're always going to be a team that has a very high ceiling and a very low floor for me until the Search improves. Because if you're not a good Search team, that's how it's always going to be for me. Because you have to be like hot respawns, and if you're not, your floor is abysmal. But one weekend, it turns Search around. You suddenly start playing well, have a couple of hero plays, hero wins, and things click for you. I mean, you've been part of that. Like things just click, and every decision you're making is working, and suddenly you're on a run and search of the land.
Yeah, the Desk talked about it. They felt like these maps are very strong for Falcons, so they hit some of their better ones, especially that exposure overload. They've had a lot of that today because teams just, well, you're not going to play Toy on Den with what they were able to do, so over towards your choice, you get that exposure.
Listen, I haven't looked at the data for all matches combined, but I know for us, we've been casting a lot of exposure so far. And we'll see if that's a trend this weekend, but it's a good break off for Koi. And it's going to lead to some early time. That's going to be 4 up, 4 down to start us off. As Koi and Insight try to get going early. Tracking a little off to start that, but gets the shot on point and locks it in.
And honestly, you had a bit of a split spawn come in, and they didn't know where they were coming from. But as soon as Kip spawns up towards that B3, they're able to just turn around. But you can kind of see Falcons spawning a bit all over the place, but nice time here for Koi.
Joe deceives the nuclear threat for this team when he is on. Maybe, you gotta be kidding. Okay, now we're getting messed with. What's happening?
Don't know. We're up here.
Now I'm pissed. No, we'll see what the deal is. No, listen, fans, I hear you. I don't know what's happening. I can't fix this.
Time to
but if I could smack somebody 40, I would. Then I'd probably get charged with assault and I'd be in jail. I wouldn't be able to cast, so I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, that's not smart.
Yeah.
What do you think that went through?
No, see, that's 10 years ago. Maybe I was thinking that through. I actually got arrested. Never mind. Well, that's a story for a different time.
God.
That's a story for a different time. That was college, Clint. I'm no longer that guy. Let's take a look at the bracket while we figure out what the hell's going on with this matchup on the main stage.
We gotta get you to stop telling stories.
Yeah, no, I did. Hey, listen, I saw myself.
So far, a lot of matches played today. Started with the play-ins, Koi 3-1 over Surge. On the bottom side, Paris, they're able to win both of their games. And, well, you can already see Heretics, the #2 seed, coming into this one, already eliminated on Friday. So a big deal there is Thieves able to close out that 3-0.
What's your biggest surprise so far?
I think, honestly, this is my bracket. No, probably the G2 Falcons 3-0.
Okay.
That's probably my biggest surprise.
Yeah, I guess you kind of said that at the start of this, didn't you?
Outside of that, I think what's probably the most surprising is Heretics, but you just see who they played in both their losses, and you're like, all right, I can get that.
Yeah, it's like the result of the Faze Thieves isn't the fashion it happened.
Yeah.
That's one of the dirtiest reverse sweeps I've ever seen. I think Sips set the kill record at 122. Had himself a series, but that I mean, just how that happened was surprising. We thought that series was over. We were casting On Bravo, right? Yeah. We didn't really get to follow it. Saw the tail end of that. That one was a circus, but yeah, I guess as you look at the winners, probably it's G2 over Falcons. But now that you think about it, it's like, yeah, G2 have been a little all over the place in the qualifier, but they got top 4. They got top 4 Major 1.
Yeah, and maybe like the surprise for some is maybe Miami are, not winning that matchup versus Paris, the way Paris looked online, but you just knew that they had it in them with winning.
That's kind of a weird one, yeah. Like, Paris weren't a play-in team. I mean, they were, but they weren't. So not shocked to see them walk away with that and start to make a little bit of a run. We'll see how their matchup goes against Faze tomorrow, and the other on the winner's side will be that Optic G2 series to go. Look at some highlights from the last time these teams played as we're still resolving some sort of issue. Try to look over and see what's happening with the main stage. I got no idea, Joe.
Well, what? It looks like, Koi, so they played them on Blackheart, which I do not think this Falcons team is going to see Blackheart for a very long time.
No, they're pretty disgustingly disturbing there, huh?
Yeah, that is their place. And it was a 3-5 lead on Raid Search and Destroy that Koi threw away. So a nice little comeback there. And then, we played Exposure Overload.
Well, and then, what did we see? Like, we saw so much Raid Search during the qualifier, right? Have we even seen one of those yet?
I think so.
I guess I'm just thinking our series and match I got to tune into, but
remember the start of this stage there was so much dead, and
then we saw a ton of Raid. I feel like
a ton of Raid came into this, and I mean teams just veto differently when it comes to the tournament.
No, 100%. We've seen that a ton.
I feel like especially the third game mode, that map tends to go on trends. Like,
no, yeah, you've talked about that a ton. Why do you think that happens?
I just think a couple of teams sort of assert themselves as better at like whatever map is being played a lot, and then teams are like, all right, well, we got to get something elsewhere. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at.
That has always kind of been the case. It seems there's definitely a trend for the map 3 over a given tournament. You can see somebody working with
like
Xnate on, maybe an audio issue. Giving him some new earbuds, that might have been the problem. So hopefully we'll get that good. It's going to be difficult to play the game if you can't hear and or communicate with your teammates.
That would be tough.
Yeah, no, sure would, Joe.
Still got red dots.
Yeah, no, the harder part would be talking to your teammates. Not talking to your teammates. Like, without the game audio, you could probably get by. It wouldn't be fun, but you could get by. But thanks for hanging out with us. It's been an awesome day 1. There's been some upsets. There's been some magic. We've had some amazing plays. And honestly, the crowd, everything's been incredible. Like, dude, there's so many people. Joe and I, well, somebody else, I'm just going to throw catering under the bus. Our catering for dinner. We went back there to get dinner, and they go, we have mac and cheese and corn.
Yeah.
And I said, where's the protein? Like, I don't know, chicken or something. It's just mac and cheese and corn. Yeah. So you and I were like, all right, we need to get actual food. So we went to go walk, and like, dude, we barely made it anywhere because there's so many fans. Everyone's been so friendly, taking a lot of pictures, chatting with people, but the place is packed.
Packed. Yeah, no, it is.
It's been really cool, and I imagine it's gonna be more and more packed as the weekend goes on. For those of you still hanging out with us into the final match, we appreciate it. And we're icing you guys a little bit as we get ready to go, but you all look very beautiful and very happy out there. Hope you get some pizza and lots of beer. I saw Adam Apsella tweeted they're working to add more bars, so that's pretty dope.
Yeah, for tomorrow.
Okay, good work, Adam. I want people just getting wild. Hello. Oh, he's staring into my eyes. How you doing there? Hello.
Beautiful moment.
got uncomfortable just for a moment. I appreciated it. Okay, I've just heard game is ready. And listen, if it delays again, we all right. Deal? We just start throwing stuff. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm kidding. Please don't.
Please start this game. This guy's going haywire.
I think. Listen, I can blame jet lag.
Yep.
I'm hot, so I can blame that too. I think we're starting the game. Was I teased? Hello? Yes. Okay, I see a map. That might be a good sign. We're getting there. That's a beautiful orange beanie you got on there. I hope your ears are very warm.
I think we're starting? I have no idea.
I'm not entirely sure. Okay, we're in the game.
10 to game.
10 to game, okay. Thank you for bearing with us. Appreciate your patience. And please don't start a riot if this drops, because then I'll get fired. All right, map 1, final match of the night. Away we go. There's gonna be no pumps. The exit ears are working perfectly fine. Gunny's not. Dead. Dead. Good break by Koi again.
Yeah, I mean, well, sometimes on resets, it normally doesn't go that way, but right back to it is Koi. As they win that opening set, they find the first 3 kills, get the early time. Chips is able to find one, but you have the trades in total control here for Toronto.
Well, Joe, considering we've casted about 17 exposure hard points so far today, what's been the biggest issue going wrong with teams on this map today?
I mean, we've had, it's always sort of this P3, P4, can you combine both of them? But we've had a lot of big P3 breaks, I feel like today specifically.
I was gonna say, we haven't, dude, we just in our casting, we didn't have very many. The biggest hold might have been like 30 seconds. Like, as far as the teaming rotated early, great setup. There wasn't many like lockdown hard points. It's just been kind of chaotic. And I don't want to say like messy, but just teams going to war. A lot of close ones so far. Not a ton of blowouts in the hard point. I saw a snap there from Kip. Yeah, he had his struggles in the previous series versus Optic, but listen, he has been a straight shooter. He has been an awesome talent to come into the league.
And while you see number 1, Sally, they were trying to find Celium, and you saw them looking for, with the way the spawns come up, where that player spawned near that close solar. Tease is able to find Pride. Kleenex picks that up. So that was a scary moment. Can still be a little bit scary, but you're finding all of the kills. You're getting this time, but spawns do flip.
Yeah, Kips just spun behind Falcons. And it leads to some kills, but it leads to a flip as well. So I guess for Koi, it's like a wonky one that ends up leading to time here at 2, but we'll see how it impacts them on 3.
Yeah, I think that's ideal. Like they could have been going a little bit better is if you still had P3 spawns. Well, you can see the way you were playing.
I'm not sure what Kips on there, to be honest with you.
Well, there was like a hill. Hill was white for a bit. And
maybe
that's would always be a little weird.
Okay. Nice lead, though, for Koi. I mean, they have the luxury of, even if they don't have a great P3 or don't get a break, you're up so much, it's not the end of the world, but a break here and things could start to unravel a little bit for the Falcons side. You have Pred next at both 1 and 5. They need to get rolling, and as we call for Pred to get rolling, he's able to find 2. Celium gets 2 as well, and that'll be the cleanup. So far, so good for Falcons here at the P3.
Yeah, this is what you needed if you were Falcons. Just to slow this game down, get back into the swing of things. Exited right now, not a great start. 1 and 7. Shots not hitting, but his teammates, they tend to have his back. His cell's already up to 10, leading the scoreboard. And, well, Toronto right now just trying to keep them spawning towards the back.
And you never know. I mean, honestly, it's exited well here. Okay, starting to change some kills. He might have been a little flustered by whatever issues were going on. You know, I got to feel as a player, like you have to get your stuff right to compete, but the longer the crowd's like waiting, I'm sure you just a little agitated maybe, so maybe he'll get into his rhythm here as we get a little deeper into the map. And I could be totally making up an excuse, but I think that's how I'd be. I'd be like, I'm sorry.
And if your settings are messed up, you are the biggest tweaker on planet Earth.
Yeah, they call Mr. Tweaky.
So both teams fighting for control of these P4 spawns, but Kleenex, who's had a very solid series versus Optic, he's keeping it up. He finds number 12, trying to look for number 13 in P4 control.
Now their turn to lock this down for some time, but it might be not very long of a lockdown. We'll see. Okay, I thought pressure going to be here almost immediately from Falcons, but a couple of key one-on-one gunfight wins for Koi. Keeps him in the fight. You go in, you go out, you put him down. Tease wins another one. They look to push out the lead once again. You lose a lot of time at 3, you got to answer at 4, and so far they've done that.
Yeah, maybe here's a look at kind of like what Chance was talking about, just a little bit staggered going 2 by 2. So now if you're Tease, you have to wait for your teammates, and now you got to call this off. You're just going to rotate with 10 seconds left. So after that first like initial 10 seconds at this before was all Koi, you barely had any pressure on this hill. They will take that all day.
We'll see if maybe Falcons can start to play together a bit more. It's going to be immediate pressure here. You lose 2. Celium, one of the best players from playing in from the objective, not able to get anything done there. Pred damage into multiple, but only gets 1 with the nade, and that's going to be another early break here for Koi, and a chance to extend this lead out close to 100.
Yeah, and Koi they just take top mid control right away. Joe, I mean, he was on 6 in a row. Kleenex is on 5 in a row, so that duo continues to play at such a high level. And now they have this break, still 30 seconds. Yo can have a 100-point lead, plus you get the Hellstorm on a Kleenex.
I mean, we had a big combo about kind of Tease needing help, and it felt like Kips was that guy when he joined the team because he was putting up numbers, but if Kleenex starts to dial back the clock a little bit, that is an insane 1-2 punch with him and Tease.
Yeah, I think similar to Envoy, he's probably just like, give me the land, and I'm gonna start to play how I know how to play, and he has done that so far.
I'm sure there's like a tournament win count or a number of tournaments you compete in, but that just becomes a voice in your mind no matter what. It just does. It has
to. It's just confidence, too. Just know when you're gonna have to lock in and play at your best, and you're getting that out of Kleenex.
He might need it all series long, but doing it all. Leading in time, leading in kills. Into our second set we go. What do Falcons need to clean up now?
Well, look at the SMG duo. I feel like those two, those are the guys that sort of set the map. They put the pressure on the map. They're so annoying to play against, especially on a map like Exposure. If they are not winning their initial one-on-ones and then getting lost, kind of like what we're seeing from Exted right now, it's gonna be tough for them to win. And as well as this is going for Exted, they have not gotten any time.
Well, it might be one of those things, just you gotta imagine they're gonna start to warm up and get their flow a bit. How to Koi survive that Falcons run, or does it ever come? P2 ready to go. First out to Solar, and next will be Koi. Playing from the point. Kips, Joe Thieves tucked away in a corner and has his help. Teammates picking up either side of it. Joe Thieves only able to go 1-for-1. The pressure is going to be here and be here quickly. Kips, only so much you can do in that situation. A much needed break and a very coordinated effort from Falcons.
Yeah, now this is your chance, because you can chain these two together, but Joe Thieves is able to find that double. He's playing his life, looking for number 3. Would love to have it, and he gets it. Continue to go, young man. Put it 4 on the board.
You finally have a really good moment for Falcons, and then you get Joe Deceived. He just kills everybody, and you know he's going to have a couple moments like that in map. It just comes at a moment where maybe that was the turn for Falcons to make a run.
Yeah, because you can chain this into the P3 with the spawns that you have, but now with 20 seconds left, you have to give this up. We'll see if anybody spawns out. That would be Predin. He's actually out, so they can go and try to take this 3 versus 3.
Here we go. Key gunfights about to go down at the P3. First inside Falcons. Gonna have a bit of an awkward one-on-one off a spawn on the other side of this. There's a parallel. So far, Falcons have been able to do it. They go 3-for-1. Back spawn here for Koi, but I mean, in an ideal world, if you can win this from the front, if your Falcons keep them pinned in the back, you win rotation. I mean, here we go. We're right back in the game.
Yeah, Clinex is going on a long route right now, but he's gonna get picked up by Pred. But it's been Joe Thieves. He's been the one stopping it. He has a chance to get all 4 again. Somehow Joe just destroys the Falcons.
So I said he had a couple of those a game. I didn't know there were going to be a couple of back-to-back hard points, both at the key moment where Falcons.
I have no idea how he's still alive.
That is twice we've set up like, all right, this is Falcons' chance. And twice Joe Thieves has just flopped it out on the table.
Yeah, no, just body slamming them.
Jeez.
And now you're spawning all the way back, Falcons. It is desperation time here on Exposure.
Down 110. Joe Thieves' streak continues. A little song and dance finally gonna drop, but yep, as you highlight, the streak is gotten. One gonna spawn out old, and that's gonna be free shots in behind for inside, so he's gonna disrupt this opening push. Heads are gonna turn. That's gonna then set up an opening for Kleenex. From bad to worse right now for Falcons.
Yeah, take free back shots all day if you are inside. Able to find that kill on the push. But here's a little bit of pressure through the front of the map. But can they win the gunfights? Have not won this second step so far and still not doing it.
And if they do win the second step, Joe Thieves gonna come in and kill all 4.
Yeah, all 4 of you.
What do you do, Joe?
Well, it sounds like they're losing.
Yeah, they certainly are. Boy, can't close it out here, but they'll get damn close. Another desperation push from Falcons, just contesting for now. Waiting for the challenge to come to them. It's going to lead to a multi for Exted, but then answered by a double from Kip. So Koi will get the rest of the time. We head to a P5, and it might end here.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you're going to use that streak. You have that extra utility. You're going to be called in now. The trade a 1-for-1, but you're pretty much leaving Kinsman to die here, or he's gonna have to get off that hill, finesse inside of the crate. Cell's trying to stay up, and while you actually land it in the crate, it spins to an angle to where you can get that kill. This is gonna allow Kips to get set up, put the trophy down.
Joe Thieves comes out of the streak and kills 2 more. Gives Kips a chance here to hold down. And that is Joe Thieves setting up Kips to then make the play. They basically have like a 2v4 there to hold on to the hard point. Now 5 points away from sealing this. Joe Thieves up over 30. It's a monster map. It's a map 1 win. Koi, get it started early. And listen, I know we always say this, it's a couple of moments sometimes. But how differently does that go if you don't get 4P swiped by Joe Thieves? Like in those 2 sequences, listen, I can't see the future. I don't know how it would have gone after that if you dealt with him, but I know it would have gone better than it did.
You would think so, yeah. Well, with sort of the situations that they were in, but it may not have mattered the way a couple of players on Falcons played throughout that map. And really, your subs have been your engine, right? They are your energy on this team. When we go to listen-ins, we hear Pred, we hear Xnid, and right now they both struggle.
They absolutely did. 31 and 51 combined for those two. Could not get anything going. They're also bottom of the chart in damage. Yes, you're not going to win if that's the case. You absolutely are not going to, and well, you see what happens there, because on the other side, when you talk about the subs and what they're able to do, Joe Thieves and Kleenex had a fantastic map. Joe Thieves led in damage, led in kills, and led in big play belly flops.
I mean, JJ kind of said he needs a 1-3 for them to win, and so far, so good.
Yeah.
With that stat line. But I mean, yeah, just the 2 breaks. I mean, we didn't see them from his POV. Well, we saw one of them, but the second one inside P3.
Yeah, you're just yelling, how does he run? How does he run?
No idea.
4, yeah. Well, just Joe Thieves world. We're all living in it.
It wasn't, I mean, he was what? Yeah, at some point 5 and 8. Then he really gets going here at the P5, and that carries over.
It certainly does. Fred not able to find much throughout it. This is the first where he was able to get 4 straight and clear the point. Just beautifully done.
Okay, let's watch here.
Yeah, this way does. Okay.
Dead nades wins. I have no.
What the? That one was more absurd than the first.
I told you, it was insane.
I didn't realize how insane it was until watching it back.
Yeah,
like, I thought after the second he insta-traded.
No, that was played to perfection.
Yeah, he's quite good. Quite good. Now if you're Falcons, you hope maybe slowing this down and switching gears and search and destroy will help you. The problem is your search has kind of been ass, but the one silver lining, so is Koi's. Koi's has not been good either. So this is basically 2 very not good search teams playing search against each other.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, okay.
That is a way to summarize search and destroy for both of them.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely just alpha. I'm dripping again. I was fine on Bravo, dude. It's the bright lights that get me. Dry me off with your shirt.
I'm good.
Okay. Actually, didn't have
napkins over there for you.
Oh, it's true. I forgot that our lovely producer brought me a bunch of napkins to clean myself. Look at how that one went. Basically a flat line after the P2. You don't find a whole lot of success anywhere.
I mean, you get 60 points after the first P3.
And where those plays come in at, it was what the... was it the second P3 before?
Yeah,
first?
Second P2.
Oh, P2, P3.
P3, yeah.
Okay.
So they get about 62 points or so from his plays.
Jeez. Yeah. And yeah, they still, listen, Falcons didn't play well, still might have lost the map, but it wouldn't have been a near 100-point club like that, probably they'd be going a little bit differently. We go to Colossus Search. What are your thoughts about this matchup for these two?
Yeah, I mean, I think you obviously kind of talk about sort of snipers coming into this one, but neither of these teams really do that, right? So these are kind of the 2 where you're like, all right, you have to play with the teamwork, and I think right now you have to be leaning Koi's way. We'll see if there's any change-up, but especially Major 1, this is kind of where some of the Xnid plays happened. They got away from Colossus Search and Destroy a bit, but now bringing it back.
And Clay, you see him there, I think trying to give him some energy trying to get fired up. I mean, he's got to be frustrated. They've been playing well. I don't think they were, I don't know if I agree with Ant when he said that they're clearly like number 2 or 2A, 2B. I don't think anyone proved that to me. But I expected better than this.
Well, I think that was in the Hardpoint, but so far
No, I think it was overall after they beat Optic, which that's fair to say. I mean, it's like if we say Optic's as good as they are, when a team beats them, you got to give them their gas, but I still guess I wasn't convinced they were clearly like 2. See if they can find some success in the search. Something both teams have been working hard on. Hasn't paid dividends yet, but this is where you hope it will. Colossus map 2. Joe Thieves hot off a eruption. There in the map 1, but we'll start with Kips with the sniping launch.
Well,
that's an easy one. You want to slow peek your elbow? Or take off your arm?
Okay, so you got Kips on the sniping. Yeah, on the other side with Falcons, really haven't seen it much for them. Kind of putting it away.
And that's honestly, Yeah, I mean, if you don't think you can match other teams with the snipe, search this year is going to be very hard. It is.
Well, you say that, and then you have Celium on your team, who's going to bring it back. He's going to find a double pressure through statue side, but Joe Thieves is still up, and he counts as 3 men.
And he just runs right by one, and that was exit, I think. So Cell is going to have no idea that's coming. I say exit has got to trade this. If he got caught, I mean, he just kind of threw the round. He tucked away in a corner and just had no eyes on that.
But both are so separated that you're just kind of stopping here. Right, like Exney doesn't want to overchow, Joe Thieves doesn't want to overchow. You will have help here from Pred.
And I don't know if he was just thinking like top middle couldn't be open, because he was just watching like a B push through. But he's just gonna lay down, and I thought it paid off, but he gets up with the worst timing. Joe Thieves slams him. And you had a 3v2, but only for a moment. Now all gonna be on Pred to try and clutch this up.
If he goes now, he might be able to catch him on the bomb. He's gonna have the angle, they line up, but Tips has the AR in hand. And well, in the 3 versus 2, Joe Thieves is the difference again.
Yeah, Pred and AR, maybe that's a winnable. But yeah, I think Joe Thieves just like hops down from top mid, goes right over Exit's head basically, because I think Exit was just aiming at like the B door. And then this is the freebie. Like, Cell is not prepared for that whatsoever. And that just is, to me, like, he doesn't realize that's open. It's kind of how it looked.
Yeah, and then it was just so slow. Like, actually, it doesn't want to overchow. Then he gets just awful timing. Was hoping Pred was closer to him, but it was just sort of 2 players opposite sides of the map.
Huh.
Waits for his teammates. Gets, yeah, Joe's able to kill him.
Man, I know you can't watch everything. You weren't down to play every 3v2. Like, you can't fill everything with 3, but maybe it's a little luck there for Joe Thieves. I don't know. The fact is he slips through and makes the play. You see, Colossus was Koi's main veto in Search and Destroy. Not being vetoed here. If they walk away with a map win.
I think they just know it's been very weak for Falcons. It's like 1-5 the last 60 days or so. So they're like, screw it. We're both bad at this map. Let's just play it.
We're both bad at this map. We're both bad at Surge. Let's just duke it out. Sal had 2 in the last round to bring them from a 3v4 into 3v2 advantage. Things fell apart after that. Sal probably frustrated after that first round, but they'll get the plan in here, and now the retake pressure is going to be on Koi. They're all going to group up and all hit this from the front. They're going to have numbers, massive numbers, because several take routes to fight for Koi. The problem is with the timing of it, all the heads are going to turn now from Koi to try and deal with this. They had one on him for a moment. He's going to get dropped. One player left is going to be exited. He's in 1v2 and he falls. Oh, Lordy. Oh, yeah, but that's a little extra juice on the tail end of that. Joe Thieves 5-0 to start.
And well, it was looking a little scary. You talked about them taking the timings. You lose Cell, but I mean, Koi just hopped the bomb, and then there was, I think it was Pred top P1.
Picked him off bomb, yeah.
Yeah, gets him off bomb, and I'm thinking, all right, they're in a very good spot, but somehow Kips is able to play his life, and they steal a round away.
And that's just maybe as crazy as like the timing was for Joe Thieves in round 1. Like that is, you think you have an opportunity to maybe take her out, but the second you do, it's a 4-man hit up the front. Like, and yeah, it was a Cell that was isolated. Like he's by himself. He is dead, absolutely dead. Koi clicking so far. Well, Joe Thieves and Kips are. They all aim for you. This Joe kid's pretty good, huh? But we're still early into this map too. Kips was able to find the opener with a snipe. Their first offensive round. He's gonna have sub out this time, so maybe peeked it with a snipe, didn't see anything, swapped, and well, he goes to look tunnel side, gets absolutely slammed. Pred, though, is gonna end up dropping, and then Celium does as well. You have a 4v3 for a moment, it is suddenly gone. Pred by himself, we'll see you later. Koi running through him.
Yeah, and Tori just playing very patient, right? You know, you're down 0-2, maybe you switch up the pace, they don't have a sniper, like sort of wait for some aggression. And well, Pred hits some great shots on the first, but then yeah, Tiz gets caught outside a tunnel. He's the only
did I say it wrong? Is that what it was? Oh,
yeah, Pred was the last one alive, but Tiz ends up just, yeah, getting caught in a very bad spot.
I don't know why I thought that was Pred. Thank you.
Well, it's because he got a kill. That's
I just read the kill feed. My brain turned off. Appreciate that. Because you said that, I was like, huh? The kids got caught.
But it's another round with man advantage.
Granted, at least that time it was like a pretty quick like trade flurry of kills, but it's still not great. You got 2 first bloods, so you haven't walked away with a round yet.
Ooh.
That insight giving out haircuts. You saw Kips with the first blow this night. This time it'll be Insight's turn. Maybe switching up who likes it on offense and defense. CleanX trying to wiggle away, not get isolated. Bomb site going to be wide open, so it's going to be pressure to Koi to probably retake this 4v4 again. Thinking retake's going to look a lot different this time. It was like an instant four-man hit from the front last time.
And the way Koi are playing this sort of, again, just like try to catch them taking a route. This side they were thinking tunnel and B side, and well, there we go. Kips is going to find that first blood, and Cell just has no help again. You're going to look for Pred. Pred somehow staying alive with 3 HP. Goes for a reach out, and well, now he has to go.
This is getting ugly. 4-0 now to Koi. What is going on with the setups for Falcons?
Yeah, it's just they're not on the same page. It doesn't feel like. That's 2 times now you've planted A and just sort of left Cell by himself.
Well, it's that or the round 1 seemed a little like the setup was a little odd. I don't know if his comms are off or what's going on, but something in this camp is off right now.
Yeah, you can see he's just sort of actually just talking it through, what we need to do, what adjustments you need to make.
Yeah, GIF with like the question marks over the head, like that's.
Yeah.
Ugh. I mean, listen, I know you're not going to win every 4v4 post plant, but like, you're going to kill. Not even like a kill in the early fight, like a late one that doesn't matter. Another first blood for Koi now. As their nades hit, CleanX finds the opener. Cell, he got those 2 kills
in round 1.
In round 1, and then he's been first dead like 3 times. But he is having struggles right now.
Yeah, not what we expect from him whatsoever. Now it's his on to Pred. A lot of people check this corner. He's going to try to play his life. Throws a smoke down at his feet, but Joe's like, I'm going to just spray through this. But you do a good job to trade, and there's the teamwork. Tease and Exit fly on through, and you're able to close a round.
All right, there we go. They do it down a man. Of course they do. Cell's out of the picture, but they 3v4 ice up.
Yeah, and that's just a hell of a play out of Pred. Just buy as much time as he did.
Well, yeah, I thought the way he was being jumped at the first time, he knew he was there. And
No, yeah, you kind of checked that. He just lost the fight.
Oh, yeah, smoke. Yeah. Like, Pred still had like 50 HP or something. And yeah, the smoke to finesse is probably the difference. He doesn't have that. It's probably a much easier trade. Nice job by Pred, and well, it gets them on the board, but still a lot of work to do. Okay, now we know they can plant the bomb. The question is going to be their post-plant setup.
Well, and we really haven't seen too much of this where teams just giving up the A plant. I mean, Insight's here again, but look at this. You're just giving up the A bomb, but Insight's going to get caught.
Exactly. Help coming. Help is here. Might have been there a little too late. It was there a little late. Kips is going to be by himself down 1v2. He'd get 3 in this round if he can clutch it up. I was like, he's either buy enough time to help stare perfectly, he's like perfect bait, or it's not. It looks like a little off.
Well, yeah, I think they started to go through B, and then he's like, yo, they're pushing. You're gonna have to get towards side door, but still a chance here for Kips. 1 versus 2, bomb being planted at B.
Yeah, it's like you either leave him out to dry and try to 3v4, or you try to help him out. If Kips found an AR, it's a little more winnable. Going the long way around. This guy's creating figure 8s on the map.
Yeah, it's taken so long. Cell and Jiz, they've repositioned now for the 2nd time, so they just pretty much have the info. All right, he's coming from defensive side of the map.
And I don't know how the hell you went this. I mean, pretty good shots there, but and actually, I mean, it's going to be tough. If you don't have an AR, retaking that's going to be near impossible against 2 players. He didn't really give himself much of a chance based on the time.
Yeah, nice little switch up there from Falcons. They just pick up the pace instead of taking that A-bomb, taking the plant. They just push on through, able to catch Insight. That sort of starts the dominoes to fall for them.
All right, so back-to-back rounds now. Maybe starting to get on the same page.
Yeah, these last 2, it's been much better. Feels like they've been playing together.
And it's been more aggressive. Maybe that's just a little easier. Like, if we just know we're going, I don't know. It's like when they're trying to slow it down, things seems like there's holes in the setup or things unravel. Make the game easy. Hit stuff. And it kind of seems like that's what they're thinking defensively right now is 3 kind of group up, maybe try double or triple nade top mid and catch somebody. That's not going to connect though. I think Kips is likely sniping out towards B based on how he's been playing it. Or he was just jump peeking with an AR. I don't know, we'll see what he had out. Okay, so he's got a sub, he's just jump peeking. Kleenex not wanting to get caught through tunnel. He'll back it up for now. Really one guy to deal with over towards B. That's shoulder, that's gonna be Exnid that's there, but they don't like what they see and they're gonna move this back over towards Jamie Insight, and here we go.
You have a couple of players still here for Falcons, but now you lose P1 control. Celium's also going to die, so you group back up and Kips trying to close out this map as he finds all three.
Kips is hungry. Mowing through him. Finding picks with a snipe, getting it done with the sub. Not a great series, listen, against Optic. He had a real rough one on the main stage. Backing it up now, though, starting to make some plays.
Yeah, and you move into this A setup, Falcons halfway through this push, and you have a statue control. Celium is there, but again, he dies. And it just feels like the follow-up after that is not there from Falcons.
Just feels like the longer the round goes on, Koi, the more confident they're going to catch them out of position or something. I don't know. Like,
no, you're not wrong.
Like they're trying to reposition. We're going to catch them. It's how it seems, right? All right, we got to pause here for a second. We'll see what the deal is. Nice, it's round-based, though, so we can chill here for a second and see what's going on and hop right back into this. I know Exton was having like some audio issues early on. I'm not sure where the problem is now.
Maybe on the Koi side?
Yeah, it looks like it might be on the Koi side. As soon as we know, we'll let you know, but a little breather here to chat through things. And it looks, I don't know, not a lot of life in the eyes of maybe the Falcons players right now. I don't know if that's frustration, shell shock, or just locked, but.
Yeah, maybe just a bit of a shell shock. Sort of, we're in this scenario. Like, how did we get here? And sometimes on these days when you play back-to-back matches and then you blink and you're out of the tournament, it can happen.
Yeah, no, it certainly can. All right, so I think we're right back into this, guys. We'll continue here with map 2. All right, back in. Going to need one more round, and well, Kips has already found your blood. 7 HP though, and can't squirrel his way away. So next beautiful shots at range. She'll get a second onto that, and suddenly your map 2 hopes hang in the balance with Pred. Wins one, but the trade is there. Koi dominate the map 2. They dominate the map 1. They're close to dominating the series, and you know, a team that, I don't know, nameless, and like I think a lot of fans had hope for in Falcons, they might come in and not win a map and get top 8.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that came out early, had a pre-land under their belt, so they've been here. But I guess maybe the one shining thing is you're going to an exposure overload, maybe their best map, maybe the best team on this map. See if they can turn it around.
They have to.
Yeah.
I mean, you turn around here, your tournament's done on a Friday. Got to be frustrated. This is where you got to dig deep. You look to that coaching staff, trust in each other, and try to fight back. I mean, listen, we've seen already an insane reverse sweep today, and what Faze did to Thieves, it is possible. You just need one map, and then anything can happen, but you gotta, I did love what I saw just at the body language, and I can't blame them. I mean, it's like, what the hell's happening?
No, especially compared to what we've seen online. Just, they're always this sort of
fired
jolly,
up, passionate,
happy.
excitement. Like, I get fired up watching them. That made me want to cry.
Yeah, they're locked in at all times, but not right now.
Kips, again, rebounding after a rough first main stage performance in the last series. Well, he's doing it all here. He had a solid map 1, leads the way there in map 2. Fact is, you held him to 100 points in the hard point. You held him to 2 rounds of the search and destroy. This has not been a competitive series so far at all.
No, and I mean, listen, we talked about sort of their Colossus search and destroy. They normally veto it. One of the maps they don't like to play, but felt confident playing versus this Falcons team, and you saw the prep work there.
We continue with an exposure overload after this. Koi, the chance to close it out. Our Falcons gonna get knocked out of this top 8. We'll find out after the break.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATL. Get your tickets before they sell out at dreamhack.com/Atlanta. Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
but he's going to have to be the miracle man, breaking down this Thieves setup from behind, and he gets read by Hydra. Now Neum, other side of the map, playing forward as LA look to grow their lead by another again.
And Neum knows, all right, gather all of the information. They're spawning so far away at the 8 point. We might just be able to commit and get this down at A, but your AMP carrier overcommits through mid-cut and gets taken down. So now Hydra, you need to get more than just 1 kill for you to stand a chance at a score. Eventually gets cut down. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to work with, but Thieves are now rotating towards A.
And Metals tries to step up to be the first defender, and yeah, you're absolutely right. Now you've got trophy system support for LA. You just use your numbers to flood through, and you cannot get the damage done in time. That's just not something we've seen from Miami. They don't make plays like that. They haven't in weeks.
They're just allowing LA to dictate how this game is going to be played, what the pacing is going to be looking like. And since you're always late to the party on some of these routes, you're consistently going to be down in that score.
Man.
You're not even finding kills off of players camping in the corners. So Rencore loses that fight. You find the opening kill. If you're LA, you might be able to quickly get another one on the board.
Yeah, the BZ, big win. Putting down 1 player at panels, but the back and forth affair comes away with Miami the numbers. Hydra on the pitch, shuts down the EMP carrier, and it's going to force Super to have to sit and play his life. He's not even able to do that. Minute 45 on the clock. Miami, the team who needs to have the urgency, and Scrap is going to grab and retreat. Bus not being parked yet, but it's okay, yes it is. It's being parked.
Shouldn't be, though. Like, if you're LA, we're just looking for the first kill so we can eventually work out of our base, because on a map like Exposure, where the spawns can catch you off guard, you don't really want to take these kind of risks, but you keep on moving. You keep on drawing the attention on one side of the map, and now you get the information if you're BZ. There's so many players towards ring. Let's go B.
But Scrap gets caught. Rencore's double saves what would have been a free run. Neum caught from behind. Opportunity here for Miami. You've got 2 players pushed up, but the spawns are through mid. Does anyone get on the angle in time to stop this? No. So it's going to be a 1-score affair. Miami quick off this capture, is playing behind too, so hold on a second. There's an opportunity in a world where Miami could get this thing tied.
They just need to find the kills that they are looking for. Metals is the only player to light up that kill feed in the right color. Super eventually gives you 1 extra, so for now it's about stabilizing on the map, but this is where Neum and the BZ's impact could be felt. Map control in favor of LA, and you're still finding players off the respawn.
Yeah, and if the BZ and Neum can manifest another score, it would put this map out of question. But Miami come away with a couple of kills. Neum stuck at mid-map. Not able to find too much. Hydra on the pinch is behind this play. Can he find the EMP carrier? No, not quite yet, but the play from front will be stalled. And you have to commit here. You've got to find a way to get this through. Scrap's able to give you 2. Trake's in some trouble to win the pistol battle. Does he have a chance to still score this? He's trying to run. Neum behind him. He turns. The kill is there. Final 5 seconds before the overtime comes in. Miami, you're going to have the numbers. Trake's is going to wait for support. There's the extra 30. It's going to be a 4v4 over the top of the A site. Trophy system down. 2 players. The drop of the EMP carrier will drop as well. And LA 3-0 Heretics out of the tournament.
A beautiful response from LA after letting that series go.
Hello, we are back and ready to kick it back into action here on the Alpha match. You just saw Thieves get the 3-0, so they'll bounce back after getting reverse swept in disgusting fashion, but they'll continue on. And thank God, otherwise a change might be happening there. They ended up top 8. Now, you know, we talk about the fact that Heretics won 1 map. Falcons might win 0, or maybe they pull off the reverse sweep here, but some teams with some expectations this weekend coming in and finding
our top 4 seeds, right? I mean, number 4 seed here for Riyadh, and then our number 2 seed going.
I don't know how much stock we put in the seeds, considering how jumbled up it was after Optic. Like, there wasn't that much of a difference between like 2 and 6 when we talk about results, but still, fact is, they were 2 and 4.
Yeah, I would say like Miami separated themselves a bit, so a big surprise. But again, just with who they played, the way the play-in worked out, tough matchups. What are you gonna do? Scrap was doing everything.
Now he's quite good, I hope this Thieves team starts to figure it out, but it still seems like they have work to do despite getting the win there, obviously. But crumble in that Faze matchup, but maybe they'll have another date with them later in this tournament. We'll see how it all plays out. But you had a moment, a little restroom breaks for the players, chance to maybe regroup, talk to the coaching staff, and try to figure stuff out. You need something, and sometimes with a team like this that flows so much of a passion and playmaking, like it might just be one big play. Somebody pops a triple or a 4-piece or like a Joe Deceives play, and suddenly everybody's hyped up. It's like you need.
Yeah, and I think
like
the
that.
one guy you kind of look to is like Pred. He's sort of like stepped up as like the leader.
Kind of the Bash Brothers in a way. Oh, you mean like
I've heard like potentially he might be under the weather, so maybe that is affecting it. But fact is, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. But I mean, he's your vocal guy.
Yeah. No, it's tough. I mean, he is.
He feels like he's their soul, like the soul of the team.
And you know, I heard he was under the weather, but then like in the last series, like he had a couple really solid maps.
Yeah.
But just because maybe he's shooting straight doesn't mean he's.
So a lot of the times when you're sick as a player, like if you've gone through it, you just kind of tell the guy who's doing that, just like, yo, just literally focus on you, shoot as straight as you can.
I heard you were the greatest hungover player of all time.
In college, I was great. Monster rehabs down, and I was flying.
Oh, back in the day, a little bit different. A little bit different.
It was a great time.
If they, I mean, I have no doubt if they could just win this map 3, we might have an interesting series. But can they come up with something? I'm going to put some pressure on them at the start. Like they can't. I can't go down early. They just can't. And pretty much we've casted, it's a big exposure over all we've done. Whoever's won breakoff has had a score within the first like 30 seconds. See if that trend continues here. Granted, those have been like clean, like 4 for 1s or 4 for 0s, but Cell, not a great search and destroy. He was bottled up completely, especially in the early rounds. But he's been terrific here. This has been their home.
I honestly just kind of left him out to dry in a lot of the search rounds. Like, hey, play statue. Normally he's great there, no doubt about it, playing his life. He did not play his life much near that A-bomb side, but you just saw right there, #1 exposure overload player, maybe the #1 exposure overload team.
He might have lost full up to get shot in the back that first round. Yeah, I don't know. He's just like, all right, boys. All right.
You can see right there, 8-2 overall.
And Lordy, do they need to make that 9 more than ever? Oh, Kismet, all right, down 0-2.
Bark it, baby.
Down 0-2 and bark it. I respect that. What did Jordan say? Like, it's always easy to talk trash when you're up. Is he still talking trash when you're down?
And well, I'll tell you what, Kip's just fried 2 of them.
But honestly, I kind of like to see if how this going. Maybe just trying to get the guys fired.
Yeah, another guy who we've kind of talked about being a leader, maybe not as much with this squad, but in the past has been Tease. You might need a bit of 99 Tease to get them back into it.
99 Kids, we need full-on Bulldog out.
Maybe 100% Tease.
Yeah, 99 might not be good enough.
And it may not matter.
Yeah, true. Well, he'll get shut down, and after the body shots, Kips is gone 4 for 0, and you're about to get pinched out, and no one's got eyes on this yet. The eyes, well, they are receiving bullets. It's the second Kips mid-turn. He gets shut down. Kips pushes forward for his 5th straight. EMP goes through. Kips turns into another one. And since bodies were shot, Kips has not died, and that's 1 on the board for Boy.
You have a counter attempt here. If you take down Kips, you had 2 players in the position. But Pred, he's just going to have to play his life now. Inside is still alive on the other side towards top B. Fred's able to work his way up, but just gets caught, just trying to find a corner, lay down what we know he loves to do. But you have a chance here to get across and potentially score again if you are Koi.
They had no idea Inside was still there.
Not a clue.
Not a clue. I thought Head was going to turn eventually, but no. All right, 2-0 now to Koi. I said they could not go down early. Well, they did exactly that. Down 0-2 in the series, down 0-2 in the map. Falcons tournament life on the line.
The problem is this guy right here, he is shitting. And well,
yeah, no.
9-3 start for Kips, finally take it down.
Oh.
No counter opportunities up, but maybe a chance to get on the board.
Hey, I think he's had a rough series. That's not me. Just want to get dialed in for this one. He certainly has. It's going to be an overload score now for Falcons, a much needed one. Wonderful stuff there to chip away at this deficit. Kips, though, not really missing. Couple of heads plucked clean off. Exton going to be your man forward on one side. I don't know what his body just did after it died. Got shot and did the splits.
Well, they're just trying to leave Cell. They were trying to go top side. You had Joe Tease maybe working in position. And I think what Koi have done very well is kind of moved Falcons all over the map, right? We've seen a lot of rotations with the EMP, with the device, so you're trying to figure out where it is going. Well, it has caught them off guard. Doing it again. It's, well, you don't know inside his area. He's able to find the double.
My God, Koi picked them apart.
Yeah, they're frying.
Yeah, there is a gap right now between these 2 teams. This is, I mean, set to be maybe one of the more lopsided 3-0s of the year when you're talking about, like, you know, a couple of strong teams competing against each other. I thought the fourth inning of the third, it probably will eventually. You got a 2-on-1 for the score. Exton gets one, it's traded out though, and that'll be the fourth. That is a fast half. You blink, you missed it. Koi dominant.
Well, they set it up again towards that P2 side. So this spawn in top tank. And honestly, I think 2 times now they've lost Insight in their base. It was after the first one, then you score again, and then Insight's just able to find and drop it. It starts to go crazy.
I think we were kind of chatting about some of the setups for them. Seemed like comms might be off. I think it's even more glaring here that, yeah, something's off.
Yeah, twice. Yeah, I mean, Insight, he's just like, hey, I'm in your base. Finding multi-kills, leading the scores. He stayed in this spot. And then he's going to put the fourth one through the board.
Yeah, I just thought they realized he never died.
No.
Then you look at the minimap, I keep staring at it, waiting for someone like to turn and deal with him. Never happens. 14 and 6 out of Kips. What a rebound. I know I've said it 12 times, but honestly, he's been frying. He has.
13.
He's been frying. Nice win there from Insight. It's his streak. Finally comes to an end, but he has a Hellstorm to use, a little more utility on top of the 3-score advantage. You haven't had many chances to really hold on to the rock for Falcons. Another opportunity, trying to wrap this back, play behind Kismet, but he gets gunned to sleep. And that's going to stall out the push again.
Yeah, when Insight's winning his ones like this, just not going to beat this Koi team, as he is playing very well right behind Kips. They stopped at an attacking chance there for Falcons. And now you can just slow the map down, play around Slays, or try to take it top B. I mean, you have Kips inside a window room. He's going to try to play his life, but now you're just wasting the clock.
And I said I liked Kismet shooting buys because, like, I understand what he was trying to do and get fired up.
Get fired up.
But I want to know what he's gone KD-wise since he did that.
Well, it was at the start, so.
Yeah, but he's 5-13. It might be like 2-12 or something since. I don't know. Streak is called in, doesn't lead to a score yet, but maybe map position for Koi to continue the pressure here.
One player left.
Yeah, one player is toyed with. Pred is slammed. Insight's winning everything. Stun won't slow it down enough, but it is 5-1.
Great shots there out of Insight with the pistol to find that last player. And we barely said this guy's name, but now he is starting to streak.
No, wait, we haven't said Jonas' name once, I think, in this map 3.
He's been chilling.
Usually, I think if that's the case, they're getting slammed. The exact opposite. Everybody partying for Koi right now. 3 minutes to go. I don't know how Falcons are going to bring this back, but it looks like they're booking early flights home.
Yeah, now if you're Joe Thieves, just again having possession, not taking it all the way back, maybe doing the Falcon strap, but just keeping it out of their hands for now.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is this like a bad enough result? There might be a change.
It really
just
depends
because someone's not feeling well, maybe?
Yeah,
Okay.
Not exactly sure how to take this.
That's a tricky situation. It is. I only ask because, like, you come in, don't win a map on land, a team with expectations. Like, I don't know. Conversations are probably happening. But you're right. You know,
I mean, you just dealt with it last week. You know how sick this could be.
I had the flu last week and wanted to die for like 5 days. So yeah, if I was out here playing, I would have one kill for sure. About 2 minutes to go. They need scores and they need a volley of them quickly.
But just the way
no
it
opening.
looked, getting 6-0'd, it's just been ugly.
No, it has. It has. It's been real ugly.
And you're also playing some of your best maps, like you have been given them.
The mixer continues. Joe Thieves kills everybody. It's a victory lap, it feels like right now. I mean, technically, yeah, there's still time for the most miraculous comeback of the year, but you've just not even seen a glimmer of the possibility over the course of this.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're going to give them the chance the way Kips is playing this. They're not taking it all the way back, and maybe here is your one opportunity. He's going to try to get to his teammates off a spawn and almost does. A bit of a risky play may lead to a score. Nope, Joe Thieves is there.
I thought that was through for sure. This one, oh my God! Oh. I mean, they're gonna lose regardless, but that was the tournament weekend in a nutshell.
Yeah, I mean,
no, actually, it wasn't close, but no cigar. It was not close. And you got fried.
Yeah. And right there, Clinics, he's just like playing a one-on-one with a toddler. Like he's hooping. Yeah, he's hooping. Blocked it.
It's like those videos you see where it's a dad, like his 4-year-old son.
Yes.
He's gonna let his son go up and take a nice shot, just slam it on.
That's exactly it.
Like,
Yeah.
you're gonna learn, boy. Holy. 30 to go, and the misery of this one is over. But on one side, I mean, on both these, you're looking for a bounce back after getting 3-0. Koi, massive bounce back. You turned it around completely. Kip specifically turned it around a ton, but really the whole team, fantastic series. On the other side, Falcons, you know, you got thrown on the ground in the last series, beat up a bit, and you just stayed there on the ground. And then got kicked some more.
And well, they never really had a chance, and that just props to Koi. The way they played this map, the way they played this series, I'm happy for them ever since making this change with Kips. They've looked better and better. Again, even the Optic series, the respawns, they did have a couple of chances.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about maybe no Denny, no Winnie for this Koi team for a little bit. No Den, you get a series victory there, and you get a series victory very, very clean. As much as we were kind of harping on the struggles for Falcons because it's a very disappointing weekend, really incredible performance there from Koi.
And you just got to be happy for like Insight, right, to play here. You get to experience this another day.
Yep. You get to keep battling it out on home soil. He had a terrific map 3 there. It was Kips and Joe Thieves really that did the brunt of the work in the map 1. Well, Kleenex was right there too. Honestly, everybody performed. Statistically, that is going to be a very lopsided.
It's going to look good.
Very, very lopsided board for Koi. It's 3-0 to end our first day of matches. And it sets up for an awesome continuation of this weekend. Not exactly how we expected things to go so far. Some expected, some very, very unexpected. But wow, it's crazy. Yeah, I was gonna say Slaying Margin wasn't that crazy until I looked at Insight and I lied. It looked kind of close outside of that, but ends up being closer, 15 to 20.
Talked about Chiz. I mean, after shooting the body, to get started was not.
No, it's like I don't really blame him for that. You're down 0-2, and it's like I think he's trying to like
create energy,
create energy or create like that like do or die mentality or something like that. Like I get it. Unfortunately, just you guys are already getting stomped. It's like they got stomped with worse because of it. Like the stomping just continued. A look at the overall best of 5. It was not close really ever, to be honest with you. A lot of times we talk about some chances, and honestly, the only time we did was the chances in the Hardpoint where Falcons had a couple, and then it was the 4 pieces from Joe Thieves. But like we said, like yes, those are chances, but those are chances to like make it more competitive.
They were still down to 80.
Those weren't chances to win the map.
Yeah, they were still down to 80.
Yeah, no, 100%.
That was to kind of get them into it. But yeah, Joe just shut the door on.
But like, do you think that showed you something that this Koi team has a chance to make a run this weekend, or more just Falcons didn't bring it this weekend?
I think like Koi kind of showed glimpses with Kips that they are here, they can compete. We'll see what happens against some of the best, but it feels like they're close.
Okay. Well, Jamie Insight, hot off a double positive map 3 to help close out that 3-0. We've got him on stage right now with Frankie.
Thank you so much. First of all, Insight, what's it like playing in front of a UK crowd?
Oh, mate, it's amazing to be back here on home turf. You guys are amazing. You guys are loud. I'm just excited to play tomorrow in front of you guys again.
Does it mean more, the fact that we're here in Birmingham?
Yeah, it means a lot to me. Going into this event, it was obviously up in the air whether I was going to play or not here. But I'm here, I'm in front of the crowd. I feel a bit more pride being here.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit more special to me right now.
How is it knowing that you've got that pressure to perform on your shoulders, not just as an individual, but also quite clearly to stay in the competition? There are so many things that must be on your brain right now.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the goal is we want to win events. It's been a tough road. Obviously the Optic game wasn't great, but bumps in the road, came back and absolutely slammed the Falcons. So feeling good individually after that performance there.
What's the mood in the team though? How do you guys feel as a unit?
To be honest, we're just like, let's take it a game at a time, just have fun. Obviously, we're dying for the points. If we're going to play like that, I'm excited.
You're clearly having fun, especially on that overload map. Is Kips having fun? Is he enjoying his big stage debut?
Yeah, I think his first couple games, maybe he was a little bit timid, but I think we saw a bit of his personality there. He was shooting bodies, screaming dead, getting into it a little bit. So I feel like the Optic game kind of like put smoke under his bonnet or whatever you say, and yeah.
Is that how you sum up Kip's personality? He just likes to shoot dead bodies.
Yeah, he just thinks everyone's terrible and just wants to chow.
Well, I can't wait to see that attitude going forward, not just here in Birmingham, but for the rest of the season. Let's talk about the game a little bit, though, because exposure hardpoint, it's not known as your best man. That's probably why Falcons picked it against you, but you smoked them on it.
Yeah, I mean, looking online, they absolutely slammed us on that map. So, you know, obviously they're feeling good going into it, but this is LAN, and, you know, a bit of momentum goes your way, and all of a sudden the game feels unreal.
I wanted to ask, is it difficult at all to play against a team that's not playing as one? Because surely they're a little bit unpredictable. You don't know what they're going to do because they're not running strats.
No, to be honest, it was kind of surprising. You know, normally they're a team that's like challenge every single thing, run at you. We call it rhinoing. But yeah, I don't know. It was just surprising.
Well, you've got some fans here. Anything you want to say to them?
You guys are amazing. I'm so glad we can play COD in front of you guys. And yeah, wow.
I think you might have some fist bumps and some handshakes to give out. So Jamie, I'm going to let you go and see them. Thank you so much for talking to me. Let's head back to the desk.
That is the King's favorite player, Chance, and he got the win on Overload Exposure. That was the only thing this desk got right before the matchup. We called Falcons 3-0s on both sides of the couches. How we feeling?
Jet lags, man. Jet lag.
Like
crazy.
Yep.
I didn't realize you guys were going to pick them too. I got the glory of watching the Falcons first series. That is exactly how they played earlier.
Just flat all day.
Not good in the slightest. No teamwork, no energy. It was a painful run.
Needless to be honest, the people I feel worse for are the watch parties. They flew all the way from Saudi Arabia to watch their Falcons, who have been so good online. They beat Optic online, and now you're losing 3-0 to Koi. Is there a team change imminent, or do you think the Falcons can regroup after this loss?
I mean, it's such a hard question to answer, and they're going to have some really tough questions themselves in their camp because online, this is a way different team.
100%.
I mean, throughout the stage, they had so much progression. The Respawn, top echelon in the league. The Search made some strides towards the end. In these two matches that we saw, didn't show any of that. Honestly, hats off to the Toronto Koi. I mean, it's the team that's coming off of a really tough loss. You come into this one, Insight was playing well. Kips, the land jitters were gone. He performed, and that's the best Search we've seen from them in a long time, potentially all year. So if that's what's to come for Toronto, this is going to be an awesome run for them.
Ali, you were working here before I got back to Call of Duty from Overwatch. And when I came in, you were telling me about this duo, Kleenex and Insight. Insight was almost off the roster. You heard him in the interview talking about it. How big of a match was this for him individually?
It had to be huge. I mean, my first, one of my first casts was in Black Ops 4, and I got to see their come up on that Singularity team when they were rookies. And so seeing that duo, I loved seeing them find a home in Toronto, and I loved seeing them play together. Even throughout all the changes, they've stuck together as a duo. So for Insight and for me, and I'm sure for Kleenex's duo and for Toronto, this was a huge win for them. And just to feel confident again in his own playstyle and what he's able to do on that
Last
stage.
time he was here, Insight finished top 64. He is now guaranteed top 6. But Chance, it is not Insight with our scuff play of the game. That belongs to Mr. Thieves.
Hey, for good reason, too. I don't know which one they're going to give it to. He had some highlights in the S&D. He was lights out the entire series. I think the P3 break he had on this where he killed everybody, absolute class.
Just the 4K, here it is.
Yeah, I don't even know when he throws the nade, but it like gets right behind him, gets all four. And we were talking about the greener Chance that when you get a guy like Joe on this pillar, or really any pillar, it's GG's.
And like, for the team, you know, Insight talked about it, confidence is key, get Kips with the dead comms. Well, Joe Tease the same way. When he has this level of confidence, he's one of the few players in the league that he can look genuinely unstoppable.
Yeah, this was massive for them, man. Get that win under their belt in a 3-0 fashion versus a team of that caliber.
And for Insight to play the way that he did, like, they needed that bad.
And I told Joe, I was like, bro, I am jet lagged right now. Put us to bed early. He says, I got you. 3-0 comes out from Toronto Koi when no one expected it. And that means that you will see Insight and his crew on Saturday here in Birmingham. Let's take a look at your top performers, though, on the day. Rosalie, looking at the stats, there's no one better in Search than Mr. 6.5.
My God. Mind you, he comes in with like a 1.5 anyway overall in the stage over 6 weeks. So Mercury's just doing Mercury's thing, being the GOAT, obviously. He's talking about GOAT. Simp joins that conversation. 1.34 plus 31 differential. I mean, it doesn't matter where you put this guy. Doesn't matter the team, the stage, online, LAN. He's going to be putting up numbers like that.
And the best player on Gentlemates, Dan Ghosty. been hard carrying
guy.
them, dragging them through the mud for weeks. Glad to see him.
Dan Ghosty has gotten back to his hill, and he is finding success there. Let's take a look at your bracket. It is looking kind of familiar, Nameless. The only thing we had different was Thieves instead of Faze last time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, people who are good on land remain good on land at the next major. It's the same teams that were performing, going to be some special matches.
2 3-0s in our elimination matches means we have sent 4 teams packing. First it was Surge, then it was Carolina. Miami is gone, and now the Falcons will join them. Who's left in the tournament? Well, you can see our opening rounds in this winter semifinals will be Paris versus Faze, Optic versus G2 in that second match.
It doesn't matter where you look, there's a banger all across your screen. I mean, even Optic and G2, with the way G2's been playing on LAN and their search and destroy, you might have chalked that one up to being a 3-0, but I think we're going to go to the distance.
Big shout out to everyone from the UK who came out to the Birmingham LAN. We are having a party here in DreamHack, and we have 2 more days left. Join us same time tomorrow as we kick off the winter semis. See you then.